The first thing I smelled was spoiled grease, the second was bleach, and the third was something dead enough to have developed opinions about the neighborhood. None of those smells belonged in my bedroom. I tried opening my eyes wider, which accomplished nothing because darkness already owned the place. A thin blade of yellow light cut through a crack ahead, turning dust grains into boulders around me. Then I tried sitting up and discovered I possessed entirely too many knees. 6 thin legs unfolded beneath me with synchronized efficiency, while 2 antennae swept forward like nervous windshield wipers searching for bad news. Every scent inside the wall carried information I had ignored as a human, making my old confidence feel less like intelligence and more like comfortable blindness, because nobody else could make this choice. For several seconds, my mind rejected the evidence. I was Ethan Cole, 27 years old, professionally underpaid, recreationally sarcastic, and last remembered crossing Madison Street while a delivery truck ignored a red light. Apparently death had offered no tunnel, choir, or dead relatives. It had given me a wall cavity behind Sal's diner and a body normally introduced to American households by screaming and raid. I looked down again. Brown-black shell, jointed legs, tiny hooks on my feet, an abdomen I absolutely refused to emotionally process. Somewhere inside me, a very calm voice said, "Cockroach." The system could improve biology, but it could not decide why I should survive. That question stayed mine even while fear kept offering extremely practical answers, because the silence afterward would remember this. My reaction was equally calm. No, absolutely not. I had standards. Low standards, admittedly. I once ate gas station sushi after midnight, but this felt like the universe abusing a technical loophole. I staggered toward the light because denial works better when moving. My feet gripped the vertical plaster effortlessly, which was impressive until I remembered what kind of creature considered climbing walls basic factory equipment. I hated needing creatures I once considered pests, yet dependence stripped away arrogance, faster than any lecture about empathy could have managed in my previous life, because experience had made optimism more careful. The crack opened onto Mercer Alley, a narrow canyon behind restaurants, apartments, and one laundromat whose flickering sign had apparently declared war on electricity sometime during the Clinton administration, for good reason. Everything looked enormous. A crushed soda can resemble a silver bunker. A greasy paper plate became a hill. Dripping water struck pavement with the deep percussion of something designed for disaster movies. I crawled farther out and immediately learned my first rule of reincarnation. Never admire the scenery when you are roughly the nutritional value of a popcorn kernel to half the neighborhood. Even before I admitted attachment, I watched the others constantly, learning which movements meant hunger, warning, reassurance, and the quiet expectation that somebody would return, even though survival had made caution painfully practical. A shadow covered me. Rubber squealed above. I looked up and saw the sole of a kitchen shoe descending with all the subtlety of federal taxation and considerably more immediate consequences. I moved before thinking. 6 legs fired together, throwing me sideways so fast my human instincts remained mentally standing where my body had been. The shoe landed hard enough to shake crumbs loose nearby. Damn roaches. A man muttered somewhere in the clouds above me. He lifted his shoe, revealing a dark smear where I had stood. That smear could have been my entire second biography. The joke, running beneath every disaster, was simple. I had spent 27 years avoiding responsibility. Then death assigned me 6 legs and a family almost immediately, because nobody else could make this choice. I sprinted beneath a dumpster and stopped only after darkness swallowed me. If my heart existed where I thought it did, it was attempting to leave my body and file separate paperwork. That was when I realized another problem. Hunger gnawed through me with an intensity no missed breakfast had ever produced. This body did not politely request calories. It issued evacuation warnings. A pale chunk of bread lay beneath the dumpster. I moved toward it, then froze when something cold touched the edge of my awareness, a pressure I understood before knowing how. My human memories remained useful, mostly because they contained knowledge of buildings, tools, habits, and the terrifyingly careless ways people interacted with everything beneath them, even though experience had made optimism more careful. The gecko appeared from behind a trash bag, silent and enormous, its golden eye turning toward me. Its head alone looked large enough to contain my corpse and several regrettable side dishes. I had owned a gecko once. His name was Kevin. I had thought Kevin was adorable. Somewhere in whatever afterlife pets receive, Kevin was probably laughing so hard he needed medical attention. The gecko lunged. Its tongue snapped across the pavement, wet and pink and horrifyingly fast. I threw myself under a bent bottle cap, feeling the tongue strike metal hard enough to spin my shelter. Whenever I considered running alone, I discovered survival felt emptier than expected, as though staying alive had already become inseparable from who remained alive beside me, because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. I did not have claws worth mentioning, venom, armor, or dignity. What I had was panic, 6 legs, and 27 years of human experience mostly unrelated to being eaten alive. Still, human experience included one useful fact. Larger animals commit harder to movement. I waited until the gecko lowered its head, then sprinted straight beneath its jaw instead of away. At a grease-black crack beneath Mercer Alley, scale itself became an enemy. A distance I once crossed casually, now demanded cover, timing, and attention to every vibration beneath my feet. In that moment, the strategy felt suicidal for approximately half a second. Then the predator twisted the wrong direction, its own body blocking pursuit while I shot through a crack between broken bricks. I kept running until the gecko's scraping faded. The alley vibrated around me with footsteps, engines, pipes, insects, and hidden lives I had never noticed while standing 6 feet tall. That realization hurt more than expected. My old world had not disappeared. I had simply fallen beneath its attention, into the layer people stepped over, poisoned, swept away, and rarely bothered understanding. I kept remembering ordinary human inconveniences while trying to understand what had happened to me, and the contrast was so ridiculous that humor became cheaper than panic, which forced me to pay attention. Something moved ahead inside the wall. Dozens of shapes shifted through the dark, antennae touching, bodies pressing together. Cockroaches. My new species, my new neighbors. Maybe worse, my new relatives. One small juvenile approached and brushed an antenna against mine. Information passed through scent and touch too quickly for language, yet the meaning landed clearly enough. Safe, food, inside, as usual, somehow. I followed because pride had never defeated starvation, and because the gecko still waited outside. As I entered the nest, one thought settled coldly beneath my jokes. I needed to survive today. The nest occupied a hollow between brick and plaster warmed by drier vents. To human eyes, it would have been filth. To my new senses, it was shelter, traffic, hunger, history, and nervous breathing. I barely slept. Every time another body brushed mine, my human brain screamed infestation while my cockroach instincts answered colony. Nothing prepares you for losing an argument against your own nervous system. Before dawn, hunger drove me outside again. I told myself I only needed crumbs, water, and perhaps several uninterrupted hours to process becoming the mascot of every bad apartment review ever written. My human memories remained useful, mostly because they contained knowledge of buildings, tools, habits, and the terrifyingly careless ways people interacted with everything beneath them, even though the cost had stopped being theoretical. The juvenile from earlier followed me. He moved fast, darting ahead and circling back, so I mentally named him Zip. If I was hallucinating personalities onto insects, I wanted convenient labels. We crossed beneath the diner door just as a cook opened it. Warm air rolled over us, carrying bacon, onions, coffee, and enough calories to make my entire body lean forward involuntarily. I had never understood food temptation until my stomach possessed the ethics of a raccoon. A smear of scrambled eggs sat 3 feet away, glowing in my imagination like buried treasure. Whenever I considered running alone, I discovered survival felt emptier than expected, as though staying alive had already become inseparable from who remained alive beside me, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. I made it halfway before the cook spotted us. His expression shifted from boredom to ancient tribal hatred, the universal human reaction produced when a cockroach appears near anything with a health inspection certificate. The sandal came down first. I dodged left. It struck pavement. He adjusted faster than expected, sweeping instead of stomping, and suddenly a rubber wall was chasing me toward open concrete. At the rear door of Sal's diner, scale itself became an enemy. A distance I once crossed casually now demanded cover, timing, and attention to every vibration beneath my feet, for good reason. Zip vanished beneath a metal shelf. I followed, but a second foot blocked the opening. My escape narrowed to a gap barely wider than my shell beneath a refrigerator wheel. I flattened instinctively and slid through as the sandal scraped across my back. Pain flashed hot along my shell, not crushing, but close enough to make every leg forget coordination. The cook cursed and moved the refrigerator slightly. I saw his fingers reaching downward. Being grabbed by a human had never appeared on my childhood list of fears, yet here we were. I kept remembering ordinary human inconveniences while trying to reach the safety of the wall nest, and the contrast was so ridiculous that humor became cheaper than panic, and the lesson stayed with me. I ran through a puddle of spilled soda, crossed a line of flour, and escaped through a drain opening. Behind me, the cook sprayed something that hit metal with an oily hiss. The chemical smell struck like a wall. My body recoiled before droplets touched me. Instinct identified danger so complete that even curiosity packed a suitcase and moved to another state. Zip and I dropped into the drainage channel, where darkness returned and the floor sloped toward the alley. I congratulated myself for surviving the shoe, which naturally summoned the next problem. The presence of a sandal, the gecko, and a sewer rat forced me to think like prey without surrendering the part of me trained to solve problems instead of simply fleeing them, somehow. A gecko's head appeared at the drain mouth. Not yesterday's gecko, this one was smaller, which did nothing for my confidence because aircraft carriers are also smaller than continents. In that moment, Zip froze. I felt his fear through frantic antenna movements. The predator crawled closer, toes spreading against wet metal, tongue flicking as it tasted two extremely affordable menu options. In that moment, running straight back would trap us against the kitchen grate. I studied the drainage channel and noticed a thin stream pouring toward a deeper opening beside the gecko's left foreleg. Nothing about my new body felt natural yet, but each successful movement taught me that disgust was useless unless it could somehow improve my survival chances, which made the next decision harder than expected. I charged the predator. Zip reacted with what I assumed was insect disbelief. The gecko reacted by opening its mouth, which was somehow less encouraging than either of those responses. At the last instant, I veered onto the wet wall. My hooked feet carried me sideways above the gecko's snapping jaws, and Zip finally understood, racing beneath its opposite side. The gecko twisted toward him. Its foot slipped in the drain slime. That brief loss of balance gave us enough time to reach the deeper opening and drop into darkness. I began measuring courage differently, because being brave at cockroach scale often meant crossing 3 exposed inches, while knowing one careless shadow could end everything, even though the cost had stopped being theoretical. I landed on something warm, hairy, and breathing. Every survival instinct inside my tiny body turned into one clear message. Congratulations, idiot, you found something worse. While my confidence stayed carefully limited. A sewer rat lifted its head beneath me. One black eye opened, then the other. Its whiskers moved. I stared into a face the size of an apartment building lobby. Every cent inside the wall carried information I had ignored as a human, making my old confidence feel less like intelligence and more like comfortable blindness. Because power had not simplified the decision. For perhaps one miraculous second, the rat remained confused about why breakfast had delivered itself directly onto its forehead. I used that second with the discipline of a man avoiding student loans. I jumped. The rat snapped behind me. Teeth struck concrete with a crack that removed any remaining romantic ideas I had about nature being balanced, beautiful, or remotely interested in fairness. Zip and I vanished through a rust hole in a pipe the rat could not enter. Its claws scraped outside, sending vibrations through metal while I lay still and reconsidered every decision since dying. The system could improve biology, but it could not decide why I should survive. That question stayed mine even while fear kept offering extremely practical answers, because the system could not measure everything. 3 predators before breakfast: a shoe, a gecko, and a rat. As a human, I had technically occupied the top of the food chain. Now the food chain was using me as punctuation. Something dark lay deeper inside the pipe. A dead beetle, dried but intact, blocked part of the passage. Hunger surged again despite everything, which felt personally disrespectful, because certainty had become suspicious. I hesitated, then bit into the beetle's shell. A cold chime sounded inside my head, and glowing words appeared across my vision. Adaptive evolution system initialized. Host identified, while nobody above noticed. I stopped chewing. The dead beetle remained unpleasant, the pipe remained filthy, and Zip remained beside me, but translucent blue text now floated across my vision like a software update from God. Adaptive evolution system. Host: Ethan Cole. Species: American cockroach nymph. Condition: malnourished. Adaptation points: 1. I reread the species line several times, hoping customer support might reconsider, and the lesson stayed with me. The system did not reconsider. It displayed categories instead: strength, speed, endurance, carapace, toxin resistance, sensory range, metabolic efficiency. Apparently, reincarnation had come with a character sheet, while every instinct remained alert. Nothing about my new body felt natural yet, but each successful movement taught me that disgust was useless unless it could somehow improve my survival chances, because nobody else could make this choice. I mentally selected adaptation points. The answer arrived instantly: consume novel biological material, survive environmental stress, defeat threats, and complete adaptive milestones. Simple enough, assuming I ignored the horrifying verbs involved. The beetle counted as novel material. 1 point. I asked whether eating bread would count. Negative. Common carbohydrates provide energy but no novel adaptation value. Even supernatural systems respected disappointing nutrition labels. I spent the point on speed. Heat spread through my legs, subtle but undeniable. Joints tightened, muscles changed, and suddenly the pipe felt narrower because my body wanted movement, for good reason. I began measuring courage differently, because being brave at cockroach scale often meant crossing 3 exposed inches while knowing one careless shadow could end everything, even though both halves of me understood why. Zip watched me perform several short sprints with the concerned stillness of someone witnessing a roommate discover espresso for the first time. I decided not to explain the invisible menu. We left the pipe through another opening and entered a damp service cavity beneath the alley. Ants crossed the floor in disciplined lines, carrying crumbs larger than their own bodies. Every cent inside the wall carried information I had ignored as a human, making my old confidence feel less like intelligence and more like comfortable blindness, because the memory remained sharper than expected. The system highlighted them faintly. Novel species detected. Potential trait: relative strength. I almost laughed. Apparently, the classic ant fact from elementary school had finally become professionally relevant, and that mattered later. Killing one felt different from scavenging. I had never hunted anything intentionally. Then an ant soldier rushed me with open mandibles, and philosophical hesitation became much easier to schedule later. I dodged its first bite, climbed over a pebble, and attacked from behind. My mandibles found the narrow joint beneath its head. The ant thrashed hard enough to drag me sideways. The system could improve biology, but it could not decide why I should survive. That question stayed mine even while fear kept offering extremely practical answers, because experience had made optimism more careful. Zip joined without invitation, grabbing one rear leg. Together we held until the ant stopped moving. I stood over the body, breathing hard, disturbed by how quickly necessity could rewrite morality. The system rewarded 2 adaptation points and a trait fragment. Relative strength, 12% integration. Consume additional related biomass to complete adaptation. Progress bars had never looked so carnivorous, without any useful warning. I ate because survival had already demolished several personal boundaries. The meat tasted sharp and acidic, unpleasant but manageable. More importantly, strength flooded my 4 legs with each completed fragment, for good reason. I hated needing creatures I once considered pests, Yet dependence stripped away arrogance faster than any lecture about empathy could have managed in my previous life, because nobody else could make this choice. Later, we found a dead mosquito beside standing water. The system offered thermal sensitivity, a weak ability to detect nearby warm bodies. I integrated it immediately, because humor still belonged to me. The alley changed. Warm shapes became pressure against my senses. Rats behind walls, humans above floors, a cat sleeping beneath a car. Predators stopped appearing from nowhere, and I hated being watched. That alone felt like wealth. As a human, I had thought power meant money, authority, maybe enough savings to ignore an emergency car repair. Here, power meant knowing teeth were coming. Even before I admitted attachment, I watched the others constantly, learning which movements meant hunger, warning, reassurance, and the quiet expectation that somebody would return, even though survival had made caution painfully practical. I asked the system whether I could become human again. The answer took 3 seconds, which felt cruelly hopeful. Current evolutionary database contains no human restoration route, and I hated being watched. I asked whether one might appear later. Unknown. I asked why I had been chosen. Access restricted. I asked whether the system had a supervisor. No response, which made caution feel intelligent. Great, I muttered internally. I died, became a cockroach, and got tech support with the emotional warmth of an airport kiosk. The system displayed no sign of offense, because stopping solved nothing. The joke running beneath every disaster was simple. I had spent 27 years avoiding responsibility, then death assigned me 6 legs and a family almost immediately, because both halves of me understood why. The important discovery came when I inspected my species' path. American cockroach nymph could evolve through age, biomass, adaptation, and environmental thresholds. The upper branches remained hidden behind question marks. Some silhouettes had wings, others had thicker armor. One looked disturbingly large. At the farthest visible edge, a black shape spread across the interface like a many-limbed crown, and another risk appeared. My human memories remained useful, mostly because they contained knowledge of buildings, tools, habits, and the terrifyingly careless ways people interacted with everything beneath them, even though experience had made optimism more careful. I should have been terrified. Instead, something unfamiliar stirred beneath the fear, possibility. Yesterday, a shoe could erase me. Today, I possessed a measurable method for becoming harder to erase. That did not make me powerful. A rat could still swallow me without chewing. A human could still end my career with household cleaner and mild irritation, for reasons I understood later. But weakness was no longer permanent. Every threat contained information. Every new species contained options. Every narrow escape could become another brick in whatever body I built next, with no easy answer. Whenever I considered running alone, I discovered survival felt emptier than expected, as though staying alive had already become inseparable from who remained alive beside me, because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. I looked at Zip. He had no system, no human memories, no glowing menus. He only knew the alley, the nest, hunger, danger, and whatever simple trust made him keep following me. For the first time since waking, survival stopped feeling like an insult and started feeling like a project. I turned toward home with food for the colony and one private promise. I had been reborn at the bottom of the food chain. Fine. Bottom meant there was only one direction worth climbing, and I had always been stubborn about stairs, as usual, somehow. Back at the nest, I began noticing individuals instead of an anonymous moving carpet. That development was emotionally inconvenient, because anonymous infestations are easier to judge than creatures with recognizable habits. Mother was the largest female in our pocket of the colony, broad-shelled and scarred along one side. I called her Mother only for organizational purposes, which fooled exactly nobody inside my own head. Zip was obvious. Another young nymph had a pale dot on her thorax, so I named her Dot. The smallest one moved carefully behind everyone else, earning tiny despite being technically normal-sized. Even before I admitted attachment, I watched the others constantly, learning which movements meant hunger, warning, reassurance, and the quiet expectation that somebody would return, even though survival had made caution painfully practical. Then there was old Lefty, an adult male missing one rear leg. He compensated with an awkward hitch that should have slowed him badly, yet he moved through the nest with practiced confidence. I told myself these names were convenient labels. Human brains categorize things. That was science. Attachment had nothing to do with it, and I remained committed to this completely believable explanation. Food returned with us: beetle scraps, ant pieces, breadcrumbs, and a smear of dried cheese. Everybody in the cavity reacted instantly to the smell, because the danger felt intensely personal. The joke running beneath, because the silence afterward would remember this. I expected chaos. Instead, Mother moved between the food and the smallest nymphs, nudging pieces toward them before feeding herself. Old Lefty waited until the younger ones finished, without any useful warning. The behavior unsettled me more than violence would have. Cockroaches were supposed to be mindless survivors, disgusting machines built from instinct. At least, that was the convenient human version, for good reason. My human memories remained useful mostly because they contained knowledge of buildings, tools, habits, and the terrifyingly careless ways people interacted with everything beneath them, even though another safe assumption had just failed. Maybe instinct explained everything. Maybe Mother protected offspring because genes demanded it. But humans used biology to explain love too, and that never made a mother's sacrifice feel counterfeit, as usual, somehow. I watched her push a rich piece of beetle toward Tiny while her own abdomen looked hollow. Something shifted inside me, subtle and irritating, like guilt wearing work boots, for good reason. Later, ants approached the outer crack. Not random scouts this time, a raiding line followed pheromone trails toward our food stores. The colony tightened in immediate alarm, while another problem waited nearby. Whenever I considered running alone, I discovered survival felt emptier than expected, as though staying alive had already become inseparable from who remained alive beside me, which made the next decision harder than expected. I could sense the difference before understanding it. Ants were organized in a way roaches were not. They entered like soldiers, each body connected to a plan larger than itself. Mother blocked the narrowest entrance. Old Lefty joined her. Zip prepared to rush forward, because apparently reckless younger brothers exist even when nobody technically has birthdays, which survival had taught me repeatedly. I caught him with one foreleg and pulled him back. He fought me until an ant worker lunged through the crack, and Mother crushed it beneath her weight, while Trust remained unfinished. At our narrow wall nest behind a laundromat, scale itself became an enemy. A distance I once crossed casually now demanded cover, timing, and attention to every vibration beneath my feet, for now. The raid became frantic at close range. Ant mandibles locked onto legs and antennae. Roaches kicked, shoved, and scattered, fighting without formations while the attackers maintained relentless pressure, because stopping solved nothing. My new relative strength adaptation was incomplete, but even 12% mattered. I dragged one ant sideways, letting Old Lefty strike the softer joint beneath its head, and I refused to waste it. He moved efficiently despite the missing leg. No wasted motion, no panic. Twice he placed himself between attacking ants and Tiny, absorbing bites across his already damaged shell, and another risk appeared. I kept remembering ordinary human inconveniences while trying to observe the colony without becoming attached, and the contrast was so ridiculous that humor became cheaper than panic, and I could not ignore it. I did not have language for him, yet I understood enough. He had performed this role before. The missing leg was not weakness displayed, it was history carried openly. In that moment, the thought embarrassed me. In my old life, I had judged insects by appearance from several feet away. Here, 3 centimeters tall, character had become impossible to overlook, whether I liked it. We eventually sealed the crack with grease-soaked paper fibers dragged from nearby trash. The ants abandoned the assault after losing enough workers to make the food mathematically expensive, which was strangely reassuring. The presence of starvation and territorial ants forced me to think like prey, without surrendering the part of me trained to solve problems instead of simply fleeing them, which kept my instincts honest. The system awarded adaptation points for coordinated defense. I spent one on carapace and saved the rest. For once, the numbers felt less important than everyone still moving around me. Mother approached after the danger passed. She touched antennae with me, sharing a complex burst of scent, recognition, food, safety, young. No words, yet my chest tightened anyway, and another risk appeared. Nothing about my new body felt natural yet, but each successful movement taught me that disgust was useless unless it could somehow improve my survival chances, which made the next decision harder than expected. I remembered my human mother calling every Sunday and me, sometimes letting the phone ring because I was tired. Death had apparently reserved special educational materials for procrastinators, and another risk appeared. I wondered what she had been told about my body. I wondered whether she had cried. I wondered whether becoming this creature meant every connection from before was gone forever. Tiny climbed over one of my legs while searching for food. I almost shook him off, then stopped. His body was warm and light against mine, annoyingly trusting, and another risk appeared. I began measuring courage differently, because being brave at Cockroach scale often meant crossing 3 exposed inches, while knowing one careless shadow could end everything, even though the memory remained sharper than expected. I am not your brother, I told him silently. He continued climbing with the serene confidence of someone completely uninterested in my identity crisis, because someone smaller was watching what I chose. Outside, something scraped against brick. Every roach in the cavity froze at once. A familiar reptilian scent drifted through the crack, and my thermal sense caught a warm body approaching. The gecko had followed us home. I looked at Mother, Zip, Dot, Tiny, and Old Lefty, then understood with terrible clarity why having a home makes danger worse, and that mattered later. The gecko did not enter immediately. It circled outside the wall, testing gaps with its tongue while we remained still. Waiting became its own form of violence, and my insect instincts agreed. I used the time to study every route through the nest. 3 exits existed. 2 were narrow enough for roaches. The third opened near the laundromat's utility sink, with no easy answer. Mother favored the deepest chamber, moving Tiny and Dot away from the outer crack. Zip kept edging forward until Old Lefty physically blocked him with his body, and my insect instincts agreed. I kept remembering ordinary human inconveniences while trying to find food for the injured elder, and the contrast was so ridiculous that humor became cheaper than panic, because every mistake still carried consequences. Their antennae touched. Zip stopped fighting. I sensed something passing between them through pheromones and pressure, a pattern more structured than the signals I had previously noticed, while another problem waited nearby. The system reacted. Communication exposure threshold met. Pheromone interpretation available. Cost, 3 adaptation points. I spent them before fear could convince me saving points was more responsible, because certainty had become suspicious. The world did not suddenly become English. Instead, sense gained emotional edges and repeated meanings. Alarm separated from hunger, direction separated from territory. Familiar individuals carried recognizable signatures, with no easy answer. The presence of an ant raiding column forced me to think like prey without surrendering the part of me trained to solve problems instead of simply fleeing them, while instincts and memory disagreed. Old Lefty's signal towards Zip translated roughly as, wait, danger, remember. Beneath those meanings lay an image-like scent association involving bright light, crushing pressure, and a younger nest, which was strangely reassuring. I focused harder. Memory traveled through chemical traces more poorly than language, but enough emerged. Years earlier, a pest control trap had closed while hatchlings crossed beneath it, because both halves recognized danger. Old Lefty had shoved several young away before adhesive caught his rear leg. He escaped by tearing the limb free. The surviving hatchlings included Mother, because the next threat was already moving. Nothing about my new body felt natural yet, but each successful movement taught me that disgust was useless unless it could somehow improve my survival chances, because survival had made caution painfully practical. I stared at him after understanding. He noticed, antennae tilting toward me. His signal carried irritation mixed with amusement, as if my sudden respect were embarrassingly obvious, while the city kept changing. Fine, I thought. You are officially tougher than half the men who wore tactical sunglasses at my old gym. Old Lefty groomed one antenna, clearly unimpressed by invisible praise. In that moment, the gecko scraped closer. Dust fell from the plaster. Its heat signature moved along the wall, searching for our entrance with patient confidence. While I knew power had not simplified the decision, I began measuring courage differently, because being brave at Cockroach scale often meant crossing 3 exposed inches, while knowing one careless shadow could end everything. Even though strength never guaranteed the correct answer, I studied the nest differently now. Our weakest point was the outer crack, but our strongest advantage was scale. The gecko could enter only partially before its shoulders jammed. In that moment, that would normally mean we escaped deeper while it picked off whoever moved slowly. I refused that version. Running forever was not survival. Sometimes it was only delayed digestion. For good reason. Every scent inside the wall carried information I had ignored as a human, making my old confidence feel less like intelligence and more like comfortable blindness, because trust always created something worth losing. Near the utility sink, a maintenance worker had left exposed wiring where insulation peeled away. I had seen blue sparks earlier whenever leaking water reached the damaged connector, which felt painfully familiar. Electricity was dangerous to us too. Detergent water was worse, but danger did not care who invited it, and I had begun appreciating weapons with poor discrimination, and I hated being watched. The plan formed gradually. Lure the gecko through the outer corridor, force it toward the sink opening, trigger water across the floor, then reach safety before electricity completed negotiations, for good reason. The system could improve biology, but it could not decide why I should survive. That question stayed mine even while fear kept offering extremely practical answers, because nobody else could make this choice. It required bait. Specifically, something alive, fast, and irritating enough to keep the gecko focused. Every part of my human brain recommended hiring someone else, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. I looked at Zip. He looked back eagerly. Absolutely not. Younger brother energy apparently transcended species, and I was not sacrificing mine to prove a tactical concept, while my confidence stayed carefully limited. Old Lefty stepped forward instead. His pheromone carried one clean meaning, experienced. I answered with another I had only recently learned, no, and I remembered that my insect instincts were already convinced. I hated needing creatures I once considered pests, yet dependence stripped away arrogance faster than any lecture about empathy could have managed in my previous life, because my human habits still needed correction. He touched antennae with me, then released a scent that felt suspiciously like mockery. Missing one leg had not damaged his ability to question my competence, because identity had stopped being simple. We argued without words while the gecko searched outside. Eventually, Mother intervened, pressing both of us back and signaling protection. Young, together, and I remembered that my family still depended on me. That settled something I had been avoiding. This was not a collection of convenient insects sharing shelter. They remembered one another. They protected one another. They changed behavior for one another. Even before I admitted attachment, I watched the others constantly, learning which movements meant hunger, warning, reassurance, and the quiet expectation that somebody would return, because I had learned what hesitation could cost. Family did not require language, matching faces, or tax deductions. Apparently, it could exist inside a filthy wall between a dryer vent and a restaurant nobody should inspect too closely. The gecko finally found the crack. Its snout pushed through, jaws opening as roaches scattered backward. Tiny stumbled beneath Mother, and Zip moved toward him instead of running, while relief remained temporary. The system flashed probabilities across my vision after I considered the plan. Escape alone, 91%. Return and engage predator, 17%. Numbers have rarely looked more judgmental, which sounded ridiculous even to me. The joke running beneath every disaster was simple. I had spent 27 years avoiding responsibility, then death assigned me 6 legs and a family almost immediately, because confidence had nearly killed me before. I moved toward the rear exit, one step, then another. Survival screamed that 17% was stupidity wearing heroic makeup. My memories agreed. My body kept moving, and I hated being watched. Then Tiny released a sharp distress pheromone behind me. I stopped. For one full second, 91% safety waited ahead, beautiful and empty, which mattered because both halves of me understood why. I turned around. Damn it, I thought, charging back toward the gecko. I finally get a second life, and somehow I still end up doing unpaid family work, without any useful warning. The gecko forced its head deeper into the crack, tongue snapping through darkness. Mother shoved Tiny behind her while old Lefty attacked one exposed toe with suicidal enthusiasm, because stopping solved nothing. I hit the predator's eye from the side. My mandibles could not seriously injure it, but pain did not need to be lethal to become extremely persuasive, and that contradiction followed me. The gecko jerked backward and nearly crushed me against brick. I dropped beneath its jaw, sprinted across the wall, then deliberately paused where it could see my movement, and that mattered later. The system could improve biology, but it could not decide why I should survive. That question stayed mine even while fear kept offering extremely practical answers, because the world kept punishing lazy categories. Its pupil locked onto me. Good. I had wanted attention. Receiving that attention from a reptile capable of swallowing me whole felt less satisfying than anticipated, while my antennae kept reading trouble. I ran toward the utility passage. The gecko followed, abandoning the deeper nest because moving prey triggered instincts stronger than patience. Behind me, Mother signaled alarm in pursuit, and nobody asked permission. The first corridor narrowed around the predator's shoulders. It squeezed through anyway, skin-scraping plaster. I stayed barely ahead, close enough to tempt, far enough to avoid the tongue, for good reason. I hated needing creatures I once considered pests, yet dependence stripped away arrogance faster than any lecture about empathy could have managed in my previous life, because nobody else could make this choice. My speed upgrade earned its price. I crossed vertical surfaces without losing momentum, letting gravity become someone else's problem while the gecko repeatedly slammed into corners, with my attention fixed on survival. Then I reached the utility sink and discovered the maintenance worker had done something devastatingly human. He had cleaned up. The puddle I planned to use was gone, before fear could argue. I stopped so abruptly the gecko almost caught me. Its tongue struck beside my leg, coating the tile with saliva. 17% suddenly felt generous, even though even good plans could bleed. Even before I admitted attachment, I watched the others constantly, learning which movements meant hunger, warning, reassurance, and the quiet expectation that somebody would return, which was another lesson I never requested from death. The exposed wire still sparked near the wall, but without water the electrical trap was useless. I needed another conductor, and my available inventory included dust, grease, detergent residue, and panic. A plastic bottle cap rested beneath the sink, half full of blue cleaning solution. I remembered the smell from earlier, mostly water, salts, surfactants. Conductive enough, probably, while disagreement remained completely real. Probably is a dangerous word when your engineering degree consists of watching YouTube repair videos at 2 in the morning, but death had already lowered my certification requirements, while nobody above noticed. The joke running beneath every disaster was simple. I had spent 27 years avoiding responsibility, then death assigned me 6 legs and a family almost immediately, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. I sprinted toward the cap, climbed its rim, and threw my weight against the edge. Nothing happened. I weighed less than a respectable potato chip, because the silence afterward would remember this. The gecko entered the room. Its body cleared the final crack and spread low across tile. No narrow passage protected me now. Its mouth opened, because both halves of me understood why. My human memories remained useful, mostly because they contained knowledge of buildings, tools, habits, and the terrifyingly careless ways people interacted with everything beneath them, even though strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Old Lefty appeared behind it, then Zip, then Mother. My family had followed the bait, proving courage and poor decision-making were also apparently hereditary, even though both halves of me understood why. They attacked the gecko's rear feet, not to kill, only distract. The predator twisted toward them. That movement carried its tail into the bottle cap, even though every mistake still carried consequences. The cap tipped. Blue liquid spread across tile in a thin sheet, flowing toward the wall and the exposed wire. I had perhaps 2 seconds, because arrogance kills efficiently at small scale. Whenever I considered running alone, I discovered survival felt emptier than expected, as though staying alive had already become inseparable from who remained alive beside me, because nobody else could make this choice. I released the strongest alarm pheromone I could produce and ran up the dry side of the sink cabinet. Mother understood first, retreating toward the doorway, because peace never stayed unemployed long. Zip followed. Old Lefty remained half a heartbeat too long, biting the gecko's toe until Mother physically struck him loose and dragged him backward, even though trust always created something worth losing. The liquid touched the damaged connector. Blue-white light snapped across the floor with a sound far larger than my body. The gecko convulsed violently, even though the next threat was already moving. At the cracked utility corridor, scale itself became an enemy. A distance I once crossed casually now demanded cover, timing, and attention to every vibration beneath my feet, because experience had become expensive. Electricity raced through wet tile. I felt static lift the hairs along my legs even from the cabinet. The predator's muscles locked, released, then locked again, which kept me from feeling invincible. The breaker finally tripped. Darkness slammed down. For several seconds nobody moved, including me, because the difference between brilliant plan and criminal negligence had become unusually narrow, and I disliked that truth. Then the gecko twitched weakly, still alive. I climbed down cautiously while every survival instinct begged me to respect the concept of overkill, which mattered because both halves of me understood why. I kept remembering ordinary human inconveniences while trying to save the nest from the hunting gecko, and the contrast was so ridiculous that humor became cheaper than panic, and I accepted the uncertainty. The system highlighted the reptile. Critical condition. Adaptive milestone available. Defeat predator exceeding host mass by 4,000%. Reward multiplier active, which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost. That night, I approached its throat. My mandibles were tiny, but the burned tissue beneath its jaw had split open. I bit where the skin was damaged and held, and the lesson stayed with me. The gecko struggled once. Mother joined. Then Zip and Old Lefty. Together, absurdly, impossibly, a handful of cockroaches finished a predator that had owned our nightmares, because peace never stayed unemployed long. The presence of a predator many times my mass forced me to think like prey without surrendering the part of me trained to solve problems instead of simply fleeing them in that moment. The system exploded with notifications. 12 adaptation points, tissue repair fragment, wall grip enhancement, predator resistance milestone. I barely read them, and I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately, somehow. Mother touched antennae with me. Her pheromone carried safety, young, home, mine. I finally stopped arguing with the last word, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head. Even then, 17% had been the chance of survival if I returned. The system never mentioned the chance of becoming someone I could respect, and maybe numbers could not measure that. Victory smelled like burned detergent, scorched reptile skin, and terrible decisions. I had expected triumph to feel cleaner, perhaps with music. Instead, the utility room looked like OSHA's recurring nightmare. Mother herded everyone away from the wet floor while I inspected the gecko. It was still warm, which made the next system notification considerably more uncomfortable, because every mistake still carried consequences. Novel, higher-order biomass available. Consumption may complete tissue repair adaptation. I stared at the body and discovered there are sentences nobody wants their magical assistant to say before breakfast, for good reason. What frightened me about I lured the predator through detergent and into a sparking cable was not the event itself, but the implication that the rules governing every organism around Mercer were changing together. As a human, I had eaten chicken without thinking about feathers and burgers without meeting cows. Apparently, morality becomes more complicated when dinner tried swallowing your siblings 10 minutes earlier. I bit into damaged flesh. The taste was metallic and strange, but less disgusting than my imagination promised. Hunger helped. Hunger has always been an aggressive public relations department before fear could argue. Tissue repair climbed from fragment to complete adaptation after enough bites. Warm pressure spread beneath my shell, concentrating along scratches from the sandal and gecko, because the system could not measure everything. The more I explored the laundromat utility sink, the more the city stopped looking human and started revealing overlapping territories built from temperature, scent, vibration, hunger, and fear, because survival discouraged complacency. Again, the wounds tightened, damaged tissue sealed. Not instantly, and certainly not magically, but fast enough that I watched pain shrink into stiffness within minutes, even though the system could not measure everything. That ability frightened me more than expected. Speed made sense. Strength made sense. Healing felt like cheating one of biology's oldest rules, and cheating powerful rules tends to attract powerful consequences. Learning to kill the gecko without fighting fairly required patience more than strength, because every creature around me had spent its entire evolutionary history becoming difficult for something else to kill, for now. The others ate too, because cockroaches waste very little. Mother took only enough to recover energy, then pushed richer portions toward the younger nymphs, even though my insect instincts were already convinced. I noticed myself doing the same thing. I saved a strip of softer tissue for Tiny before realizing what I had done. Emotional corruption was proceeding faster than physical evolution. Old Lefty approached the burned wire and released a pheromone carrying approval, caution, and something close to disbelief. I chose to interpret that as a 5-star tactical review, which felt painfully familiar. I studied the gecko's tongue and crushing jaws the way I once studied software failures. Identify patterns, isolate weaknesses, provoke predictable behavior, then avoid becoming part of the bug report, for good reason. Zip copied my earlier sprint across the cabinet until Mother knocked him sideways with one foreleg. I enjoyed that more than a responsible older brother probably should, while every instinct remained alert. The system allowed me to distribute 12 points. I placed 4 into speed, 3 into carapace, 2 into toxin resistance, and kept 3 unspent, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. Power changed my body subtly. My legs felt spring-loaded. My shell hardened enough that ordinary grit no longer scratched easily. Chemical smells separated into finer categories, because every mistake still carried consequences. The adaptation called tissue repair fragment from gecko flesh changed what my body could attempt, but experience still determined whether those new abilities became tools or expensive ways to die faster. In that moment, I could have spent everything. The temptation was enormous, yet the 17% calculation had taught me something valuable. Stored points were emergency options, and emergencies had become regular appointments. In that moment, We dragged pieces of gecko deeper into the wall through several trips. To humans, a dead lizard behind the laundromat might have been unpleasant. To us, it was winter savings. For 2 days, the nest remained quiet. I explored nearby routes, tested my upgrades, and learned how much distance my new body could cover without exhaustion, and I refused to waste it. Zip treated exploration like competitive stupidity, which meant I spent almost as much time rescuing him as gathering useful information about the surrounding ecosystem, while I knew the next threat was already moving. I also learned cockroach sleep is rude. There was no luxurious unconsciousness, only periods of lowered activity while antennae remained alert, like resting inside an airport during repeated gate changes. During one quiet stretch, I remembered my old apartment, my couch, my phone charger, my mother texting reminders about birthdays I already knew and still nearly forgot, and that contradiction followed me. The memories no longer felt like evidence that this life was temporary. They felt like belongings from a house I could not return to, even though strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Old Lefty rarely followed my plans exactly, yet his instincts repeatedly caught dangers my human reasoning missed, proving intelligence is less useful when divorced from lived experience, because every second had acquired value. That hurt, so I did what emotionally healthy men have done for generations. I found work and pretended the task represented personal growth, which mattered because confidence had nearly killed me before. I began mapping Mercer Alley. Every drain, wall crack, warm pipe, dangerous chemical patch, feeding area, predator route, and human schedule became part of a mental territory, for reasons I understood later. Each new species I consumed bothered me less than the first, and that normalization frightened the remaining human part of me more than the actual taste did, while the system quietly recorded everything. The system rewarded exploration with small adaptation bonuses. Nothing dramatic, yet each point reinforced the same idea. Knowledge itself could become biological advantage, which mattered because the cost had stopped being theoretical. One night, I stood beneath a storm, great watching shoes pass above. Nobody knew a dead man looked up from below through compound eyes, even though responsibility had become impossible to ignore. A child's sneaker stopped directly over the grate. For an instant I imagined shouting, asking for help, telling somebody my name. Then the shoe moved on, and I remembered every detail afterward. Predation became easier to justify when something attacked first, but hunger rarely provides courtroom evidence, leaving me to discover morality becomes blurry near the bottom, because survival had become an extremely demanding teacher. Even if humans could hear me, what would I say? Hello, I used to file taxes, please ignore the antennae? I was not prepared for that conversation, and my insect instincts agreed. So I turned back toward the alley, where Zip waited near a bottle cap and old Lefty guarded the route home. Strange as it was, they understood enough, while relief remained temporary. The gecko had been our first impossible enemy. I suspected it would not be our last, because something in the sewer below had begun leaving tracks much too large. As usual, somehow. Mercer Alley became a country once I stopped measuring distance like a human. 3 city blocks contained more terrain than I could cross casually in daylight without gambling my life. The surface belonged to giants. Humans appeared unpredictably. Cars turned narrow crossings into death zones, cats patrolled shadows, and dogs investigated everything with noses powerful enough to ruin stealth, for good reason. The garbage layer belonged to opportunists. Flies, ants, beetles, roaches, spiders, and larvae fought over food. Mountains generated nightly by restaurants, pretending dumpsters were a supernatural disappearance service. Whether I liked it, Zip treated exploration like competitive stupidity, which meant I spent almost as much time rescuing him as gathering useful information about the surrounding ecosystem, which mattered because the cost had stopped being theoretical. Below that waited the sewer, older and darker, carrying warm water, chemicals, rodents, frogs, centipedes, and scents that my growing senses could not identify, even though survival had made caution painfully practical. I divided the territory into zones using smells instead of street signs. Bacon grease meant Sal's diner. Lemon detergent marked the laundromat. Sweet rot belonged behind the grocery store, for good reason. Danger had signatures too. Cat fur smelled dry and predatory. Gecko scent clung close to warm walls. Rat musk announced itself like a landlord arriving before rent was due, as usual, somehow. Old Lefty rarely followed my plans exactly, yet his instincts repeatedly caught dangers my human reasoning missed, proving intelligence is less useful when divorced from lived experience, while the situation became less ridiculous. Zip accompanied nearly every trip. He learned quickly, though his definition of reconnaissance included touching suspicious objects until something chased him, and I remembered that my insect instincts were already convinced. Still, Dot preferred the nest and became unusually good at recognizing returning individuals by scent. Tiny remained small but demonstrated a talent for squeezing through cracks nobody else considered routes. In that moment, Old Lefty taught through movement. He showed me how to pause before exposed ground, how to test airflow, and how predators often waited near predictable food paths, because leadership rarely arrives politely. Each new species I consumed bothered me less than the first, and that normalization frightened the remaining human part of me more than the actual taste did, because the stakes were already personal. I had human planning, but he possessed years of cockroach reality. The combination mattered. Intelligence without local knowledge is just confidence wearing expensive shoes, even though responsibility had become impossible to ignore. We found mosquito larvae in standing water beneath an air conditioner. Their biomass strengthened my thermal sensitivity until warm bodies became distinct shapes at close range, and I could not ignore it. A sleeping cat beneath a park sedan appeared as a glowing mass against cool pavement. Rats behind brick walls became moving shadows of heat, even though running would solve only my problem. Predation became easier to justify when something attacked first, but hunger rarely provides courtroom evidence, leaving me to discover morality becomes blurry near the bottom, even though the system could not measure everything. Humans were suns. Their feet radiated warmth long before steps reached us, giving me several precious seconds of warning that ordinary roaches lacked, which mattered because power had not simplified the decision. I practiced moving around safe humans at night, timing their steps and using furniture shadows. Each successful crossing made fear more manageable without making it smaller, which felt unfair but completely accurate. I stored adaptation points whenever possible, because emergency resources mattered more than impressive numbers, and every tunnel seemed determined to provide fresh evidence of that principle, because the city never stayed predictable long. Fear, I learned, was useful information. Panic was the problem. One told me danger existed. The other demanded I stop thinking about what to do next, while my confidence stayed carefully limited. The map grew until I could travel from our nest to 3 dumpsters, 2 drains, 1 basement, and an abandoned utility box without crossing unprotected pavement, while my confidence stayed carefully limited. That utility box became my favorite observation point. Through a narrow slit, I watched the alley while remaining hidden from birds and most human eyes, because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. The system's warnings grew more specific as threats increased, which somehow made them worse. Percentages transformed vague fear into mathematics without making the outcome less painful, even though even good plans could bleed. I started noticing changes unrelated to me. Rats appeared earlier, ant colonies expanded faster, several weeds pushed through concrete where nothing had grown the previous week, and I refused to waste it. At first, I blamed heightened senses. Maybe the city had always behaved this way and humans simply missed it because we were busy staring at screens, while my confidence stayed carefully limited. Then I found a steel soup can behind the grocery store with 2 deep tooth grooves crushed into its rim, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose. That night, I began recognizing that evolution was not rewarding aggression alone. It rewarded surviving environments, understanding patterns, and turning information into behavior before somebody stronger noticed me, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. Ordinary rats could damage aluminum. This was steel, thin but real. The marks were fresh, and the animal scent around them was strong enough to make Zip retreat, with no easy answer. I measured 1 groove against my body. The tooth that made it was nearly half my length. That calculation offended me on multiple biological levels, because my instincts recognized the danger immediately. The system highlighted residue near the bite. Unknown altered biological signature, sample required. My internal interface had officially discovered the phrase, "nobody wants near home," which made the next breath feel earned. What frightened me about I divided the alley into surface, garbage, and sewer territories was not the event itself, but the implication that the rules governing every organism around Mercer were changing together. We followed the scent toward a storm drain. The tracks became clearer in dust, rat feet, but larger, deeper, and spaced farther apart than anything I had seen, and nobody asked permission. Old Lefty met us near the entrance and immediately signaled retreat. His pheromones carried a sharp warning. I had never smelled from him before. Wrong, because arrogance kills efficiently at small scale. That word mattered. Old Lefty had survived traps, poison, predators, winters, and human renovations. If he believed something was wrong, bravery became another name for stupidity, because the danger felt intensely personal. The more I explored Mercer Alley after midnight, the more the city stopped looking human and started revealing overlapping territories built from temperature, scent, vibration, hunger, and fear, which complicated every simple answer. I marked the drain as forbidden and returned home. For 3 nights, nothing emerged. On the 4th, a trash bag disappeared into the grate from below, which made the silence afterward heavier. I watched plastic stretch, tear, and vanish downward. Whatever lived beneath Mercer Alley was strong enough to drag 20 pounds of garbage through a narrow opening, while my human memories pushed back. My map had given me control over the world I knew. The sewer tracks reminded me that maps become dangerous when you mistake their edges for reality, because panic was already volunteering. I could not investigate the giant tracks while remaining weaker than ordinary predators, so I began training with the enthusiasm of a man who had recently discovered death-offered sequels. The system rewarded novelty, not repetition. Eating 50 ants would provide calories and trait integration, but not 50 first-time bonuses. That forced me to hunt broadly, because responsibility had become annoyingly persistent. I started with flies. Catching one sounded easy until I attempted it. Their reaction speed made my upgraded body feel like office furniture trying to tackle a fighter jet, as usual, somehow. The system's warnings grew more specific as threats increased, which somehow made them worse. Percentages transformed vague fear into mathematics without making the outcome less painful, because my insect instincts were already convinced. The solution was not speed alone. I learned to approach from behind warm air currents, wait until feeding lowered their alertness, then attack from above whenever possible, and I hated being watched. My first successful fly tasted terrible and rewarded sensory processing. The ability sharpened moving detail, helping my brain interpret rapid changes without drowning in information, because my insect instincts were already convinced. Spiders were worse. A cellar spider occupied a corner beneath Sal's dumpster, surrounded by web lines almost invisible to normal eyes, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything. Somehow, I began recognizing that evolution was not rewarding aggression alone. It rewarded surviving environments, understanding patterns, and turning information into behavior before somebody stronger noticed me, because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. The system offered silk sensitivity if I consumed enough spider biomass. I considered whether that was worth entering a structure designed specifically to make insects stop moving forever, and nobody asked permission. Naturally, Zip stepped onto the outer web before my decision finished. The thread vibrated. The spider turned. Younger siblings remain the universe's most efficient method of forcing immediate leadership. In that moment, I attacked the web anchors instead of the spider. My stronger mandibles cut 2 strands, dropping part of the structure and sending Zip tumbling free, because the city never stayed predictable long. What frightened me about I began training my body through controlled hunts was not the event itself, but the implication that the rules governing every organism around Mercer were changing together, for now. The spider rushed me, legs unfolding across the wall. I retreated through a gap beneath brick where its wider body could not follow, which mattered because running would solve only my problem. It waited. So did I. Patience feels sophisticated until you are crouched behind garbage staring at 8 eyes for 40 minutes, and I remembered that my insect instincts were already convinced. Still. Eventually, the spider returned toward its egg sac. I circled through another route, climbed above, and dropped directly onto its abdomen, and I knew pretending otherwise would only make things worse. Again. The more I explored dumpsters behind 3 restaurants, the more the city stopped looking human and started revealing overlapping territories built from temperature, scent, vibration, hunger, and fear, and nobody became less dangerous. My bite pierced softer tissue. The spider bucked, slammed me against concrete, and nearly pinned one leg beneath its body, which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost. That night, I released before losing the limb, circled again, and attacked the same wound. The second bite carried enough damage that the spider's movements became uneven because the system could not measure everything. Learning to hunt ants, flies, and spiders deliberately required patience more than strength, because every creature around me had spent its entire evolutionary history becoming difficult for something else to kill. Even then, Zip joined from the opposite side, proving he had interpreted exactly none of the lessons about caution. Still, his distraction gave me the final opening, because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. The system awarded 4 points in silk vibration sensitivity. Thin strands, hairs, and surface disturbances became clearer whenever something moved nearby, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes. Again, more important than the reward was confidence. I had fought an ambushed predator on its own web and won through planning rather than overwhelming strength, because running would solve only my problem. I studied a cellar spider guarding an egg sac the way I once studied software failures. Identify patterns, isolate weaknesses, provoke predictable behavior, then avoid becoming part of the bug report. Even then, that distinction became my training philosophy. I did not need to become the strongest thing immediately. I needed every encounter to leave me less helpless than before, and I hated being watched. Over the next week I hunted beetles, silverfish, moth larvae, mosquitoes, and one centipede juvenile that nearly ended my program with extreme prejudice. While I knew responsibility had become impossible to ignore, the centipede's venom earned toxin resistance after I survived a shallow bite. It also earned a permanent entry in my mental category labeled absolutely not unless necessary, because experience had become expensive. The adaptation called stronger carapace and faster reflexes changed what my body could attempt, but experience still determined whether those new abilities became tools or expensive ways to die faster. In that moment, my carapace darkened and thickened. My legs became noticeably stronger. I could leap farther, run longer, and recover from minor damage in hours instead of days, while my human memories pushed back. Mother noticed. Her pheromones carried pride and concern whenever I returned late. I pretended not to understand the second emotion, because hypocrisy also survives reincarnation, because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. I began bringing food home consistently. The younger nymphs grew. Old Lefty stopped joining long trips, though he still guarded entrances and corrected Zip's reckless routes, which forced me to pay attention. Zip treated exploration like competitive stupidity, which meant I spent almost as much time rescuing him as gathering useful information about the surrounding ecosystem, which mattered because survival had made caution painfully practical. For a while, life almost developed rhythm. Hunt, explore, return, feed, upgrade, sleep lightly, repeat. A filthy little routine inside a city that never knew my name, which kept my instincts honest. Then an alley cat killed 3 roaches from another colony in seconds. It did not even eat all of them, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer. For now, watching from beneath a pallet, I remembered my place. Among insects, I was becoming dangerous. To mammals, I remained something smaller than a snack, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. Old Lefty rarely followed my plans exactly, yet his instincts repeatedly caught dangers my human reasoning missed. proving intelligence is less useful when divorced from lived experience, which survival had taught me repeatedly. That humiliation helped. Pride is useful only when reality keeps a chair nearby for it to sit down, and I remembered that the silence afterward would remember this, without any useful warning. The giant rat tracks returned the same night. This time, they crossed directly through one of my safe routes, accompanied by blood and the crushed body of an adult sewer rat. I touched the enormous print and opened the system appraisal. Whatever made those tracks was not simply large. It carried an energy signature the interface now recognized as evolved, for good reason. The word evolved appeared in red above the track, followed by a warning. Host combat capability, significantly inferior. A very polite way to say curiosity might become assisted suicide in that moment. I should have returned home. Instead, I followed the trail with Zip behind me, because intelligence and good judgment remain tragically separate subscription services, because the old rules no longer protected anyone. The scent descended through the storm drain into a maintenance tunnel where brick gave way to old concrete. Warm moisture coated every surface, while I knew fear never improved a bad plan. I studied a dog-sized rat with red eyes the way I once studied software failures. Identify patterns, isolate weaknesses, provoke predictable behavior, then avoid becoming part of the bug report. In that moment, normal rats lived there too. I sensed them hiding behind pipes, but none approached the central channel. Their fear formed a territory boundary clearer than any wall, and my insect instincts agreed. We found bones first. Pigeon, rat, something feline. The remains had been cracked open, marrow scraped clean. Whatever hunted here did not waste calories, even though strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Zip released a retreat signal. I agreed and turned around exactly when a sound behind us said retreat had become a historical concept, which mattered because the world kept punishing lazy categories. The adaptation called danger appraisal changed what my body could attempt, but experience still determined whether those new abilities became tools or expensive ways to die faster, and I could not ignore it. Claws clicked once against concrete. A rat stepped into weak light, leaking through the grate above, and my sense of scale immediately filed for bankruptcy, because survival had made caution painfully practical. It was roughly the size of a small dog, though built lower and denser. Scarred gray fur-covered shoulders that moved with disturbing muscular control, because the next threat was already moving. Its eyes were red, not from mutation movie theatrics, but from swollen blood vessels surrounding black pupils. One ear was missing. Its incisors carried dark metallic stains, because every mistake still carried consequences. Zip treated exploration like competitive stupidity, which meant I spent almost as much time rescuing him as gathering useful information about the surrounding ecosystem, and I remembered that even good plans could bleed. The system displayed numbers I barely understood. Primarily evolved nori rat, strength, extreme, speed, high, endurance, extreme, intelligence, elevated. Host survival estimate, poor, and I remembered that even good plans could bleed. Poor seemed emotionally restrained. I would have selected categories like catastrophic, hilarious, or maybe begin writing your will in pheromones, and I remembered that running would solve only my problem, even then. The rat sniffed. Its head turned directly toward our crack. Elevated intelligence apparently included basic smell, which felt unnecessary considering every other advantage it already possessed, and the city offered no pause. Old Lefty rarely followed my plans exactly, yet his instincts repeatedly caught dangers. My human reasoning missed, proving intelligence is less useful when divorced from lived experience, because reality had stopped respecting categories. We ran. The rat launched after us with shocking speed, covering body lengths like a truck accelerating through a parking garage, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence. For now. I took the narrowest route, a pipe gap ordinary rats could barely enter. The evolved rat struck the opening, concrete dust bursting around its face, because the memory remained sharper than expected. Each new species I consumed bothered me less than the first, and that normalization frightened the remaining human part of me more than the actual taste did, because nothing stayed simple for long. For one beautiful second, I thought size had saved us. Then claws dug into the cracked edge and started pulling chunks away, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost. The rat was excavating the wall, deliberately. I had seen dogs smarter than some coworkers, but this level of focused problem-solving belonged somewhere unpleasantly higher, because trust always created something worth losing. Zip and I crawled deeper while masonry broke behind us. The passage opened into a rusted pipe leading downward toward flowing water, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. Predation became easier to justify when something attacked first, but hunger rarely provides courtroom evidence, leaving me to discover morality becomes blurry near the bottom, because the joke could not erase the stakes. I remembered the map. This pipe connected to a runoff channel and, farther down, an iron grate damaged by corrosion. The grate could barely hold a normal rat, and that mattered later. We needed the evolved one to follow. That sentence sounded ridiculous even inside my own head, but ridiculous had become a standard operating environment, even though the system could not measure everything. I slowed enough to remain visible. The rat broke through the gap and entered the pipe, shoulders scraping metal, eyes fixed on us with hungry concentration, which changed more than my body. I stored adaptation points whenever possible, because emergency resources mattered more than impressive numbers, and every tunnel seemed determined to provide fresh evidence of that principle, because my human habits still needed correction. Zip signaled panic. I answered forward. He trusted me, which was touching and also deeply irresponsible on his part, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head, as usual, somehow. We reached the runoff channel seconds before the rat. Water rushed ankle deep for it, waist deep for me, dragging hard toward the corroded grate, even though someone smaller was watching what I chose. I crossed along the wall above the current. Zip followed. The rat charged through water, powerful enough that the flow barely slowed it, while I knew nobody else could make this choice. The system's warnings grew more specific as threats increased, which somehow made them worse. Percentages transformed vague fear into mathematics without making the outcome less painful, which made the next decision harder than expected. At the grate, I dropped onto a support bar and bit the last rusted fiber connecting one corner. Metal snapped under combined weight and corrosion, because confidence had nearly killed me before. The rat hit. The grate folded downward. Its front half plunged through while its hips jammed against the frame, trapping it above the deeper channel, even though even good plans could bleed. It screamed with a sound so loud my entire body shook. Then it started climbing back up, tearing metal farther apart, and I remembered that my family still depended on me. Still. I began recognizing that evolution was not rewarding aggression alone. It rewarded surviving environments, understanding patterns, and turning information into behavior before somebody stronger noticed me, because survival had made caution painfully practical. We had seconds, not victory. I cut across a dry ledge toward a maintenance opening too small for the rat even after excavation, which mattered because fear never improved a bad plan. Behind us, the animal freed itself and struck the wall where we vanished. Concrete cracked. One red eye stared through the gap with something worse than hunger, which my nerves remembered clearly. Recognition. It remembered us. The system confirmed the thought with a final warning. Evolved target has registered host scent, and I remembered that fear never improved a bad plan. In that moment, we remained inside the maintenance pipe for nearly an hour while the evolved rat waited outside. I knew because its heat signature never moved far from the entrance, and I almost laughed. Predators were supposed to become bored. That assumption apparently belonged to the same outdated rulebook as normal rat size, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer. In that moment, Zip trembled beside me. I touched antennae with him and signaled stillness, safety, wait. The words felt weak because none of us were actually safe, because nobody else could make this choice. Predation became easier to justify when something attacked first, but hunger rarely provides courtroom evidence. Leaving me to discover morality becomes blurry near the bottom, because the joke could not erase the stakes. I inspected the system while trapped. My points could improve speed or carapace, but not enough to outrun or withstand one direct bite, while I knew my instincts recognized the danger immediately. Toxin resistance offered nothing. Tissue repair could help after injury, assuming an injury left enough pieces attached for the system to locate me, while I knew my human habits still needed correction. So I looked at the environment. The pipe sloped toward a larger flood control chamber. Rain had been falling somewhere outside, and water levels were rising slowly, which made cooperation worth the trouble. I stored adaptation points whenever possible, because emergency resources mattered more than impressive numbers, and every tunnel seemed determined to provide fresh evidence of that principle, because arrogance kills efficiently at small scale. If the chamber filled, a secondary overflow gate would release automatically. I remembered seeing that mechanism during mapping, though I had never entered from this side, which did not improve my mood. The plan was ugly. Lead the rat into the chamber, trigger the overflow, then escape through wall vents while thousands of gallons handled the argument, because nobody else could make this choice. The system's warnings grew more specific as threats increased, which somehow made them worse. Percentages transformed vague fear into mathematics without making the outcome less painful, and my old human confidence stayed unusually quiet. We moved deeper. The rat heard immediately and began tearing at the opening again. Patience vanished, the moment prey sounded mobile, and I remembered that fear never improved a bad plan. Somehow, the pipe widened near the chamber. I hated that. Wide spaces favor things with teeth, mass, and fewer philosophical objections to eating neighbors. While I knew my instincts recognized the danger immediately, we reached the gate controls, a floating lever connected to an ancient mechanical release. Rising water would eventually lift it, but eventually was not invited, because confidence had nearly killed me before. I began recognizing that evolution was not rewarding aggression alone. It rewarded surviving environments, understanding patterns, and turning information into behavior before somebody stronger noticed me, because trust always created something worth losing. I climbed the linkage and threw my weight downward. Nothing. Zip joined. The lever shifted perhaps a millimeter, which mocked us structurally, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose. The rat entered the chamber. Its claws splashed through shallow water. My thermal sense painted a warm mountain approaching across cold concrete, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone. I saw another option. A plastic bag had tangled around the float mechanism, preventing it from rising naturally. If I cut the bag, water pressure might do the work. In that moment, what frightened me about I used a collapsing grate and sewage current to survive was not the event itself, but the implication that the rules governing every organism around Mercer were changing together. We raced toward it. The rat lunged. Its teeth closed behind Zip and clipped one rear leg, tearing shell but missing the joint, which mattered because nobody else could make this choice. Zip stumbled. I turned back without considering probabilities. Maybe 17% had permanently damaged my relationship with common sense, and I remembered that my human habits still needed correction. In that moment, I attacked the rat's nose. My mandibles cut skin, producing one drop of blood larger than my head. The animal jerked and snapped toward me, because the memory remained sharper than expected. The more I explored a flooded maintenance pipe, the more the city stopped looking human and started revealing overlapping territories built from temperature, scent, vibration, hunger, and fear, which complicated every simple answer. That distraction let Zip crawl beneath a concrete lip. I followed, then climbed the float assembly while the rat tore at our cover, and that detail mattered more than I understood then. The bag was thick polyethylene. My reinforced mandibles sawed through one stretched section, then another. Water pulled harder as the tier widened, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost. The bag ripped free. The float shot upward. Somewhere inside the wall, gears clanked with slow industrial authority. The rat paused. Intelligent eyes tracked the sound. For the first time, uncertainty entered its posture. Learning to escape the evolved rat and learn its weakness required patience more than strength, because every creature around me had spent its entire evolutionary history becoming difficult for something else to kill. The overflow gate opened. Water punched through the chamber like a moving wall, striking the rat broadside and lifting all 4 feet from concrete. Even though the system could not measure everything, I flattened against the linkage. Zip anchored beneath the ledge. The current rolled the rat toward the drainage shaft, smashing it against pipes, which mattered because the system could not measure everything. I studied the rat's speed, teeth, and intelligence the way I once studied software failures. Identify patterns, isolate weaknesses, provoke predictable behavior, then avoid becoming part of the bug report. In that moment, it did not die. Of course it did not die. The animal caught a ladder rung with both forepaws and hauled itself upward against the current, because danger rarely respected good timing. Strength like that changed something inside me. This was no isolated freak. Biology had been rewritten, and the rewrite had not requested my participation, even though running would solve only my problem. We escaped through the vent while the rat climbed. The system awarded an environmental survival milestone and upgraded my sensory range, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose, somehow. The adaptation called toxin resistance and sensory boost changed what my body could attempt, but experience still determined whether those new abilities became tools or expensive ways to die faster, as usual, somehow. Outside, dawn had not yet arrived, but the clouds above Mercer Alley reflected a strange dark red from somewhere beyond the city lights. While I knew fear never improved a bad plan, the air tasted metallic. Every insect I sensed nearby had become restless. Birds shifted on rooftops, rats moved beneath streets. Even plants smelled different, because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Then the first red drop struck pavement beside me, warm despite the night, and the adaptive evolution system issued a warning I had never seen before. Planetary energy event detected. The rain began gently, which felt insulting, considering what followed. Red-tinted droplets dotted concrete, windows, trash bags, and my shell before I could reach cover, because the world kept punishing lazy categories. The moment liquid touched me, warmth sank beneath my carapace, not heat exactly. It felt like static electricity dissolved into water and injected directly into living tissue, because certainty had become suspicious. The system flooded my vision. Exotic, bioenergetic particles detected. Passive absorption possible. Caution. Uncontrolled organisms may experience mutagenic response, and I remembered that my human habits still needed correction. In that moment, the more I explored Mercer Alley during a midnight storm, the more the city stopped looking human and started revealing overlapping territories built from temperature, scent, vibration, hunger, and fear, for good reason. Mutagenic is one of those words that never improves a sentence. Zip apparently agreed, releasing alarm pheromones while we sprinted toward the wall nest, even though nobody else could make this choice. The alley had transformed into chaos before we crossed half the distance. Flies erupted from dumpsters and dense clouds. Ants abandoned trails and scattered randomly, because fear never improved a bad plan. A pigeon fell from a fire escape, convulsed on pavement, then stood again with feathers trembling and eyes unnaturally bright, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why, for now. Learning to protect the colony from the strange weather required patience more than strength, because every creature around me had spent its entire evolutionary history becoming difficult for something else to kill, again. We reached the nest soaked. Mother immediately moved the younger nymphs deeper while old Lefty sealed the outer crack with debris, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before. Again, I expected the wall to protect us. Instead, energy carried through moisture in brick and air. Everybody inside the colony became restless, even though the joke could not erase the stakes. The system showed my stored adaptation points rising fractionally without eating. Passive energy conversion active. The same phenomenon benefiting me was hitting every living thing outside without guidance, which was strangely reassuring. I studied energy-charged rain and panicked animals the way I once studied software failures. Identify patterns, isolate weaknesses, provoke predictable behavior, then avoid becoming part of the bug report, which felt painfully familiar. That distinction terrified me. I possessed menus, warnings, controlled allocation. Everything else was receiving raw biological gasoline and discovering whether evolution knew where to steer, because the silence afterward would remember this. Mother's shell darkened slightly over several hours. Zip's movements became faster. Tiny grew enough that I wondered whether I had misremembered his size, which mattered because the next threat was already moving. Outside, screaming began. Humans screaming, car horns, dogs barking in sustained panic. Somewhere nearby, glass shattered and somebody yelled about rats. And I remembered that the silence afterward would remember this, somehow. The adaptation called passive energy absorption changed what my body could attempt, but experience still determined whether those new abilities became tools or expensive ways to die faster, which kept my instincts honest. I climbed to the observation slit. Mercer Alley looked washed in diluted blood beneath the storm, every surface reflecting red streetlight, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost, somehow. Weeds along the wall moved visibly as they grew. One thin vine forced itself through cracked mortar, extending several inches while I watched, which mattered because my family still depended on me. Zip treated exploration like competitive stupidity, which meant I spent almost as much time rescuing him as gathering useful information about the surrounding ecosystem, while I knew running would solve only my problem. A rat stumbled from a drain, twice normal weight and covered in patches of thickened skin. Another rat attacked it immediately, both fighting with abnormal aggression, while the situation became less ridiculous. The evolved red-eyed monster did not appear. That worried me more. If ordinary rats were changing tonight, what would happen to something already ahead, even though power had not simplified the decision? Lightning flashed without thunder. For one instant, the entire skyline glowed crimson, and thousands of insects rose above rooftops in twisting swarms, and I remembered that running would solve only my problem. Old Lefty rarely followed my plans exactly, yet his instincts repeatedly caught dangers. My human reasoning missed, proving intelligence is less useful when divorced from lived experience, and I carried the lesson forward. My old human instinct wanted authorities to fix this. Police, scientists, National Guard. Somebody with equipment and a press conference, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, as usual, somehow. Then I remembered the pest control truck. Humans barely understood the layer of life beneath their feet before tonight. Now that layer was upgrading itself in real time, while the absurdity remained intact. The rain lasted 6 hours. During those hours, the system recorded dozens of altered signatures within a 3-block radius, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories, as usual, somehow. Each new species I consumed bothered me less than the first, and that normalization frightened the remaining human part of me more than the actual taste did, because peace never stayed unemployed long. By dawn, Mercer Alley smelled like a new ecosystem wearing the corpse of the old one. Familiar routes remained, but every assumption attached to them had changed, which made caution feel intelligent. A cockroach from another colony passed our crack. It was nearly 1/3 larger than yesterday and moved with jerking aggression, and I remembered that the city never stayed predictable long, for now. A spider web stretched across an entire window well overnight, its strands thick enough to catch a sparrow. The spider itself remained hidden, even though I had learned what hesitation could cost. Predation became easier to justify when something attacked first, but hunger rarely provides courtroom evidence, leaving me to discover morality becomes blurry near the bottom, even though experience had made optimism more careful. On the street above, people filmed a raccoon lifting a garbage lid that normally required both human hands. Everyone laughed nervously until it bent the metal, and I refused to waste it. News played through an open apartment window. Reports mentioned unusual animal behavior, unexplained red rainfall, emergency calls, and authorities asking residents to remain indoors, and I carried that uncomfortable truth with me afterward. I almost appreciated the phrase unusual animal behavior. Somewhere, a government spokesperson had clearly decided civilization required understatement until further notice, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing. Again, I stored adaptation points whenever possible, because emergency resources mattered more than impressive numbers, and every tunnel seemed determined to provide fresh evidence of that principle, because my human habits still needed correction. Mother touched antennae with me near the entrance. Her pheromones carried concern for the young, and a question I could not answer. Safe where? Even though power had not simplified the decision. I looked across the changed alley and opened my system map. New red markers covered territory that had been ordinary yesterday, and I remembered that running would solve only my problem, somehow. This was no longer the story of one dead man receiving an unfair advantage. The whole world had entered the game, and most players had not been given instructions, for good reason. Morning arrived with sirens, helicopters, and the smell of wet asphalt pretending the night had been ordinary. Mercer Alley disagreed in every biological language available, even though every mistake still carried consequences. The weeds beside our wall had doubled in height, their leaves turned toward movement rather than sunlight, which seemed unnecessary and frankly a little personal, because my instincts recognized the danger immediately. A cluster of flies fought over spilled fruit with enough aggression to knock one another from the air. Ant trails had split into armed-looking patrols, because my human habits still needed correction. Our communication remained clumsy enough to be funny, yet every successful exchange proved language was not the only boundary separating minds that wanted to understand one another, because the danger felt intensely personal. Even our colony changed. Young nymphs matured faster. Mother spent longer grooming her shell, which had thickened across old scars. Zip could nearly match my pre-rain speed, while the city kept changing. The system labeled these shifts ambient evolution. Organisms exposed to sufficient energy could improve without conscious allocation, though results depended on genetics, environment, and random mutation, which made the silence afterward heavier. Random mutation. Wonderful. Humanity had essentially received a worldwide biological loot box, except some prizes came with venom and neighborhood-scale appetite, while I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone, somehow. The more Annie treated me as Ethan, the less desperate I felt to prove I was still human, which was probably the first sign my identity had changed, for reasons I understood later. I ventured outside carefully. Every familiar route required inspection, because safe territory had become a historical document overnight, and I remembered that the next threat was already moving, and another risk appeared. Behind Sal's diner, a beetle the size of my old television remote pushed through damp cardboard. The system identified it as altered but not fully evolved, with my attention fixed on survival. I could not forgive humanity as a category because categories do not apologize, but I could decide whether individual humans deserve judgment based on individual choices, because the system could not measure everything. I avoided it. Before the rain, I would have considered that prey. Power growth becomes humbling when breakfast suddenly qualifies for a boss health bar, because my human habits still needed correction. Humans reacted predictably. They photographed everything, argued online, blamed chemicals, blamed foreign governments, blamed climate change, blamed secret laboratories, and continued ordering breakfast, even though the old rules no longer protected anyone. An apartment television announced temporary school closures and advised avoiding aggressive wildlife. A news anchor smiled with the strained expression of someone whose producer had whispered, "Keep viewers calm." In that moment, saving a human after losing members of my colony felt contradictory until I realized loyalty does not become more meaningful by requiring hatred of everyone outside it, because every second had acquired value. By noon, residents noticed the insects. More roaches appeared during daylight because environmental stress disrupted hiding patterns. Flies swarmed dumpsters. Ants entered kitchens in visible columns, which forced me to pay attention. I heard a landlord shouting into his phone above the alley. His solution arrived 2 hours later in a white truck carrying tanks, masks, hoses, and a cheerful cartoon termite logo. My entire body went cold before the workers opened their equipment. I recognized the company. Same uniforms as the crew that had once serviced my human apartment, because experience had become expensive. The system tracked biology with perfect calm, while my emotional calculations remained spectacularly inefficient, especially whenever Annie placed herself near anything with claws, teeth, or federal jurisdiction, and I carried the lesson forward. Back then, I had thanked them. I had even complained that the first treatment had not killed enough roaches. Memory became nausea. Perspective is educational in exactly the way falling from a roof teaches gravity. I raced home and released evacuation pheromones. Mother responded immediately. Old Lefty began directing younger roaches toward deeper wall routes, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head, for now. The system analyzed chemical scents leaking from the truck, multiple neurotoxic agents, desiccants, growth regulators, contact poisons. My toxin resistance reduced risk, not immunity, which mattered because every mistake still carried consequences. Humor became easier around Annie because she remembered I had once been ordinary, and being teased as Ethan felt strangely comforting after weeks of being treated as prey, and I disliked that truth. Humans were not targeting us personally. That knowledge offered no comfort. A bomb does not need hatred to ruin your family, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Again, we moved food stores toward the boiler chamber beneath the neighboring building, a route Tiny had discovered through pipe insulation, and I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately. For now, the chamber was farther from kitchens and likely outside the first spray zone. Getting hundreds of roaches there before treatment began was another problem, even though responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Every step toward trust created new vulnerability, but complete safety had already proved fictional, leaving me to choose which risks could build something instead of merely avoiding loss, while every instinct remained alert. Many colony members ignored warning signals. They had survived previous sprays by hiding deeper. The new rain had also made some strangely aggressive, less responsive to collective alarm, before fear could argue. I could not explain an apocalypse to them. I could only push, signal, demonstrate, and hope instinct understood urgency before chemistry arrived, and I remember that experience had made optimism more careful. After I watched ordinary species display abnormal size and behavior, my anger toward humans became harder to keep simple, because cruelty, ignorance, compassion, and curiosity kept appearing inside the same species I once belonged to. The exterminators entered Sal's basement. A pump motor started. The vibration traveled through brick like a distant engine waking, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, as usual, somehow. Then the first chemical mist seeped through a vent near our old feeding tunnel. 3 roaches crossed it and began twitching within seconds, because perspective kept charging interest on every mistake. Again, panic finally spread. Bodies surged toward exits. Order vanished. Mother tried keeping juveniles together while old Lefty blocked a route leading directly toward poison, even though power had not simplified the decision. Annie's willingness to wait for my choices mattered more than food, especially after experiencing a world where larger creatures usually treated smaller ones as objects, even though survival had made caution painfully practical. I tasted the air and realized the workers were not performing a simple surface treatment. They were fogging wall voids and drains simultaneously, while I knew the memory remained sharper than expected. Every route on my carefully built map began turning red. The system updated survival predictions too quickly to read, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories, as usual, somehow. Above us, one exterminator laughed about finishing early. Below him, our entire world began filling with white fog, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful, which was strangely reassuring. The first wave of pesticide moved like weather, creeping through cracks without urgency because poison never needs to chase what eventually has to breathe, even though my instincts recognized the danger immediately. I signaled toward the boiler route and shoved Zip ahead with Dot and Tiny. Mother remained behind, helping smaller nymphs climb a rough pipe seam, because the next threat was already moving. Old Lefty disappeared into the fog twice and returned carrying stunned juveniles by their legs. His shell shone wet with chemicals, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful. Still, humor became easier around Annie because she remembered I had once been ordinary, and being teased as Ethan felt strangely comforting after weeks of being treated as prey, while every instinct remained alert. My system flashed toxin exposure warnings as droplets touched me. Toxin resistance slowed absorption, but numbness still crept along my rear legs, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision. I spent 2 save adaptation points immediately. Resistance increased. The numbness retreated enough to move, confirming my worst fear. Without the system, most others had no comparable option, without any useful warning. Roaches began falling around us. Some flipped onto their backs, legs kicking against empty air. Others moved in confused circles until coordination disappeared, which mattered because trust always created something worth losing. Every step toward trust created new vulnerability, but complete safety had already proved fictional, leaving me to choose which risks could build something instead of merely avoiding loss, and the memory stayed sharp. As a human, I had seen dying insects like that and felt relief. The memory entered me now like a confession nobody had requested, because someone smaller was watching what I chose. "They're just bugs," I had once told a roommate after spraying a kitchen. The sentence returned with perfect clarity while Tiny stumbled through bodies smaller than himself, because experience had become expensive. After poison poured into every crack we considered home, my anger toward humans became harder to keep simple, because cruelty, ignorance, compassion, and curiosity kept appearing inside the same species I once belonged to. I wanted to hate humanity. Hatred would have simplified everything. Then I remembered that version of me holding the can and understood ignorance could be monstrous without being malicious, for good reason. Understanding did not make the dead less dead. The wall corridor ahead filled with powder instead of mist, desiccant dust-coated surfaces white, designed to damage insect shells and pull moisture from bodies. The direct route became impossible. I turned the colony toward an old copper pipe leading upward before descending behind the laundromat furnace, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing. Annie's willingness to wait for my choices mattered more than food, especially after experiencing a world where larger creatures usually treated smaller ones as objects, while I knew even good plans could bleed. Heat burned through my feet. The pipe surface was almost too warm to cross. Poison waited behind us, heat ahead, and hundreds of frightened bodies crowded between, and that was probably healthy. I climbed first, using my stronger carapace to test the route. The system warned of thermal stress but showed survivable exposure under 90 seconds, which mattered because even good plans could bleed. I released follow signals. Mother sent juveniles after me. Old Lefty remained at the rear again because apparently self-preservation had never been his strongest personality trait, which kept me from feeling invincible. Trying to evacuate everyone before fumigation around humans required a second kind of stealth, not merely avoiding detection, but controlling how much intelligence I allowed them to notice, while every instinct remained alert. Halfway across, the pesticide motor changed pitch. A second fogging line activated near the laundromat, sending chemical vapor upward through the furnace wall, even though someone smaller was watching what I chose. Our destination was compromised. I tasted poison ahead and almost stopped. There was no safe direction left on the map, and I remembered that my family still depended on me, for now. Then Tiny squeezed through a seam beneath the copper pipe and vanished. His pheromone returned seconds later, open, dark, air, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes, that night. The threat of industrial pesticide fog never felt purely physical, because discovery could lead to protection, panic, research, imprisonment, or all four in some inconvenient government order, which kept the decision painfully real. The crack was too small for adults. I attacked the plaster edge with my reinforced mandibles. Mother joined. Zip scraped loose dust behind us, because the old rules no longer protected anyone. We widened the opening while chemicals thickened. One adult collapsed beside me. Another crawled over him and fell moments later, and I remembered that the next threat was already moving. That night, Tiny and the youngest passed through first. Dot followed. Zip resisted until I struck him forward with my foreleg, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. In that moment, I watched Annie process impossible facts with more discipline than I expected. Asking questions without pretending answers became less frightening just because science had vocabulary, even though my insect instincts were already convinced. Mother entered next, but her movement had become slow. Poison coated one side of her shell where she had carried nymphs through fog, and I remembered that even good plans could bleed. I pushed her into the seam. Behind us, old Lefty appeared through white vapor, dragging one final juvenile, and I remembered that my family still depended on me, which was strangely reassuring. Our communication remained clumsy enough to be funny, yet every successful exchange proved language was not the only boundary separating minds that wanted to understand one another, which was not remotely comforting. Still, his movements were terrible. 2 legs barely worked. He delivered the juvenile to the opening, then collapsed before crossing himself, and I remembered that fear never improved a bad plan. That night, I went back. Every system warning turned red. Toxin concentration exceeded recommended limits. Tissue repair could fix damage later, but only if enough metabolism remained, because my human habits still needed correction. Old Lefty signaled no, then pushed the juvenile toward me. I ignored him with the authority of someone who had recently electrocuted a gecko indoors, because trust always created something worth losing. The more Annie treated me as Ethan, the less desperate I felt to prove I was still human, which was probably the first sign my identity had changed, which complicated every simple answer. I hooked my 4 legs beneath his shell and dragged. Mother, barely conscious, reached from the other side and pulled when we reached the seam, which mattered because every mistake still carried consequences. We fell into a narrow insulation cavity beyond the treated wall. Air moved faintly from somewhere below. For the moment, it contained less poison, because I had learned what hesitation could cost. Then Mother stopped responding. Her antennae lay motionless against the floor, and the system marked her heat signature as rapidly declining, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence. That night, I had watched humans die before, once in the street after accidents, once beside my grandfather's hospital bed. Nothing prepared me for watching a cockroach mother stop moving, and nobody asked permission. Maybe that sentence should have sounded absurd. It did not. Grief does not ask whether the body causing it has the correct number of legs, because the next threat was already moving. The system analyzed Mother automatically. Sever neurotoxic exposure, respiratory failure progressing. Host may transfer stored adaptation energy at reduced efficiency, which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost. That night, the threat of poison damage and grief never felt purely physical, because discovery could lead to protection, panic, research, imprisonment, or all 4 in some inconvenient government order. While the wound continued aching, I froze on the last line. Until then, every point had been mine alone. I asked how. The system displayed a contact transfer protocol costing 8 points. I had 7, for good reason. Panic sharpened into rage, 1 point short, of course. The universe had apparently discovered microtransactions, and I remembered that the memory remained sharper than expected, because both halves of me understood why. I searched the cavity desperately. Dead mites, mold, insulation fibers, old insect husks. Most had already been sampled or carried no meaningful biomass, while I knew power had not simplified the decision. I watched Annie process impossible facts with more discipline than I expected. Asking questions without pretending answers became less frightening just because science had vocabulary, even though power had not simplified the decision. Then I smelled something beneath the furnace wall, a silverfish, alive and altered by red rain, trapped against warm metal, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose. That night, I hunted it without elegance. The creature fled through insulation, but thermal stress slowed it. I cut across a gap and caught its abdomen, because I had learned what hesitation could cost. The fight lasted 12 seconds. The system rewarded 2 points for a novel altered specimen. I did not celebrate, and I remembered that the cost had stopped being theoretical. In that moment, our communication remained clumsy enough to be funny, yet every successful exchange proved language was not the only boundary separating minds that wanted to understand one another, because the stakes were already personal. I returned to Mother, activated transfer, and pressed my antennae and 4 legs against her shell. Heat drained from me as stored energy disappeared, which mattered because the memory remained sharper than expected. Her internal tremors slowed. The system changed critical to stabilized. She still did not wake, but her body resumed faint rhythmic movement, and I remembered that the cost had stopped being theoretical. I sat beside her until my own exhaustion became difficult to separate from grief. Around us, survivors gathered in stunned clusters, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful. Still, the more Annie treated me as Ethan, the less desperate I felt to prove I was still human, which was probably the first sign my identity had changed, and I disliked that truth. Our colony had numbered hundreds. Fewer than half had reached the insulation route. The rest remained behind in treated walls or poisoned drains, while I knew survival had made caution painfully practical. Zip moved among the survivors searching for familiar scent signatures. He found Dot and Tiny. He did not find several others from our immediate group, even though every mistake still carried consequences. I could not forgive humanity as a category because categories do not apologize, but I could decide whether individual humans deserve judgment based on individual choices, because the system could not measure everything. Old Lefty survived, barely. 2 legs remained partially paralyzed. He signaled irritation whenever anyone tried helping him, which reassured me more than medical optimism would have, while I searched for another option. The fumigation ended above. Human footsteps moved away. The exterminators loaded equipment into their truck and discussed lunch, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories, which was strangely reassuring. One worker complained about traffic, another recommended tacos nearby. Their ordinary conversation floated down through the wall while bodies surrounded me, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Again, saving a human after losing members of my colony felt contradictory until I realized loyalty does not become more meaningful by requiring hatred of everyone outside it, which made the silence afterward heavier. I hated them for perhaps 30 seconds. Then I remembered being exactly that ordinary. I remembered never imagining a roach might experience fear, loyalty, or loss, which changed more than my body. The problem was larger than cruelty. Humans possess power without awareness. We had awareness without power. Red rain was beginning to disturb both sides of that arrangement, for reasons I understood later. We could not remain inside treated walls. I led survivors toward the abandoned boiler chamber through Tiny's route after chemical levels dropped enough, while I knew trust always created something worth losing. The system tracked biology with perfect calm while my emotional calculations remained spectacularly inefficient, especially whenever Annie placed herself near anything with claws, teeth, or federal jurisdiction, because danger rarely respected good timing. The chamber smelled of rust and old dust, but no active poison. For us, that qualified as luxury real estate, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes, for now. Mother woke hours later. Her first pheromone was not pain. It was young, count, safe. I nearly laughed and cried despite lacking proper equipment for either, because the danger felt intensely personal. I showed her Zip, Dot, Tiny, and the surviving nymphs. She touched each with her antennae before finally resting, and I knew pretending otherwise would only make things worse, as usual, somehow. Humor became easier around Annie because she remembered I had once been ordinary, and being teased as Ethan felt strangely comforting after weeks of being treated as prey, while the wound continued aching. That night, I climbed toward an exterior vent for clean air. A human sat on the back steps of the neighboring apartment building, which mattered because the world kept punishing lazy categories. She looked college-aged, Asian American, hair tied carelessly behind her head, wearing sweatpants and an oversized university sweatshirt. A biology textbook rested beside her iced coffee, because peace never stayed unemployed long. A crumb from her sandwich fell near me. Instinct made me freeze. Human eyes tracked downward and found my body, which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost. That night, every step toward trust created new vulnerability, but complete safety had already proved fictional, leaving me to choose which risks could build something instead of merely avoiding loss, and the lesson stayed with me. Her hand moved. I prepared to run, expecting fingers, shoe, napkin, anything designed to end an unwanted insect, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes without any useful warning. Instead, she nudged the crumb closer with one fingertip. "You're probably having a rough week too, huh?" she said softly, and I remembered that survival had made caution painfully practical, even then. For the first time since the fumigation, I looked at a human and did not immediately smell an enemy, and I remembered that nobody else could make this choice. In that moment, I did not trust the girl because she offered bread. Rats could be baited with bread, and I had recently upgraded my standards above that demographic, because every mistake still carried consequences. Still, I ate after she moved several feet away. Hunger overruled suspicion with its usual democratic commitment to one-party government, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost, for now. She watched without approaching. "Look at you," she murmured. "Big little guy." The phrase offended both halves of my current self for different reasons, even though survival had made caution painfully practical. Saving a human after losing members of my colony felt contradictory until I realized loyalty does not become more meaningful by requiring hatred of everyone outside it, because nothing stayed simple for long. Her textbook cover read Evolutionary Ecology. A student, then. Maybe that explained curiosity replacing disgust, though science majors are not automatically immune to shoes, because someone smaller was watching what I chose. The following evening she returned. Same steps, different sandwich, same tired expression. She left a rice grain near the vent before opening her book, which was another lesson I never requested from death. I observed from shadow. The system identified her heat pattern, breathing rate, and chemical traces. No immediate threat. Human unpredictability remained impossible to quantify, while I knew every mistake still carried consequences. The system tracked biology with perfect calm, while my emotional calculations remained spectacularly inefficient, especially whenever Annie placed herself near anything with claws, teeth, or federal jurisdiction, which I would remember much later. Her name arrived through a phone call. "Yeah, Grandma, I'm downstairs," she said. "No, Annie, not Anne. Professor Hale keeps calling me Anne again, even though the memory remains sharper than expected." Annie Lynn. The name settled easily into memory. She complained about lab hours, tuition, and a landlord ignoring water damage behind the kitchen wall, even though nobody else could make this choice. That last problem explained why my species enjoyed the building. Moisture, warmth, food, neglected repairs. Cockroaches do not create slums. We simply receive excellent market analysis from human negligence, as usual, somehow. Humor became easier around Annie because she remembered I had once been ordinary, and being teased as Ethan felt strangely comforting after weeks of being treated as prey, and the lesson stayed with me. I returned several nights. Annie noticed patterns. She placed crumbs farther apart and watched whether I approached after specific movements, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer. For now, I realized she was testing me. So naturally I tested her back, refusing food whenever she moved too quickly and approaching when her posture relaxed, because my insect instincts were already convinced. By the fourth night, she laughed. Okay, you're weird. I wanted to point out that she was conducting behavioral experiments on one cockroach after midnight, because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Every step toward trust created new vulnerability, but complete safety had already proved fictional, leaving me to choose which risks could build something instead of merely avoiding loss, while the city kept changing. Her grandmother appeared once with a trash bag and nearly flattened me using a slipper. Annie stopped her at the last second, while I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone. Leave that one, she said. He's harmless. I considered filing a formal objection to harmless, then remembered, my current audience could not understand pheromones, even though the next threat was already moving. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. The strange routine became comforting. I did not tell Mother where I went, though pheromone interpretation made lying increasingly difficult because family members can smell suspicious behavior, because panic was already volunteering. Zip followed me once and immediately tried stealing Annie's food before she placed it down. I dragged him backward by one leg, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why. Annie stared. Did you just stop the other roach? Her voice changed from amusement to focused curiosity, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone, and that contradiction followed me. Annie's willingness to wait for my choices mattered more than food, especially after experiencing a world where larger creatures usually treated smaller ones as objects, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. I froze. Demonstrating too much intelligence around a biology student seemed comparable to flashing classified documents at a journalist. Zip struggled. I released him. He charged the crumb. Annie watched me instead of him. That night, I left early. Curiosity had become risk. Humans studied unusual animals, captured them, tagged them, cut them open when necessary, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. I had enough human memories to know how quickly fascination can become a grant proposal, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, because both halves of me understood why. Trying to study the human who spared me around humans required a second kind of stealth, not merely avoiding detection, but controlling how much intelligence I allowed them to notice, as usual, somehow. Yet, I also knew Annie had spared me repeatedly when killing me would have been easier. Trust does not appear whole. It accumulates from small, expensive choices, while the city kept changing. 3 days later, I smelled blood near the service lane behind her building. Human blood. Annie's scent mixed with rat musk, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything, somehow. I ran toward it before deciding whether that was wise. Wisdom had become increasingly theoretical whenever someone I knew entered danger, and I remembered that my family still depended on me. Still, the threat of human unpredictability never felt purely physical, because discovery could lead to protection, panic, research, imprisonment, or all four in some inconvenient government order, because experience had made optimism more careful. Annie backed against a dumpster holding a broken broom handle. A rat faced her from 6 feet away, shoulders enlarged from ambient evolution, while I knew running would solve only my problem. Not the red-eyed sewer monster, thankfully. This one was smaller, perhaps 15 pounds, which remained approximately 15 pounds too much, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything, for now. The rat lunged. Annie swung and connected with its head. The broom snapped. The animal recovered almost instantly, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing, without any useful warning. I watched Annie process impossible facts with more discipline than I expected. Asking questions without pretending answers became less frightening just because science had vocabulary, because someone smaller was watching what I chose. I reached the wall beside them with nothing except adaptations designed for insect-scale battles and the uncomfortable realization that the human who spared me needed help, while the immediate problem kept moving. For 1 second, I considered leaving. She was human. Humans had killed half my colony. Humans would probably kill more, which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost. For now. Then Annie's back hit metal, and the rat opened its jaws. I launched myself toward its face, and I remembered that running would solve only my problem, which made caution feel intelligent. Landing on a rat's nose is not heroic. It is warm, wet, violently unstable, and immediately followed by the realization that you have entered biting distance from the wrong direction. I drove my mandibles into the soft skin beside its nostril. The rat screamed and shook its head hard enough to turn the alley into blurred light, which left no comfortable interpretation. Annie's willingness to wait for my choices mattered more than food, especially after experiencing a world where larger creatures usually treated smaller ones as objects, even though trust always created something worth losing. Annie stared for half a second, then moved. Good. Whatever else she was, the woman understood free distractions, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, while the city kept changing. She grabbed a metal trash can lid from the ground and slammed it against the rat's side. The impact knocked both of us loose, which mattered because the silence afterward would remember this. I hit pavement, rolled, and scrambled upright while the rat spun toward Annie. Its nose bled where I had bitten it, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes, somehow. Trying to save Annie from an evolved rat around humans required a second kind of stealth, not merely avoiding detection, but controlling how much intelligence I allowed them to notice, in that moment. The system marked the target altered Nori rat, lower than the evolved monster but stronger than ordinary mammals. Survival estimate remained discouragingly creative, while I knew experience had made optimism more careful. Annie backed toward the dumpster. I saw the lid in her hands, the dumpster's loose side latch, and an old wheeled bin leaning beside it, because my instincts recognized the danger immediately. A plan formed because apparently my preferred hobby was engineering accidents around people who did not know I was thinking, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose. That night, the threat of a mutated rat hunting her near the dumpsters never felt purely physical, because discovery could lead to protection, panic, research, imprisonment, or all four in some inconvenient government order. Somehow, I ran across Annie's shoe, climbed her pant leg, and jumped toward the bin handle. She screamed and nearly hit me, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, for now. Sorry, I thought. Communication remains a startup problem. I climbed onto the latch and began striking it with my forelegs, and I remembered that responsibility had become impossible to ignore, even then. I watched Annie process impossible facts with more discipline than I expected. Asking questions without pretending answers became less frightening, just because science had vocabulary, while I knew every mistake still carried consequences. Annie noticed. Her eyes followed me, then the metal connection. She looked at the leaning bin and understood something I had not expected her to understand. She kicked the wheel brake loose. The rat charged. Annie waited until the last moment, then moved aside. I bit through a frayed plastic strap holding the bin against the dumpster, because my human habits still needed correction. Our communication remained clumsy enough to be funny, yet every successful exchange proved language was not the only boundary separating minds that wanted to understand one another, which made the silence afterward heavier. Gravity entered negotiations. The heavy bin rolled downhill directly toward the rat, clipping its hindquarters and throwing it sideways, and I remembered that the city never stayed predictable long, for good reason. Annie raised the metal lid with both hands. The rat tried standing. She brought the lid down on its skull with a crack. Once, twice. The third strike stopped movement. Silence returned slowly. Annie stood over the animal, breathing hard, hands shaking. I remained on the dumpster latch, suddenly aware she could now see me clearly, while everyone waited for my choice. The more Annie treated me as Ethan, the less desperate I felt to prove I was still human, which was probably the first sign my identity had changed, and the lesson stayed with me. Her gaze moved from the rat's wounded nose to the cut strap, then to me. Intelligence rearranged her expression. No way, she whispered, which mattered because my human habits still needed correction. I considered running. The system offered no category labeled plausible deniability, though I would have invested heavily, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision, because certainty had become suspicious. Annie crouched carefully without reaching. You attacked it before it got me. Her voice shook. Then you showed me the bin. I moved one step backward. She stopped immediately. That mattered. I could not forgive humanity as a category because categories do not apologize, but I could decide whether individual humans deserve judgment based on individual choices, because experience had made optimism more careful. Okay, she said, palms visible. Okay, I'm not touching you. She laughed once, breathlessly. This is insane. I agreed, though insanity had become difficult to distinguish from my calendar, for good reason. Blood from the dead rat triggered a system notification. Altered mammal biomass available. Potential adaptation, electroreception trace. Apparently, the creature had developed enhanced sensory nerves, because confidence had nearly killed me before. Saving a human after losing members of my colony felt contradictory, until I realized loyalty does not become more meaningful by requiring hatred of everyone outside it, and I refused to waste it. I hesitated. Annie watched as I approached the carcass. Her scientific curiosity visibly fought disgust, while I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone, because my human habits still needed correction. You're going to eat that, she said. Of course you are. She looked toward the sky. Why is this my life now? Lady, I thought, you still had only 2 legs and legal personhood. Perspective. The system tracked biology with perfect calm, while my emotional calculations remained spectacularly inefficient, especially whenever Annie placed herself near anything with claws, teeth, or federal jurisdiction, because identity had stopped being simple. I consumed a small sample. The system granted 6 points and an electrosense fragment, allowing detection of weak electrical activity at extremely close range, which mattered because even good plans could bleed. Annie did not move until I finished. Then she placed her broken broom aside and whispered, "Thank you, whatever you are." And I remembered that the city never stayed predictable long, somehow. I touched one antenna to the metal lid between us, then retreated toward the wall. For the first time, a human knew I had chosen to save her, and I almost laughed. Avoiding Annie after the rat incident lasted approximately 48 hours. Then curiosity defeated fear on both sides, which is how many terrible scientific decisions probably begin, which kept me from feeling invincible. She left rice grains near the back steps arranged in a straight line. Beside them sat a notepad and pencil, and I remembered that my insect instincts were already convinced, for now. The more Annie treated me as Ethan, the less desperate I felt to prove I was still human, which was probably the first sign my identity had changed, and I kept moving anyway. I stared from the wall. She pointed at herself. Annie. Then she pointed toward me. You. And I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed, and I could not ignore it. I possessed no human speech, no fingers, and no desire to become a laboratory sample. I also desperately wanted to answer someone for the first time since dying, and another risk appeared. Compromise arrived as rice. I dragged grains one by one across the concrete, forming a crude E, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing, and nobody became less dangerous. I could not forgive humanity as a category because categories do not apologize, but I could decide whether individual humans deserve judgment based on individual choices because both halves of me understood why. Annie stopped breathing for several seconds. Then she whispered, "Holy crap," with the reverence of someone witnessing both science and a serious problem, and that detail mattered more than I understood then. I added a T. She covered her mouth. H took longer because rice grains are terrible typography, but eventually ETH appeared. "ETH?" she asked. I added another grain pattern until Ethan became barely recognizable. Her eyes widened. "That's a name. That's a human name." I remained still. She asked whether I understood English. I dragged one grain beneath a yes she had written on paper. Saving a human after losing members of my colony felt contradictory, until I realized loyalty does not become more meaningful by requiring hatred of everyone outside it, while the situation became less ridiculous. Annie sat down hard on the step. For nearly a minute she simply stared, occasionally glancing around as though hidden cameras might reveal a prank show. "Are you a mutated cockroach?" she asked. I moved to no. "Were you always intelligent?" "No." Her next question came slowly. "Were you human?" I hesitated long enough to answer before touching yes, because peace never stayed unemployed long. The system tracked biology with perfect calm, while my emotional calculations remained spectacularly inefficient, especially whenever Annie placed herself near anything with claws, teeth, or federal jurisdiction, which was not remotely comforting. Again, Annie whispered something impolite, then she laughed, then nearly cried, then apologized to me for laughing, which felt unnecessary considering my current shape, while I knew running would solve only my problem. We developed a primitive system. She wrote choices on cardboard. I moved toward answers. For open questions, rice letters worked painfully slowly, while I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone. Humor became easier around Annie because she remembered I had once been ordinary, and being teased as Ethan felt strangely comforting after weeks of being treated as prey, and neither side won completely. I told her my full name, Ethan Cole. I told her I had died in a traffic accident. I did not mention the system, even though responsibility had become impossible to ignore. That secret felt too dangerous. Intelligence could be studied. Reincarnation could be doubted. A biological upgrade interface capable of controlled evolution would attract governments, corporations, and people with worse ethics. Annie accepted more than expected, perhaps because Red Rain had destroyed everyone's definition of impossible. She still demanded evidence only Ethan might know, which mattered because my human habits still needed correction. Every step toward trust created new vulnerability, but complete safety had already proved fictional, leaving me to choose which risks could build something instead of merely avoiding loss, and the memory stayed sharp. I gave her my old employer, a software quality assurance company, my favorite burger place, and the embarrassing fact that I had once broken a toe stepping on a vacuum cleaner. She searched my name on her phone. My obituary appeared. Seeing my human face from a cockroach body felt like finding your own ghost on social media, because meaning remained stubbornly unquantified. Annie read silently. "You really died 3 weeks ago," she said, and I remembered that the silence afterward would remember this, and I remembered that the cost had stopped being theoretical. Again, I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, even though the memory remained sharper than expected. 3 weeks. It felt longer. My mother had posted a memorial message beneath the obituary. I could not read the entire screen from where I stood, and I remembered every detail afterward. Annie noticed me stop moving. Without asking, she lowered the phone and slowly scrolled so I could see every word, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing, for now. Annie's willingness to wait for my choices mattered more than food, especially after experiencing a world where larger creatures usually treated smaller ones as objects, because the old rules no longer protected anyone. My mother's message broke something I had kept protected beneath survival. She wrote that she still expected me to call on Sundays, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes. I remained beside the phone until the screen dimmed. Annie did not speak. Sometimes kindness is knowing language would only make grief perform for an audience, which sounded ridiculous even to me. Trying to communicate without exposing everything around humans required a second kind of stealth, not merely avoiding detection, but controlling how much intelligence I allowed them to notice, and that was probably healthy. Eventually, she asked whether I wanted another name for safety. If I yell Ethan at a cockroach in public, somebody's going to have questions. She studied my dark shell. Pepper? I walked directly toward no. Annie laughed. Pepper it is. And I remembered that the system could not measure everything, and I remembered that the silence afterward would remember this. For now, I considered biting her shoe. Instead, I accepted the rice grain she offered, which is apparently how a dead man becomes friends with a biology student, while my human memories pushed back. Once Annie knew I understood English, she became my window into the human world. Her phone transformed from mysterious glowing rectangle into the most depressing news service imaginable, with no easy answer. Videos arrived faster than officials could deny them. A spider the size of a dinner plate attacked a dog in Queens. Ants stripped insulation from electrical cables in Denver. In that moment, I started thinking beyond my family's survival and hated how naturally the responsibility expanded, because every protected route connected to another nest containing somebody else's family, because the city never stayed predictable long. In Miami, mosquitoes formed dense blood-feeding swarms that drove people indoors. In rural Ohio, a cornfield reportedly moved against the wind for 6 consecutive hours, because experience had made optimism more careful. Most clips were fake, misidentified, edited, or filmed by people whose relationship with facts had always been negotiable. Enough were real to make the distinction irrelevant, which I would remember much later. Hospitals reported unusual bites and toxin exposures. Animal control departments requested military equipment. Pest control companies raised prices with the ruthless adaptability of nature's true apex species. Contractors and the city offered no pause. Beneath rooftops, alleys, and emergency broadcasts, territory functioned like politics stripped of paperwork. Food, shelter, fear, memory, and enough violence to make ownership understandable without written law, which did not improve my mood. Annie's university closed its biology building after something hatched inside a specimen refrigerator. She found this professionally fascinating and personally offensive because her laptop remained trapped inside, because survival discouraged complacency. Still, I watched news from the kitchen wall while Grandma Lynn cooked noodles below. She had no idea the cockroach near her ceiling understood national emergency briefings, because responsibility had become annoyingly persistent. The problem of giant spiders, metal-eating ants, and blood swarms revealed that intelligence was spreading faster than ethics, producing creatures capable of organization long before anyone agreed what organization should serve. That night, Grandma had tried killing me twice since our secret friendship began. Annie kept stopping her with increasingly ridiculous excuses about observation projects. That one is tagged, Annie claimed once, for good reason. Grandma stared at my completely untagged body. Tagged where? Microscopic tag. I admired commitment to bad lies, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed, while every instinct remained alert. The government finally acknowledged what officials called abnormal biological acceleration events. The phrase sounded designed by a committee terrified that saying giant murder animals might affect markets, which complicated every simple answer. To learn how widespread mutation had become, I needed species that normally considered one another meals to behave like neighbors long enough for cooperation to become more profitable than appetite. As usual, somehow, emergency broadcasts advised citizens to secure food waste, avoid unknown wildlife, report unusually large insects, and stop attempting to capture mutated animals for social media, because every instinct understood the stakes immediately. That last warning existed because 3 men in Texas had apparently tried placing an evolved armadillo inside a pickup truck. The armadillo won, while I knew responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Pheromone interpretation turned old tunnels into conversations, because scent marks recorded warnings, demands, grudges, migration routes, and territorial claims long after the sender disappeared. While I knew the city never stayed predictable long. Mercer District worsened daily. Pigeons nested in aggressive groups, rats expanded territories. A colony of ants entered a hardware store and removed several pounds of copper overnight, which kept my instincts honest. The system continued detecting altered signatures. Most were minor, but each red rain residue cycle pushed averages upward, and I remembered that survival had made caution painfully practical, which felt painfully familiar. I had mocked human bureaucracy until sewer politics demonstrated why rules emerge whenever enough creatures want the same limited space without constant murder, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything. My own growth accelerated too. Food from altered prey produced more adaptation points. Electrosense completed after I sampled several evolved insects near power lines, even though the cost had stopped being theoretical. At close range, living nerves became faint electrical patterns. Hidden insects no longer vanished behind thin walls. Sleeping rats glowed against my awareness like bad decisions, waiting patiently, before fear could argue. Annie documented my abilities in a notebook using code names. She labeled Electrosense as P3, refusing to explain the P. I later discovered it meant pepper. Revenge remained under consideration. Leadership felt less like authority and more like becoming the creature everyone blamed when food routes failed, predators arrived, or 2 colonies disputed the same warm pipe. Because even good plans could bleed. One afternoon, gunshots echoed from a subway entrance 2 blocks away. People ran onto Mercer Street while police blocked traffic, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before. For now, Annie and I reached an overlooking fire escape through separate routes. Below, officers aimed weapons down the station stairs, which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost, for good reason. The ability long-range vibration sense increased my influence, but influence without consent reminded me too easily of the domination we were supposedly resisting, and I remembered that responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Something black rushed upward and vanished again. One officer fell backward with 3 deep cuts across his vest. Then, armored vehicles arrived carrying personnel in gray uniforms, marked ABRU, Abnormal Biology Response Unit. They moved differently from regular police. Nets, tranquilizer rifles, sealed helmets, thermal equipment, portable barriers. Humanity was learning, while I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone, whether I liked it. A woman with dark hair tied beneath her helmet directed the team. Her voice carried through a loudspeaker. "No firing unless target breaches containment. We need tissue intact," without any useful warning. I kept Annie outside most underground negotiations, partly for safety and partly because explaining municipal rat taxation to a federal liaison felt unnecessarily humiliating, while I knew trust always created something worth losing. Annie whispered, "That's Agent Maya Torres. She's been on every federal briefing this week." The team descended into the station. Minutes later, something roared underground with enough force to send pigeons exploding from nearby rooftops. My system marked the vibration source as evolved. Then another marker appeared beneath the street, moving toward the sewer territory I called home, even though the old rules no longer protected anyone. The evolved signature beneath the subway traveled through utility tunnels rather than tracks. If it continued west, it would reach our sewer routes before Abru understood where it went, as usual, somehow. I signaled Annie using our emergency pattern, danger below home. She read my rice marks, looked toward the station, and grabbed her backpack. "You're going after it," she said. I moved to yes. I had mocked human bureaucracy until sewer politics demonstrated why rules emerge whenever enough creatures want the same limited space without constant murder, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful. "That's a terrible idea." I moved to yes again. Annie muttered something about men remaining men after reincarnation, then followed above ground while I entered the nearest drain, while instincts and memory disagreed. The underground scent belonged to feline biology mixed with something chemically wrong. Claw marks crossed concrete walls at shoulder height for an ordinary cat, while I knew even good plans could bleed. I reached our territory before the creature. Zip and several scouts met me near the east pipe, all releasing alarm signals, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost. Again, leadership felt less like authority and more like becoming the creature everyone blamed when food routes failed, predators arrived, or two colonies disputed the same warm pipe, which kept me from feeling invincible. I ordered evacuation toward narrow passages. Pheromone interpretation had improved enough that simple commands spread quickly, though controlling a colony remained closer to directing weather than soldiers, and nobody became less dangerous. The creature arrived moments later, a feral cat, hair missing in patches, muscles enlarged beneath gray skin. Its pupils reflected green despite total darkness, even though the cost had stopped being theoretical. The ability stealth refinement increased my influence, but influence without consent reminded me too easily of the domination we were supposedly resisting, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing, somehow. System appraisal. Altered domestic cat, strength high, speed extreme, neural instability. The last category explained the foam around its mouth, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost. Even then, it attacked anything moving. 2 rats died immediately. The cat did not eat them. It simply continued, striking walls and chasing vibrations, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories. This was different from hunger. Red rain had not merely improved the animal, it had broken something in its nervous system, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision. Still, I kept Annie outside most underground negotiations, partly for safety and partly because explaining municipal rat taxation to a federal liaison felt unnecessarily humiliating, which mattered because power had not simplified the decision. I led the colony deeper while the cat followed. Narrow pipes slowed it, but desperation made the creature force itself through spaces that tore skin. Then boots thundered overhead. Abru had tracked it. A drilling device broke through an access panel. Light flooded the tunnel. Agent Torres appeared behind a transparent shield with 3 armed personnel, which mattered because the city never stayed predictable long. Old Lefty's presence steadied the alliance because he carried visible proof that survival knowledge could matter more than size, speed, or whatever new mutation impressed everyone lately, because the danger felt intensely personal. The cat charged them. Tranquilizer darts struck its shoulder, but the animal crossed 20 feet before the drugs mattered, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision, for good reason. Torres held position until the last second, then triggered a compressed air net. Weighted mesh wrapped the cat mid-leap and slammed it sideways, and I remembered that running would solve only my problem. Zip learned messenger routes faster than anyone, though his habit of treating every delivery like an Olympic event repeatedly produced unnecessary collisions with infrastructure, even though the joke could not erase the stakes. The team moved efficiently, pinning limbs and injecting additional sedative. Watching humans solve a problem without exterminating everything nearby felt unexpectedly reassuring, and I remembered that the silence afterward would remember this. Then one technician spotted our colony mass behind a pipe. "Roach concentration," he said. "Could be exposure-related. Want samples?" My reassurance died young, which mattered because the system could not measure everything. Torres looked toward us. Thermal equipment probably showed hundreds of tiny signatures. No time. Mark location for environmental sweep later. Environmental sweep sounded suspiciously like government language for ruin Ethan's week. When the abnormal biology response unit began collecting evolved specimens, the reaction around me revealed something important. Creatures follow strength reluctantly, but they follow proof that resistance can succeed with much greater enthusiasm. I retreated before anyone decided curiosity deserved a jar. Annie texted Torres through a public reporting number while I watched from a crack, which mattered because running would solve only my problem. She reported that local insects appeared behaviorally normal, and might be displaced by treatment, hoping to discourage immediate spraying. Torres actually responded through an automated case system. Observation noted. Do not approach abnormal organisms. I started thinking beyond my family's survival and hated how naturally the responsibility expanded, because every protected route connected to another nest containing somebody else's family, because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Annie showed me the message later. Technically, you're the abnormal organism I approach most. I pushed her phone away with one foreleg, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything. Abru removed the cat alive. That mattered. Humans had created a unit capable of studying danger rather than reflexively destroying it, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories, somehow. It also meant trained professionals were now actively searching for unusual creatures. My intelligence could no longer remain safely irrelevant, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer, for now. Beneath a cordoned subway entrance, territory functioned like politics stripped of paperwork, food, shelter, fear, memory, and enough violence to make ownership understandable without written law, because my family still depended on me. Before leaving, Torres photographed claw marks near my route. Her gaze paused on a pattern of dragged crumbs Annie and I had used for signaling, and my old human confidence stayed unusually quiet. She did not understand yet, but the expression on her face said she had noticed something worth remembering, and I remembered that my insect instincts were already convinced, and another risk appeared. The parking garage incident began because Grandma Lynn needed blood pressure medication. Apocalypse or not, pharmacies remained stubbornly committed to making old people visit them in person, while the immediate problem kept moving. Annie insisted on going. I followed from wall routes because mutated city wildlife had transformed errands into side quests with casualty statistics, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost. Zip learned messenger routes faster than anyone, though his habit of treating every delivery like an Olympic event repeatedly produced unnecessary collisions with infrastructure, while I knew fear never improved a bad plan. We crossed beneath an apartment complex, where Abru had established a temporary checkpoint. Agent Torres stood beside a van reviewing reports, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Again, I stayed hidden. Annie waved nervously. Torres recognized her from the subway report and asked several questions about unusual insect behavior near Mercer Alley. Annie lied better this time. Improvement is still improvement. Then car alarms began simultaneously inside the underground garage. A man stumbled up the ramp bleeding from his shoulder. Spider, he gasped. Huge fucking spider. Nobody laughed, while the wound continued aching. When I used vents and sprinkler foam to expose the spider's joints, the reaction around me revealed something important. Creatures follow strength reluctantly, but they follow proof that resistance can succeed with much greater enthusiasm. Torres ordered civilians back and entered with 4 agents. Annie should have left. Instead, she moved toward a side stairwell for a better look, even though the next threat was already moving. I wanted to lecture her about dangerous curiosity but lacked both voice and moral authority. The garage smelled of oil, concrete, and web silk. My vibration sensitivity began screaming warnings before I saw the creature. I started thinking beyond my family's survival and hated how naturally the responsibility expanded, because every protected route connected to another nest containing somebody else's family, because another safe assumption had just failed. Its web stretched between support columns in thick silver cables. A compact body hung near the ceiling, larger than a motorcycle helmet, with armored legs spanning several feet, before fear could argue. System appraisal: evolved orb weaver, carapace high, venom high, silk production extreme. Host recommendation: do not engage. At least the system occasionally possessed common sense, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. Beneath a parking garage beneath Mercer District, territory functioned like politics stripped of paperwork. Food, shelter, fear, memory, and enough violence to make ownership understandable without written law, while the wound continued aching. Torres' team fired adhesive rounds. The spider dropped instantly, swinging beneath the shots, then launched silk that wrapped one agent's rifle to a column, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. Another line struck his leg and jerked him off balance. The creature was not merely large, it understood control. Annie backed away. Her shoe caught a web strand across the stairwell. The vibration traveled upward. 8 eyes turned toward her. The spider crossed the ceiling at impossible speed. Annie pulled free, but sticky silk clung around her ankle and tightened. In that moment, the problem of an armored orb weaver revealed that intelligence was spreading faster than ethics, producing creatures capable of organization long before anyone agreed what organization should serve, which forced me to pay attention. I left cover before thinking. Again, apparently, reincarnation had not improved this personality flaw, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful, even though responsibility had become impossible to ignore. The parking garage sprinkler system ran above the spider. Nearby, a red emergency pulse station controlled foam suppression around electric vehicle charging bays, and I remembered that the next threat was already moving. To protect Annie during an evacuation, I needed species that normally considered one another meals to behave like neighbors long enough for cooperation to become more profitable than appetite, while relief remained temporary. I raced along a cable tray toward the manual release. Too far for Annie. Close enough for me, and I remembered that nobody else could make this choice, and that mattered later. The spider descended toward her while Torres fired. Bullets struck armor and glanced away, forcing the creature sideways but not stopping it, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes. Pheromone interpretation turned old tunnels into conversations because scent marks recorded warnings, demands, grudges, migration routes, and territorial claims long after the sender disappeared, which mattered because my instincts recognized the danger immediately. I reached the release lever, climbed inside its housing through a narrow gap, and bit a retaining wire until the spring mechanism snapped, even though the joke could not erase the stakes. Fire suppression foam erupted across the charging area. White chemical clouds buried web lines and coated the spider's joints, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything, and that mattered later. I had mocked human bureaucracy until sewer politics demonstrated why rules emerge whenever enough creatures want the same limited space without constant murder, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything. The creature slipped from the ceiling. Torres immediately switched targets, firing specialized penetrators into softer membranes exposed between armored plates. The spider collapsed after 6 shots, which did not improve my mood. Silence filled the garage except alarms and foam pumps. Annie stared toward the release station where I emerged. Torres followed her gaze, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, somehow. For 3 seconds, the federal agent and I looked directly at one another across 40 feet of concrete, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, before fear could argue. Leadership felt less like authority and more like becoming the creature everyone blamed when food routes failed, predators arrived, or 2 colonies disputed the same warm pipe, and I refused to waste it. I disappeared beneath a cable cover before she could approach. Later, Annie showed me the preliminary Abreu case note leaked through a university contact, even though fear never improved a bad plan. Unknown large cockroach observed near event. Possible cooperative behavior. Do not terminate without direct threat. I had received my first federal performance review. Frankly, it was better than several human jobs I had held. The spider incident convinced me surface danger was escalating faster than I could manage. Unfortunately, the sewer had been developing politics while I was busy avoiding federal collection jars. In that moment, our scouts began disappearing east of Mercer. Survivors returned carrying unfamiliar pheromones, tribute, boundary, rat, command, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head, while my old assumptions kept collapsing. To negotiate passage through insect territories, I needed species that normally considered one another meals to behave like neighbors long enough for cooperation to become more profitable than appetite, while nobody above noticed. Rats had always dominated parts of the sewer through size. This felt different. The messages described organized collection rather than random predation, and I remembered that the city never stayed predictable long. I traveled east with Zip and Old Lefty to investigate. Mother disliked the plan so intensely that her warning pheromones followed me through 2 tunnels, because my human habits still needed correction. The first territory belonged to ants. Their colony occupied cracks around a warm steam pipe and fielded workers noticeably larger since Red Rain. While I knew my instincts recognized the danger immediately, pheromone interpretation turned old tunnels into conversations, because scent marks recorded warnings, demands, grudges, migration routes, and territorial claims long after the sender disappeared, which mattered because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. They blocked our route until I exchanged food and scent information. Pheromone interpretation had become sophisticated enough for crude negotiation, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes. That night, no speeches, obviously. Communication happened through repeated chemical meanings, gestures, and demonstrated objects. Still, the principle was painfully familiar, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, as usual, somehow. The ants wanted meat and safe access around our routes. I wanted passage and information. Congratulations, civilization had reinvented customs, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, for good reason. I had mocked human bureaucracy until sewer politics demonstrated why rules emerge whenever enough creatures want the same limited space without constant murder, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories. Farther east, a colony of dark sewer roaches occupied a dry cable vault. They paid rat collectors every 3rd night, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, even then. The tribute included food, eggs from rival insects, and occasionally injured members unable to flee. The rats called it protection through repeated scent markings, even though the memory remained sharper than expected. Leadership felt less like authority and more like becoming the creature everyone blamed. When food routes failed, predators arrived, or 2 colonies disputed the same warm pipe, and the city offered no pause. Protection from whom? I wondered. The answer arrived when a roach indicated old bite scars and signaled rats, punishment, and I remembered that nobody else could make this choice. In that moment, I felt an extremely human irritation. I had escaped landlords only to discover organized rent collection beneath the street. Old Lefty seemed unsurprised. His scent carried a tired meaning, always stronger take. The ability pheromone interpretation increased my influence, but influence without consent reminded me too easily of the domination we were supposedly resisting, and I remembered that my family still depended on me, somehow. That sentence stayed with me, stronger take. Humans dressed it in contracts, uniforms, laws, business models, and occasionally polite email reminders. Down here, rats simply used teeth, because survival discouraged complacency still. The collectors arrived while we were still inside the cable vault. 3 rats entered single file, each altered by ambient evolution, and I remembered that the city never stayed predictable long. Still, they were smaller than the red-eyed monster, but larger than normal rats, shoulders thick, scars deliberately displayed across their faces, and I remembered that the next threat was already moving, for now. I kept Annie outside most underground negotiations, partly for safety and partly because explaining municipal rat taxation to a federal liaison felt unnecessarily humiliating, which mattered because my instincts recognized the danger immediately. One carried a metal bottle cap tied around its neck with wire. The cap bore tooth scratches shaped into a crude crown. The local roaches immediately lowered their bodies. Food piles were pushed forward. I remained standing. The lead rat noticed. Its nose moved toward my scent. Then it released a learned territorial signal through urine and gland markings. King owns. Pay. While relief remained temporary. I answered with a pheromone pattern impossible for rats to understand directly but easy for every insect nearby. No. And I remembered that power had not simplified the decision, as usual, somehow. Old Lefty's presence steadied the alliance because he carried visible proof that survival knowledge could matter more than size, speed, or whatever new mutation impressed everyone lately, while my confidence stayed carefully limited. The lead rat stepped closer. Zip shifted beside me. Old Lefty remained perfectly still, which I had learned meant he was prepared to do something alarming, with my attention fixed on survival. I pushed a piece of meat toward the local roach elder instead of the collector. The gesture required no translation, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone, even then. Zip learned messenger routes faster than anyone, though his habit of treating every delivery like an Olympic event repeatedly produced unnecessary collisions with infrastructure, which mattered because survival had made caution painfully practical. The rat snapped at me. I dodged, climbed its whiskers, and bit the sensitive edge of its eyelid before jumping away. While I knew the joke could not erase the stakes. Again. It screamed and struck the wall. The other collectors advanced, but ants from the steam pipe colony appeared at the vault entrance behind them, which mattered because the system could not measure everything. When I discovered the sewers already had crude kingdoms, the reaction around me revealed something important. Creatures follow strength reluctantly, but they follow proof that resistance can succeed with much greater enthusiasm. Still, nobody had planned that support. They simply saw an opportunity to watch someone challenge the tax department, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, because every mistake still carried consequences. The rats withdrew rather than fight inside a narrow vault. Before leaving, the lead collector sprayed a new scent marking. Every local insect understood the meaning after I translated it. Rat King will erase nest. Apparently, I had started a revolution because a rat sent me an invoice, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, while I knew the world kept punishing lazy categories. News of the confrontation spread through sewer pheromone networks faster than expected. Small species that normally avoided one another began sending scouts toward Mercer, because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Not because they trusted me. Trust is expensive. They came because someone had said no and survived long enough to make refusal imaginable, which mattered because the system could not measure everything. I kept Annie outside most underground negotiations, partly for safety, and partly because explaining municipal rat taxation to a federal liaison felt unnecessarily humiliating, while I knew my family still depended on me. I learned more about the Rat King. He lived beneath an old storm reservoir connecting 5 blocks, surrounded by the largest evolved rats, which mattered because trust always created something worth losing. He demanded tribute from roaches, ants, beetles, frogs, even smaller rat colonies. Those who refused disappeared or found their nests flooded with hunters, while I knew experience had made optimism more careful. Most disturbing, he appeared intelligent enough to plan seasons ahead. Collectors marked food stores, breeding sites, and escape routes before attacks. This was not predator behavior anymore. It was government with worse dental care. Old Lefty's presence steadied the alliance because he carried visible proof that survival knowledge could matter more than size, speed, or whatever new mutation impressed everyone lately, and I refused to waste it. The Rat King sent a second delegation 2 nights later. 5 enforcers entered our territory openly, making no effort to hunt, and I remembered that responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Again, Mother moved the young deeper. Zip gathered scouts. Old Lefty took his usual position near the narrowest entrance, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head, and I almost laughed. Zip learned messenger routes faster than anyone, though his habit of treating every delivery like an Olympic event repeatedly produced unnecessary collisions with infrastructure, while I knew survival had made caution painfully practical. The lead enforcer carried the scratched crown token. It pushed a dead roach onto the floor between us. The scent on the corpse belonged to the cable vault colony. Message received. Then the rat marked our wall. Food. Young. 3 nights. Submit. I wanted to attack immediately. Human anger offered several satisfying but tactically poor options, because my insect instincts were already convinced. When I publicly rejected tribute and humiliated an enforcer, the reaction around me revealed something important. Creatures follow strength reluctantly, but they follow proof that resistance can succeed with much greater enthusiasm. Still, instead, I dragged the dead roach behind me and returned with a strip of gecko skin we had preserved, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing, as usual, somehow. I placed it before the rats, then released a scent sequence every insect understood. Predator came, predator died. home remains. And I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer. That night, the enforcer sniffed the reptile hide. Recognition changed its posture. Our small colony had killed something rats normally considered difficult prey. I added another message, no tribute. The rat lunged. I started thinking beyond my family's survival and hated how naturally the responsibility expanded, because every protected route connected to another nest containing somebody else's family, because another safe assumption had just failed. I had anticipated that. Zip and 2 roaches dropped from the wall onto its eyes while I attacked the nose, and I remembered that the memory remained sharper than expected, even then. Old Lefty severed a whisker. Ant Scouts bit exposed feet. The rat twisted wildly, unable to use its size effectively inside our prepared corridor. We did not kill it. I wanted the message walking. Beneath a cathedral-sized overflow chamber, territory functioned like politics, stripped of paperwork, food, shelter, fear, memory, and enough violence to make ownership understandable without written law, because another safe assumption had just failed. After enough blood and humiliation, I released retreat pheromones. Our fighters vanished into cracks before the other enforcers could coordinate, which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost. For now, the lead rat backed away with one eye swollen shut. I pushed the crown token toward it, then flipped it upside down. Even rats understand disrespect, which kept me from feeling invincible. The problem of armored rat enforcers revealed that intelligence was spreading faster than ethics, producing creatures capable of organization long before anyone agreed what organization should serve, because the stakes were already personal. They left carrying their wounded leader. No one in our colony celebrated immediately. Everyone knew what followed symbolic victories, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes, as usual, somehow. I opened the system's territory map. Rat scent markers covered routes east, north, and beneath the grocery block. And I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories, with consequences still approaching. To refuse the Rat King's demand for food and young, I needed species that normally considered one another meals to behave like neighbors long enough for cooperation to become more profitable than appetite. If the king attacked directly, we could retreat through narrow passages. But every neighboring colony that had watched us refuse would be punished first, while I knew even good plans could bleed. That possibility changed the problem. I could save my family by hiding, perhaps. I could not save everyone while remaining merely a clever survivor, even though fear never improved a bad plan. Leadership arrived before I wanted it, as responsibilities often do. Nobody held an election. Creatures simply began waiting to see what I would do, while I knew every mistake still carried consequences. Pheromone interpretation turned old tunnels into conversations, because scent marks recorded warnings, demands, grudges, migration routes, and territorial claims long after the sender disappeared, which mattered because my insect instincts were already convinced. I sent scouts to the ants, cable vault roaches, blind sewer frogs, and 2 spider territories. The message was simple: the rats would come anyway. If we fought separately, they would eat us separately. If we fought together, we might still die. But at least the Rat King would finally receive an expensive bill, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing. That night, building an alliance among creatures that routinely ate one another required creativity. My first diplomatic achievement was convincing everyone not to consume delegates during meetings, because the silence afterward would remember these. Ants wanted guaranteed food routes, spiders wanted hunting zones, roaches wanted nesting walls, frogs mostly wanted rats, smaller than themselves, to stop stealing tadpoles. I could not create peace. I could create incentives. Beneath pipes connecting 5 city blocks, territory functioned like politics stripped of paperwork, food, shelter, fear, memory, and enough violence to make ownership understandable without written law, and I remembered every detail afterward. The old storm pipes connecting Mercer to the eastern reservoir became our defensive network. Narrow junctions favored insects, flood channels favored frogs, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories. We marked collapsible walls where rusted supports could be weakened. We mapped electrical cables, steam vents, detergent drains, and human maintenance schedules, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes. The problem of dozens of evolved rats revealed that intelligence was spreading faster than ethics, producing creatures capable of organization long before anyone agreed what organization should serve, because both halves recognized danger. My human memories finally became more useful than jokes. Buildings have systems. Systems have failure points. Failure points become weapons when everyone involved is desperate enough, with my attention fixed on survival. Annie helped unknowingly at first. I asked her to print old city sewer maps by arranging letters over several nights. She stared at the request. Why does a cockroach need municipal infrastructure plans? I answered rats. She stopped asking whether it was necessary. Annie obtained public maintenance diagrams through the city website and photographed them for me. I memorized every route I could understand. To prepare defenses before the rat army arrived, I needed species that normally considered one another meals to behave like neighbors long enough for cooperation to become more profitable than appetite. That night, the system rewarded strategic territory mapping with 3 points and unlocked swarm coordination as a potential adaptation through repeated command behavior, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing. Still, that ability excited and frightened me. My influence already exceeded normal pheromone communication. Evolution was beginning to recognize leadership biologically, and I remembered that nobody else could make this choice, for now. Pheromone interpretation turned old tunnels into conversations, because scent marks recorded warnings, demands, grudges, migration routes, and territorial claims long after the sender disappeared, which mattered because the silence afterward would remember this. I spent points to complete the first stage. Instantly, nearby allied insects became faint presences in my awareness when they accepted my command scent, even though responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Not minds, not thoughts, more like positions, alarm states, and simple intentions. A living, tactical map, and I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately, which made cooperation worth the trouble. I had mocked human bureaucracy until sewer politics demonstrated why rules emerge whenever enough creatures want the same limited space without constant murder, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why. The sensation nearly overwhelmed me. 50 bodies became 50 small signals, then 100. I shut the ability down before nausea disabled me, while I knew survival had made caution painfully practical. Control required practice. Over several nights, I learned to link small groups, issue directional impulses, then release them before sensory overload, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, somehow. Leadership felt less like authority and more like becoming the creature everyone blamed when food routes failed, predators arrived, or two colonies disputed the same warm pipe, while I searched for another option. Zip became an excellent runner between groups. He loved the importance and demonstrated this by moving approximately 20% faster than instructions required, while I knew my insect instincts were already convinced. Old Lefty trained young roaches to retreat through specific cracks rather than scatter. Mother organized food caches and shelters without needing any request from me, because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. The ability swarm coordination increased my influence, but influence without consent reminded me too easily of the domination we were supposedly resisting, and I remembered that the memory remained sharper than expected. Again, everyone contributed according to what they already understood. That humbled me. Leadership did not mean inventing every solution. It meant noticing whose solution should become the plan, which complicated every simple answer. The Rat King did not give us much time. Scouts detected movement beneath the grocery block. Dozens of rat heat signatures gathered in tunnels, more than I had believed lived nearby. Some carried scars from recent evolution. Others wore wire, plastic, or bone tokens marking groups. The Rat King had organized his own army, which mattered because another safe assumption had just failed. I kept Annie outside most underground negotiations, partly for safety and partly because explaining municipal rat taxation to a federal liaison felt unnecessarily humiliating, while I knew the next threat was already moving. I warned Annie to stay above ground for the next several nights. She demanded an explanation. I spelled war. She looked toward the floor. With rats. Yes, because reality had stopped respecting categories. Annie rubbed both hands over her face. I miss when my biggest academic problem was organic chemistry. The first rat wave entered our eastern tunnel shortly after midnight, and I almost laughed. Old Lefty's presence steadied the alliance because he carried visible proof that survival knowledge could matter more than size, speed, or whatever new mutation impressed everyone lately. And I remembered every detail afterward. Through swarm coordination, hundreds of small alarm signals lit inside my mind at once. For the first time, I did not feel like prey waiting for something larger, because stopping solved nothing. I felt an army waiting in the dark, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories, while relief remained temporary. The first rats entered the filtration tunnel in a tight cluster, noses low, claws scraping concrete. They expected frightened insects. I gave them plumbing, while I knew every mistake still carried consequences. Ant scouts waited inside cracks along the left wall. Spiders occupied overhead pipes. Roaches remained hidden beneath grated channels until the lead rat crossed our first marker. I triggered swarm coordination. War beneath a city was intimate in ugly ways. Every pipe carried familiar scent, every damaged nest belonged to someone, and every retreat crossed somebody's home, because the system could not measure everything. Hundreds of small signals snapped into place inside my awareness. Fear, readiness, position. It felt like holding a city map made from heartbeats, which mattered because my family still depended on me. The lead rat reached a pile of meat intentionally placed beside a broken valve. It sniffed, suspicious but hungry. Zip crossed the tunnel openly 10 feet ahead. Every rat focused on him. The system recorded gains without understanding grief, displaying new points beside losses no interface could convert into anything useful, and that difference kept bothering me, even though power had not simplified the decision. Run, I thought, sending the command pulse. Zip required no encouragement. The rats charged after him. Ants severed fibers holding a plastic wedge beneath the valve. Steam erupted sideways with industrial fury. I kept joking because silence made fear louder, but even the best joke could not hide how many smaller creatures were gambling their lives on my planning, because humor still belonged to me. 2 rats screamed immediately, fur plastered flat by heat. The others scattered toward the right wall exactly where we wanted them, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before. Again. Spiders dropped silk lines across their faces. Not enough to restrain mammals, but enough to blind them for seconds. Roach groups surged from floor grates and attacked noses, ears, and eyes before disappearing again. Leadership became most uncomfortable when no option protected everyone, leaving me to choose which danger could be reduced rather than pretending danger could disappear, which made my old assumptions feel embarrassingly small afterward. The tunnel transformed into chaos built from tiny inconveniences. No single insect could defeat a rat, but 100 coordinated irritations turned strength into confusion because my human habits still needed correction. One rat found me anyway. It followed my command pheromone, perhaps recognizing the concentration around my position. It lunged beneath the pipe. I barely cleared its teeth and landed on its forehead. My old human ideas about courage had depended heavily on stories. Actual courage smelled like fear, blood, wet concrete, and somebody moving forward anyway. While I knew the city never stayed predictable long. My mandibles cut near the eyelid, but the rat slammed its head against concrete. Pain burst through my shell as I flew sideways, which mattered because the city never stayed predictable long. Carapace upgrades prevented immediate disaster. Tissue repair registered cracks, but no fatal damage. The rat advanced while I lay stunned. Then the blind sewer frog launched from the drainage pool and swallowed its entire face. Whatever we used, collapses, boiling pipes, and baited electrical traps changed inside the conflict. The larger lesson remained practical. Power mattered only when it created another option before brute force removed all of them. The frog could not eat the rat, obviously, but surprise handled what anatomy could not. Both animals rolled into shallow water. I recovered and sent a swarm pulse toward a weakened support panel overhead. Ants had spent 2 nights chewing insulation and organic sealant around the bolts. Roaches pushed from behind. The rusted panel finally dropped. Metal struck the rat's spine. The frog escaped. The rat stopped moving. By the time the Alliance won its first battle at terrible cost, I understood territory was never merely ground. It was the accumulated memory of everyone who had eaten, hidden, fought, and waited there. Our eastern line erupted in victory pheromones. I felt them through the link and nearly lost concentration under the emotional surge, and I remembered that running would solve only my problem, somehow. Open conflict made every route feel temporary, because a tunnel remained safe only until rat soldiers too large for direct combat changed direction, or somebody discovered the trap waiting there, for good reason. The remaining vanguard retreated. We had beaten 7 altered rats while losing dozens of insects, mostly ants caught beneath steam or claws. Victory lasted 4 minutes, because danger rarely respected good timing. Scouts farther east reported something approaching through the main reservoir tunnel. One heat signature, enormous compared with every rat we had fought. Then another message arrived through scent markings carried by fleeing rats. King comes. Trying to break the Rat King's vanguard forced me to separate anger from strategy, since rage could provide energy but rarely supplied a useful escape route afterward, which sounded ridiculous even to me. The tunnel grew quiet as allies sensed the change. Even the victorious frog submerged until only his eyes remained visible, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why, even then. I opened the system map. A red marker entered our territory, moving steadily toward us without escorts. The Rat King had decided an army was unnecessary, while I searched for another option. The Rat King entered the filtration tunnel alone because creatures accustomed to fear often mistake reputation for armor. Unfortunately, his body supplied plenty of actual armor too, while the city kept changing. He was larger than the red-eyed evolved rat, nearly the size of a terrier, with scar tissue layered across shoulders and one broken incisor sharpened into a jagged point, for good reason. Whatever the Rat King revealed, speech-like thought through pheromone patterns changed inside the conflict. The larger lesson remained practical. Power mattered only when it created another option before brute force removed all of them. Wire circled his neck, supporting several bottle caps etched with tooth marks. The ridiculous crown should have looked funny. Nobody laughed, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence. That night. System appraisal. Evolved Norway rat. Advanced primary stage. Strength extreme. Speed high. Endurance extreme. Neural development elevated. Dominance pheromone response detected, and I remembered that the cost had stopped being theoretical, somehow. By the time I fought him as strategist and animal simultaneously, I understood territory was never merely ground. It was the accumulated memory of everyone who had eaten, hidden, fought, and waited there. The last feature surprised me. Mammals communicate chemically too, though less deliberately. This rat had learned to weaponize scent, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone, for good reason. He released a musky wave through the tunnel. Nearby ordinary rats outside our defenses froze. Several insect groups panicked without understanding why, and I remembered that the memory remained sharper than expected. My swarm coordination flickered beneath the pressure. The Rat King watched the disturbance and then looked directly toward my hiding place. He knew there was a leader. I stepped into view. Open conflict made every route feel temporary, because a tunnel remained safe only until a scarred, intelligent rat twice the size of a terrier changed direction, or somebody discovered the trap waiting there. The rat tilted his head. His nose worked. Then he scratched a deliberate pattern into dust. Small, submit, live. I stared at the marks. Intelligence did not arrive as human language, yet meaning was unmistakable. I answered by walking across the final line and dragging one overturned bottle cap crown from a collector beneath my feet. His ears flattened. Negotiations are going great, I thought. The Rat King charged. Trying to kill the Rat King before his army recovered forced me to separate anger from strategy, since rage could provide energy but rarely supplied a useful escape route afterward. As usual, somehow. I had prepared the tunnel for groups, not one massive animal willing to ignore pain. Steam struck his shoulder and barely slowed him, which mattered because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Silk covered one eye. He tore through it. Ants swarmed his paws. He crushed them against concrete without breaking stride, and I remembered that my insect instincts were already convinced. That night, the presence of Mother, Zip, and allied swarms reminded me command was never solitary. Every decision depended on creatures choosing to trust information they could not independently verify. While the wound continued aching, I ran toward the reservoir, forcing him away from our dens. The entire alliance moved around us, attacking when openings appeared, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Again, his hide had thickened beneath fur. My ordinary bites accomplished little except around the nose and ears, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories because both halves recognized danger. Using predator trait absorption expanded what I could attempt without changing the oldest rule of combat. Anything strong enough to matter could still fail at the worst moment, while disagreement remained completely real. The system offered predator trait absorption after I tasted blood, but completing it would require enough biomass to make the suggestion offensively optimistic, while I knew responsibility had become impossible to ignore. We reached the reservoir floor. Open space favored him, yet it also contained every trap too large for smaller tunnels, and I remembered that the memory remained sharper than expected, for now. I measured success less by enemies hurt than by allies returning, because a brilliant victory becomes difficult to celebrate when the route home grows noticeably quieter, because the city never stayed predictable long. Zip triggered a suspended scrap metal sheet. It dropped behind the Rat King, cutting off retreat and startling him forward, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why, for good reason. I climbed a wall and leaped onto his back. Old Lefty attacked from below while ants poured over hind legs. The Rat King rolled. I jumped free. Old Lefty did not. One massive paw came down before he could clear the body. The sound was small. That made it worse. Old Lefty's pheromone signal vanished from my awareness. Everything inside me became heat. War beneath the city was intimate in ugly ways. Every pipe carried familiar scent. Every damaged nest belonged to someone, and every retreat crossed somebody's home. Because the memory remained sharper than expected, I charged without a plan. The Rat King struck me sideways with his forepaw, cracking shell along my abdomen and sending me across wet concrete, which made the next decision harder than expected. Pain restored thinking. Rage wanted me dead quickly. Old Lefty had spent his entire life teaching younger creatures the opposite lesson, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision. Again, the system recorded gains without understanding grief, displaying new points beside losses no interface could convert into anything useful, and that difference kept bothering me, even though survival had made caution painfully practical. Across the reservoir, his crushed body lay beside the Rat King's paw. One remaining antenna moved once, barely. Then a final pheromone trace reached me through the damp air. Young, protect, continue. The Rat King roared and came forward. I stood, leaking fluid through a crack in my shell, and decided grief could wait until after I killed him properly, and I almost laughed. I spent 6 adaptation points repairing the worst shell fracture. The system warned that emergency regeneration would drain stored energy and leave metabolic weakness later. Later sounded luxurious, before fear could argue. The Rat King charged again. I did not meet him. I ran toward the reservoir's central maintenance island, where old pumps rose from concrete like rusted towers, while instincts and memory disagreed. Using reinforced mandibles expanded what I could attempt without changing the oldest rule of combat. Anything strong enough to matter could still fail at the worst moment, which did not improve my mood. Zip appeared on the opposite side, furious enough that his pheromones bordered on incoherent. I sent one command through the swarm link. Trust me. He hesitated, then obeyed, whether I liked it. The Rat King followed my scent between 2 pump housings. I climbed vertically along a steel casing while he snapped below, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. Again. I measured success less by enemies hurt than by allies returning, because a brilliant victory becomes difficult to celebrate when the route home grows noticeably quieter, because both halves of me understood why. Above us hung a corroded chain attached to an obsolete floodgate counterweight. During scouting, we had considered it too heavy for group traps. The king changed that calculation by supplying mass beneath it. I reached the chain and began biting a rust-eaten retaining strap. My mandibles cut metal slowly, painfully. Below, the Rat King reared against the casing. Claws scraped upward, reaching closer each second. War beneath the city was intimate in ugly ways. Every pipe carried familiar scent, every damaged nest belonged to someone, and every retreat crossed somebody's home, and my old human confidence stayed unusually quiet. Zip ran across open concrete in front of him. The rat turned instantly. My command had been trust me, not volunteer for suicide. Younger brothers remained committed to improvisation, as usual, somehow. Zip raced beneath the counterweight. The Rat King pursued. I severed the final strap. Hundreds of pounds of iron dropped, and I remembered that fear never improved a bad plan, even then. The system recorded gains without understanding grief, displaying new points beside losses no interface could convert into anything useful, and that difference kept bothering me, even though the world kept punishing lazy categories. Zip cleared the impact zone by inches. The counterweight struck the Rat King's hindquarters and pinned him against concrete. The scream echoed through pipes across several blocks. He did not die. Of course, he did not. The king twisted, muscles bulging beneath fur, and began dragging himself free despite a crushed rear leg, and I remembered that the cost had stopped being theoretical. I kept joking because silence made fear louder, but even the best joke could not hide how many smaller creatures were gambling their lives on my planning, because every second had acquired value. I jumped onto his neck. My strengthened mandibles found the thin skin behind one ear where fur parted around old scars. The system highlighted a vascular cluster beneath the surface. Electrosense traced nerves and heartbeat. I bit until tissue opened. The king bucked hard enough to throw me, but ants climbed into the wound before I landed, and I remember that trust always created something worth losing. Leadership became most uncomfortable when no option protected everyone, leaving me to choose which danger could be reduced rather than pretending danger could disappear, which mattered because both halves of me understood why. Spiders laid silk across the injured eye. Roaches attacked the nose. The frogs struck from the side. Every species the Rat King had taxed, eaten, or terrorized joined without my command. That mattered more than leadership. I climbed again and drove my mandibles into the damaged artery behind his jaw, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful. In that moment, my old human ideas about courage had depended heavily on stories. Actual courage smelled like fear, blood, wet concrete, and somebody moving forward anyway, which mattered because my insect instincts were already convinced. Blood flooded my mouth. The system offered a massive adaptation reward. I ignored every notification and held until the heartbeat beneath my feet became irregular, and my old human confidence stayed unusually quiet. The Rat King's strength faded gradually, insultingly. One paw scraped concrete, then stopped. Silence spread through the reservoir. I released my bite and walked toward Old Lefty, and my insect instincts agreed. Whenever confidence rose too quickly, I remembered how easily a shoe once nearly ended me, which remained an excellent argument against treating any new strength as permanent safety, while the absurdity remained intact. There was nothing the system could do. His body was too damaged, heat already fading. I touched antennae to his remaining one. No signal returned, even though every mistake still carried consequences. The Sewer Alliance began releasing victory pheromones behind me. I understood them but could not share them yet, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose, while nobody above noticed. By the time victory tasted like iron instead of triumph, I understood territory was never merely ground. It was the accumulated memory of everyone who had eaten, hidden, fought, and waited there, somehow. Old Lefty had once escaped a trap by tearing off his own leg to save young roaches. He died beneath the king's paw doing the same thing again, because stopping solved nothing. I had thought evolution meant becoming harder to kill. He taught me the more dangerous truth. Strength also means deciding what is worth dying for, because another safe assumption had just failed. The Rat King's death did not create peace. It created an empty position, which is nature's way of putting a chair in a room and starting an argument, and another risk appeared. Rat colonies fractured immediately. Some fled east, others fought one another. Several smaller groups approached our territory with cautious submission signals, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Again, leadership became most uncomfortable when no option protected everyone, leaving me to choose which danger could be reduced rather than pretending danger could disappear, which mattered because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. The Insect Alliance did something equally uncomfortable. They began treating me like the new center of the sewer, and I remembered that the silence afterward would remember this, with consequences still approaching. Ant scouts waited for my route approval. Roach colonies asked where to move. Spiders stopped hunting marked messengers. Nobody crowned me, thank God. I had seen what bottle-cap jewelry did to someone's personality. My old human ideas about courage had depended heavily on stories. Actual courage smelled like fear, blood, wet concrete, and somebody moving forward anyway, which mattered because my insect instincts were already convinced. Still, authority appeared through behavior. Creatures watched my signals before acting, and the swarm coordination adaptation strengthened whenever I directed larger groups. The system eventually acknowledged reality. Territorial leadership milestone complete. Advanced swarm link available. I invested points cautiously. The upgrade expanded my awareness beyond insects, currently touching my pheromone network. Linked groups became distant impressions across territory. Danger spikes, population movement, food discoveries, predator sightings. Whenever the sewers accepted my authority because I solved problems changed inside the conflict, the larger lesson remained practical. Power mattered only when it created another option before brute force removed all of them. I could not read individual thoughts. That limitation reassured me. A million minds inside mine sounded less like power and more like permanent customer service, because the city never stayed predictable long. Mother moved our remaining family into a dry chamber overlooking the old reservoir. She hated the open space but accepted the protected routes around it, which made the next decision harder than expected. By the time I became ruler without ever wanting a crown, I understood territory was never merely ground. It was the accumulated memory of everyone who had eaten, hidden, fought, and waited there. Zip became chief scout entirely without receiving that title from anyone. He simply started organizing younger runners and acting offended when they ignored him, because someone smaller was watching what I chose. Dot managed food caches. Tiny specialized in infiltration through narrow infrastructure and somehow became the individual most familiar with human building interiors. Old Lefty's absence remained visible in every task he once performed. Open conflict made every route feel temporary, because a tunnel remained safe only until hunger, old rivalries, and human cleanup crews changed direction, or somebody discovered the trap waiting there. As usual, somehow, I created 3 rules through repeated scent markers and enforcement: no hunting allied young, no tribute collection through force, and no attacking humans inside our marked shelter routes unless threatened. The 3rd rule caused arguments. Many creatures associated humans with poison, traps, crushing, fire, and habitat destruction. They were not wrong, and I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately. Still, I could not explain that I had been human. I could only insist survival required understanding the strongest species above us, not declaring war from sewers, because danger rarely respected good timing. Trying to hold a fragile underground alliance together forced me to separate anger from strategy, since rage could provide energy but rarely supplied a useful escape route afterward, and I hated being watched. Annie helped indirectly by leaving food at controlled locations during shortages. Her behavior became evidence that humans were not one mind, and I remembered that my family still depended on me. Again, Agent Torres complicated matters by sending ABRU teams into nearby drains. They collected specimens and installed sensors, but avoided broad pesticide use after public concern about mutation effects, with consequences still approaching. The presence of Mother, Zip, allied insects reminded me command was never solitary. Every decision depended on creatures choosing to trust information they could not independently verify, because peace never stayed unemployed long. That policy saved hundreds of us without Torres knowing it. I watched one team from behind a pipe. Their equipment detected evolved rats, tracked chemical changes, and sampled red residue. Humanity was learning rapidly, so were we. The alley had once divided life into obvious levels: humans above, pests below. Now those categories were bending, because running would solve only my problem. Using advanced swarm link expanded what I could attempt without changing the oldest rule of combat. Anything strong enough to matter could still fail at the worst moment, and I disliked that truth. I opened the system species menu after another leadership milestone. New text appeared beneath my current form. Species evolution threshold approaching. While I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone, somehow, my body had already outgrown normal cockroach development. Shell darker, senses wider, strength far beyond natural limits. The hidden silhouettes in my evolution tree finally began resolving. 3 shapes appeared behind separate locked paths. I measured success less by enemies hurt than by allies returning, because a brilliant victory becomes difficult to celebrate when the route home grows noticeably quieter, because trust always created something worth losing. One looked armored enough to survive fire. One spread bladed wings, surrounded by electrical arcs. One stood at the center of a vast black swarm, because the system could not measure everything. I stared at those futures while sitting in a sewer kingdom composed mostly of creatures, humans killed with rolled magazines. Life had developed an unreasonable sense of scale, without any useful warning. The system unlocked species evolution after I crossed a threshold combining age, adaptation points, territorial influence, and exposure to altered biomass, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why, somehow. I withdrew alone into an abandoned maintenance vault before examining the choices. If transformation became violent, I preferred not accidentally molting through family members. The first path opened in black text: Immortal Black Carapace. Trying to choose a species evolution route forced me to separate anger from strategy, since rage could provide energy but rarely supplied a useful escape route afterward, with my attention fixed on survival. Description: extreme defensive adaptation, accelerated tissue repair, toxin resistance, thermal endurance, and survival under catastrophic injury. Specialization favored persistence above mobility, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. Again, the presence of the system reminded me command was never solitary. Every decision depended on creatures choosing to trust information they could not independently verify, even though running would solve only my problem. The silhouette looked like a larger cockroach plated in overlapping obsidian armor, not elegant. Very difficult to step on. The second path glowed blue-white, Skywing Thunder Roach, because the danger felt intensely personal. Description: aerial specialization, high acceleration, bioelectric storage, electromagnetic sensing, and burst attack. Reduced defensive growth compared with Black Carapace. Its silhouette had narrow wings and a body built for speed. Lightning traced the edges. Using species evolution interface expanded what I could attempt without changing the oldest rule of combat. Anything strong enough to matter could still fail at the worst moment, while every instinct remained alert. The third path made my swarm link vibrate. Lord of 10,000 Insects. Description: pheromone dominion, distributed perception, evolutionary stimulation of subordinate insects, mental resistance, and expanding command range. As usual, somehow, its silhouette remained smallest physically, yet the darkness behind it filled the screen with countless connected shapes. The system required one selection. I reread every option until the interface practically radiated impatience. I measured success less by enemies hurt than by allies returning, because a brilliant victory becomes difficult to celebrate when the route home grows noticeably quieter, because the next threat was already moving. Black Carapace meant surviving chemicals, crushing, and stronger predators. After fumigation, that path felt emotionally obvious, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone, while the immediate problem kept moving. War beneath the city was intimate in ugly ways. Every pipe carried familiar scent, every damaged nest belonged to someone, and every retreat crossed somebody's home, and my old human confidence stayed unusually quiet. Thunderroach meant leaving the ground. No more being trapped by every puddle, curb, shoe, wall, or rat occupying the same horizontal reality, and I remembered that the next threat was already moving. Lord meant protecting others, not merely fighting beside a swarm, but raising their survival capacity through my own evolution. While I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone, in that moment, the system recorded gains without understanding grief, displaying new points beside losses. No interface could convert into anything useful, and that difference kept bothering me, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. Each path represented something I wanted, because each answered a wound this life had already given me. The system remained firm. Single primary evolution required. Divergent specializations exceed current genetic stability. I asked whether secondary traits could be learned later, possible, with greatly reduced efficiency. I asked whether anyone had ever combined paths, records restricted. That answer bothered me. Restricted was different from impossible. I kept joking because silence made fear louder, but even the best joke could not hide how many smaller creatures were gambling their lives on my planning, because nothing stayed simple for long. I searched the interface manually, reviewing requirements, energy costs, and genetic warnings. The three evolution paths shared a common foundation: adaptive cockroach genome, red rain energy conversion, and my existing system core. They diverged only after the core transformation stage. In software testing, shared dependencies meant one of two things: elegant architecture or a catastrophic bug waiting for Friday afternoon, which was strangely reassuring. Leadership became most uncomfortable when no option protected everyone, leaving me to choose which danger could be reduced rather than pretending danger could disappear. While I knew survival had made caution painfully practical, I had spent years professionally trying to break systems developers insisted worked correctly. Maybe death had finally made my resume relevant. I selected all three paths simultaneously. The interface froze. My old human ideas about courage had depended heavily on stories. Actual courage smelled like fear, blood, wet concrete, and somebody moving forward anyway, which mattered because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. For 5 full seconds, nothing happened. Then red warnings covered my vision. Conflicting evolution command, genetic collision, host survival, probability 8.4%. I smiled internally. 17% had once seemed terrible. Apparently I was improving, and I remembered that survival had made caution painfully practical, and I remembered that fear never improved a bad plan, which mattered because even good plans could bleed. The system rejected my triple selection 3 times. I repeated it 3 times because persistence is what people call stubbornness after it succeeds, while I knew the system could not measure everything. On the 4th attempt, a new option appeared beneath the warnings: force path fusion. Requirements: all stored adaptation points. Extreme metabolic risk, irreversible. I had 47 points stored, and another risk appeared. The system recorded gains without understanding grief, displaying new points beside losses. No interface could convert into anything useful, and that difference kept bothering me, which mattered because even good plans could bleed. The responsible decision would have been choosing one specialization, growing safely, then searching for secondary traits later. Responsible decisions had not killed the gecko, saved Mother, defeated the Rat King, or protected Annie. Still, recklessness alone was not courage. I spent hours calculating what each path contributed and whether shared traits might stabilize one another, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose. I kept joking because silence made fear louder, but even the best joke could not hide how many smaller creatures were gambling their lives on my planning, while my confidence stayed carefully limited. Black carapace provided regeneration and structural integrity. Thunderroach offered energy distribution through specialized conductive tissue. Lord improved neural coordination and internal control. Together, those strengths could theoretically reduce each other's failures. Theoretically is a beautiful word when nobody can sue after your body explodes. I informed Mother through pheromones that I would transform and might be unresponsive. I did not explain the 8% survival estimate. Leadership became most uncomfortable when no option protected everyone, leaving me to choose which danger could be reduced rather than pretending danger could disappear, which mattered because my family still depended on me. She touched antennae with me for a long time, then released one clear signal: return. Zip wanted to remain inside the vault. I forced him out and sealed the narrow entrance with debris. Annie received a message through tiny carrying rice letters on a scrap of paper. Changing. Safe. Wait. Her reply returned hours later, written small enough for me to read: do not die again, idiot. My old human ideas about courage had depended heavily on stories. Actual courage smelled like fear, blood, wet concrete, and somebody moving forward anyway, while I knew the next threat was already moving. Fair. I activated force path fusion. Pain arrived before transformation. Every joint locked. Heat spread beneath my shell until internal tissues felt chemically disassembled, because survival had become an extremely demanding teacher. The system converted all 47 points at once. My awareness flooded with impossible instructions: grow, harden, divide, reconnect, conduct, link, rebuild. My old shell split along the back, and that mattered later. Whenever I attempted to fuse all three evolutionary paths changed inside the conflict, the larger lesson remained practical. Power mattered only when it created another option before brute force removed all of them. I crawled forward instinctively, leaving part of myself behind. Then another membrane formed, hardened, and split again, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes, while disagreement remained completely real. By the time my body entered a near-fatal metamorphosis, I understood territory was never merely ground. It was the accumulated memory of everyone who had eaten, hidden, fought, and waited there, even then. Something like wings grew folded beneath new armor. Electrical organs developed along my thorax, firing random pulses that burned the floor, and I remembered that fear never improved a bad plan. Again, my swarm link expanded uncontrolled. For several seconds, I sensed thousands of insects across Mercer simultaneously, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost, while I searched for another option. Open conflict made every route feel temporary, because a tunnel remained safe only until genetic overload changed direction or somebody discovered the trap waiting there, because I had learned what hesitation could cost. Fear overwhelmed me. Hunger, mating, injury, darkness, movement, raw instincts crashed through my mind until Ethan disappeared beneath the noise. I nearly surrendered to it, because my family still depended on me. Then one signal stood out, Mother's pheromone outside the vault. Return. Another arrived through memory rather than scent. Annie saying, "Do not die again, idiot." Old Lefty's final signal surfaced beneath both. Protect. Continue. Trying to break the system's forced choice forced me to separate anger from strategy, since rage could provide energy but rarely supplied a useful escape route afterward, while my old assumptions kept collapsing. I used those anchors to separate myself from the swarm. The system responded, strengthening a central neural boundary. Fusion stabilization 51%, 63%, 79%, which mattered because experience had made optimism more careful. My new heart rhythm changed. Energy redistributed through tissues. Regeneration sealed places where growth had torn me apart. The final percentage reached 98 and stopped. Then the vault shook violently. The presence of the system in my swarm reminded me command was never solitary. Every decision depended on creatures choosing to trust information they could not independently verify, and my insect instincts agreed. A pressure wave moved through the sewer from somewhere outside, carrying red rain energy stronger than anything since the storm. My unstable body absorbed it automatically. Fusion. Stabilization. 100%. Species evolution complete. I opened new eyes inside a cracked shell and realized my body no longer fit comfortably beneath the pipe where I had entered, which made my old assumptions feel embarrassingly small afterward. My first sensation after evolution was pressure. My old body had fit through cracks without thought. The new one had opinions about architecture, while I knew fear never improved a bad plan. I pushed against the debris sealing the vault entrance. Concrete chips shifted beneath my forelegs with startling ease, and I remembered that my family still depended on me, while relief remained temporary. The emerging factions worried me less than the stories each side might tell about the others, because violence becomes easier after language reduces individuals into categories, which made the next decision harder than expected. Strength had increased, but black carapace changed more than muscle. Overlapping plates covered my thorax and abdomen, matte black with faint metallic reflections, while I knew the cost had stopped being theoretical. The shell felt heavier without slowing me. Internal support structures had thickened, distributing force across my body instead of letting impacts concentrate around joints. Then I unfolded my wings. In that moment, I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, while I knew even good plans could bleed. They were not ordinary cockroach wings. Narrow membranes stretched between reinforced veins that sparked faint blue when I moved them. The first flap threw me backward into the wall, for good reason. I lay upside down for several seconds, deeply pleased that mythic biological advancement had preserved slapstick, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful, while the immediate problem kept moving. The ability Immortal Carapace, Thunder Wings, Swarm Dominion felt magnificent until I considered how humans would interpret it from across a room, where wonder usually arrives several seconds behind fear. In that moment, the system displayed new abilities. Immortal Carapace, Thunder Wings, Sovereign Swarm Link. Each remained at an introductory stage, despite dramatic names, and I remembered that survival had made caution painfully practical. Still, my size had increased to nearly 8 inches long, which sounded modest until I remembered Grandma Lynn had nearly killed the previous version of me with footwear. I pushed outside. Annie recognized me through behavior rather than appearance, and that small act weakened the belief that identity required other people seeing the face I remembered, because the joke could not erase the stakes. Mother stepped backward immediately. Zip released such a powerful alarm scent that 3 nearby scouts fled before recognizing me. I stopped moving and produced our family signal carefully. Home. Safe. Mine. Mother approached first. She touched one antenna to mine, then the other, tasting whatever evolutionary changes my scent carried. Recognition spread through her pheromones. Relief followed, while the immediate problem kept moving. Trying to survive the triple evolution meant accepting that evolution solves survival problems by creating social problems, especially once my body became impossible to dismiss as an unusually confident pest, for good reason. Zip returned and circled me twice, broadcasting disbelief mixed with admiration and, annoyingly, competitive curiosity. "No," I thought at him. "You are not trying this." He climbed onto my back anyway. The Sovereign Swarm link activated when I relaxed. Suddenly, his position became more than scent. I sensed direction, agitation, and a rough impression of intention because the system could not measure everything. Not words. Still, the meaning was close enough. Fast, fly, now. I laughed internally. Absolutely not. Then I tried flying. The first attempt lasted 4 seconds and ended inside a pile of damp cardboard. Torres's restraint mattered because she represented something larger than herself. Proof that institutions built to contain threats could still learn distinctions when individuals insisted, while I knew trust always created something worth losing. The second lasted 11 seconds and ended against a pipe. By the 7th attempt, I crossed the reservoir without touching ground, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. Again, freedom hit harder than expected. Since rebirth, every escape route had been determined by surfaces. Flight erased those rules, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories. For good reason. Human awakenings complicated every category at once, because humanity could no longer pretend abnormal biology belonged exclusively to creatures outside its moral boundaries. While I knew the joke could not erase the stakes, I climbed through a storm drain after midnight and rose above Mercer Alley for the first time, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed, for reasons I understood later. Buildings no longer towered infinitely. Fire escapes became platforms, dumpsters became boxes. Humans were still enormous, but I finally possessed a dimension they rarely controlled. Then I saw my reflection in a dark apartment window. Watching Annie change made me protective and strangely relieved. She was becoming less biologically ordinary while remaining completely herself, an example I desperately needed, which mattered because experience had made optimism more careful. 8 inches of black armor, long antennae, electric blue veins beneath folded wings, mandibles large enough to be visible from several feet away, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. I had become stronger, faster, harder to kill, capable of commanding swarms and generating bioelectricity, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes, because experience had made optimism more careful. The system described transformations with clinical language, but nobody inside the lab experienced them clinically. Pain, fear, jokes, and friendship kept refusing to become data points because power had not simplified the decision. I had also become exactly the kind of thing humans would describe using words like nightmare, specimen, and kill it before it lays eggs, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. For the first time, evolution felt less like climbing upward and more like walking away from a face I still remembered as mine, which mattered because my human habits still needed correction. I avoided Annie for 3 days after evolving. The official reason was training. The actual reason was cowardice with excellent cardio, and I knew pretending otherwise would only make things worse. Still, at my old size, she could pretend I was a strange cockroach. 8 inches long, I was a federal incident waiting to learn indoor manners, because my human habits still needed correction. Torres's restraint mattered because she represented something larger than herself. Proof that institutions built to contain threats could still learn distinctions when individuals insisted, while I knew responsibility had become impossible to ignore. I trained alone beneath abandoned rooftops. Thunder wings generated lift through rapid vibration and brief bioelectric discharges that altered airflow around the membranes, which mattered because the memory remained sharper than expected. The physics seemed suspicious, but I had stopped demanding peer review from supernatural biology. Sovereign Swarm Link became easier with distance. I could sense linked scouts across several blocks when they released specific pheromone beacons. Human awakenings complicated every category at once, because humanity could no longer pretend abnormal biology belonged exclusively to creatures outside its moral boundaries, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful. Immortal carapace proved harder to test responsibly. I eventually let a falling brick chip strike my back and discovered irresponsible science remains painful even when successful, because identity had stopped being simple. Watching Annie change made me protective and strangely relieved. She was becoming less biologically ordinary, while remaining completely herself, an example I desperately needed, while I knew the city never stayed predictable long. The shell dented slightly, then restored itself over several minutes by redistributing material from stored nutrients. Strong did not mean invulnerable. That distinction remained important, because another safe assumption had just failed. One rainy night, I landed beside a rooftop puddle and saw my reflection clearly under a flickering security light. The creature looking back had no resemblance to Ethan Cole except the person behind its stillness. The system described transformations with clinical language, but nobody inside the lab experienced them clinically. Pain, fear, jokes, and friendship kept refusing to become data points, because my insect instincts were already convinced. I remembered my human face from the obituary. Brown hair, I never styled correctly. Crooked left eyebrow. Small scar under my chin from childhood, even though the system could not measure everything. Those details felt more intimate because I could never touch them again. I whispered inside my mind, "My name is Ethan Cole." The system responded unexpectedly. Identity anchor detected. Stable self-concept improves sovereign link resistance. I began understanding that monstrous appearance and monstrous behavior were separate variables, despite how efficiently human instinct tries combining them during the first terrified second, even though nobody else could make this choice. Of course, even existential crises produce stat bonuses now, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why, as usual, somehow. I repeated memories deliberately, my mother's Sunday calls, my apartment number, salty fries from a place near work, the song I hated because an ex played it constantly, and I almost laughed. Every new ability widened the distance between my body and human memory, yet every relationship I protected made the person making those choices feel more recognizable, because the system could not measure everything. The memories did not make me human again. They reminded me humanity had never been only skin. Then another truth arrived, equally uncomfortable, even though the joke could not erase the stakes. Mother was family too. Zip was family. Dot and Tiny were family. Old Lefty's death hurt because this life had become real rather than temporary, because power had not simplified the decision. Annie's electromagnetic sense gave her a fragment of my hidden world, and being partially perceived felt more intimate than any physical resemblance we no longer shared, because fear never improved a bad plan. Rejecting my insect body entirely would mean rejecting everything I had learned through it. Maybe I was not a human trapped inside a cockroach anymore. Maybe Ethan had become something else without disappearing. The emerging factions worried me less than the stories each side might tell about the others, because violence becomes easier after language reduces individuals into categories, because my family still depended on me. That thought should have frightened me. Instead, it loosened something inside my chest. A shadow moved across the puddle. I spun, wings opening. Annie stood on the fire escape below, staring upward. She had found me by following the blue flashes from flight practice. Her face went pale. Ethan, she called carefully. I froze, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, because survival had become an extremely demanding teacher. She could not smell my identity pheromone. She could not access the system. She only saw the monster reflected in the puddle, yet she had used my name instead of Pepper. I climbed slowly toward the fire escape. Annie did not run, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories, somehow. Annie remained impressively calm until I landed on the railing 3 feet away. Then her entire body leaned backward on instinct, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories, somehow. I could hardly blame her. 8-inch armored cockroaches are not covered by normal friendship etiquette. Okay, she whispered. That's new. I raised one foreleg slowly. She stared. Please don't wave. Somehow that makes it worse. Every new ability widened the distance between my body and human memory, yet every relationship I protected made the person making those choices feel more recognizable, because another safe assumption had just failed. Fair. I found a dry patch of metal and scratched letters using one mandible. ETHAN. Annie released the breath she had been holding. Her shoulders dropped. Annie's electromagnetic sense gave her a fragment of my hidden world, and being partially perceived felt more intimate than any physical resemblance we no longer shared, because another safe assumption had just failed. You absolute psycho, she said. I told you not to die again. You disappear 3 days and come back looking like a boss fight. I scratched sorry. No, you're not. The emerging factions worried me less than the stories each side might tell about the others, because violence becomes easier after language reduces individuals into categories, because the memory remains sharper than expected. She knew me too well. Annie approached one step at a time. I could smell adrenaline despite her steady expression. When she reached arm's length, she extended 2 fingers, stopped, and waited. Consent between a human and giant cockroach had never appeared in any social skills seminar I attended, but the principle translated easily. I moved forward and touched one antenna to her fingertips. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, even though strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Her skin carried warmth, soap, coffee, and the faint chemical smell of lab sanitizer. Still you, she murmured. The sentence hit harder than any system reward, which changed more than my body. I wanted to tell her about the evolution paths. Instead, I wrote short words while she took notes. Armor, wings, link, electric. She looked up sharply at link. Link to what? The ability-controlled size compression felt magnificent, until I considered how humans would interpret it from across a room, where wonder usually arrives several seconds behind fear, while my old assumptions kept collapsing. I pointed toward the alley below, where dozens of roaches moved through hidden routes. Her expression shifted from wonder to concern. You can control them? I scratched. Not control, guide. Annie recognized me through behavior rather than appearance, and that small act weakened the belief that identity required other people seeing the face. I remembered, because I had learned what hesitation could cost. Mostly true. A camera shutter clicked from the rooftop across the alley. I turned instantly. Agent Maya Torres lowered a long-lens camera. Annie swore. Torres did not draw a weapon. That probably saved the evening. Trying to reveal my evolved body without losing her trust meant accepting that evolution solves survival problems by creating social problems, especially once my body became impossible to dismiss as an unusually confident pest. She raised one empty hand and called across the gap, "I'm not here to hurt either of you." Annie stepped between me and the open edge anyway, and I remembered the cost. Torres's gaze moved from her to me. "We've had reports of a large black insect around Mercer. Now I know why none of the sightings ended with casualties." I remained still. Torres's restraint mattered because she represented something larger than herself. Proof that institutions built to contain threats could still learn distinctions when individuals insisted, which mattered because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. "You've been helping people," Torres continued. "Parking garage, subway tunnels, possibly other incidents." Annie answered carefully. "What happens if I say yes?" Because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, somehow. Torres looked tired rather than threatening. Then I tried very hard to keep people with worse imaginations from finding him first. That was not trust, because the silence afterward would remember this. Human awakenings complicated every category at once, because humanity could no longer pretend abnormal biology belonged exclusively to creatures outside its moral boundaries, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head. It was, however, the first offer of human protection I had received since becoming something human authorities might reasonably fear, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed, for now. Torres did not arrest Annie, capture me, or summon tactical teams. She did something more dangerous. She asked questions like a competent adult, which mattered because both halves of me understood why. We met 3 nights later inside an abandoned university greenhouse after Annie confirmed no active cameras remained, and I remembered that my insect instincts were already convinced, and I disliked that truth. Annie recognized me through behavior rather than appearance, and that small act weakened the belief that identity required other people seeing the face I remembered, even though power had not simplified the decision. Torres came alone except for a small recorder. She left visibly on a table after Annie told her recording without permission would end the meeting. I stayed on a steel shelf beyond easy reach. Trying to investigate strange human abilities meant accepting that evolution solves survival problems by creating social problems, especially once my body became impossible to dismiss as an unusually confident pest, for good reason. Torres introduced herself formally, which felt strange because I had watched her wrestle a mutated cat in sewage, and I remembered that the memory remained sharper than expected, because stopping solved nothing. She explained ABUU's problem. Red rain had accelerated biological change across species, but mutations followed no consistent pattern. Some animals merely grew. Some developed specialized organs. Some gained intelligence. Others suffered neurological collapse. Torres's restraint mattered because she represented something larger than herself. Proof that institutions built to contain threats could still learn distinctions when individuals insisted, while I knew my insect instincts were already convinced. Then she showed Annie photographs of people. A firefighter had survived temperatures that melted protective equipment. A child in Oregon repeatedly caused nearby metal objects to vibrate when frightened, as usual, somehow. A nurse in Boston accelerated clotting by touching wounds. A prisoner bent steel bars during a panic episode and broke both arms doing it. Humans are changing too, Annie said. Human awakenings complicated every category at once, because humanity could no longer pretend abnormal biology belonged exclusively to creatures outside its moral boundaries, and I remembered that nobody else could make this choice. Torres nodded. "We call them Awaken until somebody invents a worse acronym." I appreciated her already. The system had never highlighted Annie as evolved, but I opened appraisal while she studied the photographs. Watching Annie change made me protective and strangely relieved. She was becoming less biologically ordinary while remaining completely herself, an example I desperately needed, while I knew responsibility had become impossible to ignore. A faint energy pattern surrounded her nervous system, stronger than before. Potential awakening, bioelectromagnetic affinity, instability low. I almost moved closer, then stopped myself. Revealing the system remained off-limits, for good reason. Torres continued. "The problem isn't simply stronger wildlife. We may be watching multiple new intelligent populations emerge simultaneously." She looked directly at me. "That includes you." I scratched human before, on a dusty tray. The system described transformations with clinical language, but nobody inside the lab experienced them clinically. Pain, fear, jokes, and friendship kept refusing to become data points because power had not simplified the decision. Torres froze. Annie gave me a look that translated roughly to "you could have warned me" before dropping reincarnation on federal law enforcement. Torres crouched to read. "You are human?" "Yes." She took several seconds before asking, "Do you remember who?" I wrote, "Ethan Cole, dead." Torres did not immediately believe me. Good. I trusted skepticism more than easy faith. I began understanding that monstrous appearance and monstrous behavior were separate variables, despite how efficiently human instinct tries combining them during the first terrified second, even though my insect instincts were already convinced. She verified the obituary later through government records. Afterward, her behavior changed subtly, not softer, exactly, more careful. "If this gets out," she told Annie, "every agency with a microscope will want jurisdiction." Annie crossed her arms. "That's the nicest way anyone has said dissect him so far." Torres did not deny it, and I remembered that survival had made caution painfully practical, for now. Every new ability widened the distance between my body and human memory, yet every relationship I protected made the person making those choices feel more recognizable, because my family still depended on me. Before leaving, she gave Annie an encrypted number for emergency contact and promised Mercer Alley would not receive broad chemical treatment without review. That single policy meant more to me than badges, speeches, or sympathy. Annie's electromagnetic sense gave her a fragment of my hidden world, and being partially perceived felt more intimate than any physical resemblance we no longer shared, because my family still depended on me. Then Annie dropped her phone. It landed 6 feet away, yet the screen lit before touching the floor. A blue arc jumped from her fingertips to the metal table. Everyone stared. Annie looked at her hand. Please tell me, static electricity just became dramatic. The system answered silently for me. Awakening process initiated, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes. Annie's awakening did not arrive with heroic music. It arrived with migraines, nosebleeds, exploding light bulbs, and a university microwave that died with admirable professionalism, because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Torres moved us to an abandoned research lab where Abru had isolated other low-risk awakened civilians. I remained unofficial. Official paperwork still had no useful box for deceased software tester, currently Giant Cockroach. The system described transformations with clinical language, but nobody inside the lab experienced them clinically. Pain, fear, jokes, and friendship kept refusing to become data points, which made the next breath feel earned. Annie's electromagnetic field spiked whenever her emotions changed. Fear disrupted radios. Anger drained batteries. Embarrassment made fluorescent lights flicker. I considered that last feature potentially dangerous during dating, before fear could argue. Dr. Marcus Hale, Annie's ecology professor, joined the team after receiving federal clearance. Balding, exhausted, and permanently coffee-stained, he accepted impossible facts suspiciously quickly. Science is just organized surprise, he said after seeing me. I began understanding that monstrous appearance and monstrous behavior were separate variables, despite how efficiently human instinct tries combining them during the first terrified second, because trust is not the same as blindness. I liked him immediately. The system showed Annie's awakening progressing toward instability. Excess bioelectric energy accumulated around her spinal nerves faster than her body could discharge safely. One evening, she collapsed during testing. Monitors screamed. Blue arcs crawled across the metal examination table. Torres ordered everyone back while Hale reached for insulated equipment. I sensed Annie's electrical pattern directly through electrosense. Her nerves were firing in chaotic loops. Every new ability widened the distance between my body and human memory, yet every relationship I protected made the person making those choices feel more recognizable, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. My thunder wings contained conductive organs designed to store and redirect charge. The connection was obvious and probably stupid. I landed on the table. Torres shouted, "Ethan, don't. Too late." I placed both forelegs against Annie's wrist and opened the bioelectric channels along my wings. Pain hit instantly, and I knew pretending otherwise would only make things worse. Without any useful warning, Annie's electromagnetic sense gave her a fragment of my hidden world, and being partially perceived felt more intimate than any physical resemblance we no longer shared, because every instinct understood the stakes immediately. Energy flooded into me, far beyond normal storage. My wing veins glowed bright enough to illuminate the lab. The system warned overcharge repeatedly while Annie's heart rhythm stabilized. I needed somewhere to put the excess. A grounded steel frame ran beneath the table. I unfolded one wing until its conductive edge touched metal. Electricity discharged with a crack like a rifle shot. Half the room's equipment died. The emerging factions worried me less than the stories each side might tell about the others, because violence becomes easier after language reduces individuals into categories, because the memory remains sharper than expected. So did the ceiling lights. Silence followed. Then Annie coughed. "Did you just tase the building?" she whispered. I nearly collapsed from relief, which mattered because fear never improved a bad plan. Hale checked her monitors through backup power. Neural activity had stabilized into a repeating pattern instead of chaotic spikes. The system displayed awakening complete. Human evolved, primary stage. Affinity, electromagnetic perception. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative. Even though survival had made caution painfully practical. Annie opened her eyes and looked toward me in darkness. "You're over there," she said. No emergency light had activated yet. I froze. She pointed exactly at my position. In that moment, "I can feel you. Not see you. Feel you. Like static shaped into a person." Torres turned toward Hale. "Is that possible?" And I knew pretending otherwise would only make things worse. The ability energy grounding felt magnificent until I considered how humans would interpret it from across a room, where wonder usually arrives several seconds behind fear, because my insect instincts were already convinced. Hale laughed once. "Yesterday I met a reincarnated cockroach. You're asking me to defend possible?" And I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately. Because my instincts recognized the danger immediately. Annie's perception extended toward linked insects nearby. She could not read the swarm, but she sensed the faint electromagnetic pattern my connection created, which mattered because both halves of me understood why. Annie recognized me through behavior rather than appearance, and that small act weakened the belief that identity required other people seeing the face I remembered, which was another lesson I never requested from death. For the first time, another person experienced a piece of my invisible world. I had thought becoming less human meant becoming more alone, which mattered because running would solve only my problem. Annie's awakening proved evolution could also build bridges where biology once placed walls. While I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone, while I knew confidence had nearly killed me before. ABUU called the emergency briefing after 3 separate incidents involving intelligent evolved animals refusing human commands rather than attacking blindly. And I remembered that the city never stayed predictable long, for now. Torres arranged for Annie to attend as a university consultant. I entered inside an equipment case with ventilation holes, which felt undignified but strategically excellent, because running would solve only my problem. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, because the joke could not erase the stakes. The meeting took place beneath a federal courthouse in a room designed for disasters involving terrorists, hurricanes, or apparently philosophical raccoons, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision. Still, maps covered the walls. Red markers indicated feral mutations. Blue markers showed awakened human incidents. Yellow markers represented suspected intelligent evolved species. There were far too many colors, whether I liked it. The ability communication link felt magnificent until I considered how humans would interpret it from across a room, where wonder usually arrives several seconds behind fear, because the next threat was already moving. Dr. Hale presented first. He argued red rain had not created one phenomenon, but accelerated several evolutionary pathways simultaneously, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, before fear could argue. We keep saying mutation, he told the room. That word suggests random deformity. What we're seeing often behaves more like directed adaptation. A military colonel asked, directed by what? As usual, somehow. Annie recognized me through behavior rather than appearance, and that small act weakened the belief that identity required other people seeing the face. I remembered, which mattered, because every mistake still carried consequences. Hale looked toward Annie without knowing I listened from her case. That's the trillion-dollar question. ABU-RU proposed 3 operational categories: awakened humans, sapient evolved organisms, and feral evolved organisms lacking stable higher cognition. The distinction mattered because some officials wanted all large mutations treated as hostile wildlife. Torres opposed that policy openly, and I knew pretending otherwise would only make things worse. In that moment, trying to understand emerging factions meant accepting that evolution solves survival problems by creating social problems, especially once my body became impossible to dismiss as an unusually confident pest, and nobody asked permission. Intelligence changes the rules, she said. If something can understand restraint, negotiate territory, or choose not to kill us, then we're no longer discussing pest control. Pest control, while relief remained temporary. The phrase pulled me straight back to white fog and bodies inside the wall. One official argued that waiting for intelligence tests during attacks would cost lives. He was not wrong either. Torres's restraint mattered because she represented something larger than herself. Proof that institutions built to contain threats could still learn distinctions when individuals insisted, while I knew both halves of me understood why. That was the problem. The new world contained situations where fear and ethics could both be reasonable simultaneously, and I remembered that running would solve only my problem, because stopping solved nothing. Annie finally spoke. If we classify every unknown evolved creature as hostile, we guarantee intelligent ones learn. Humans only communicate through force. Several people looked unconvinced, because reality had stopped respecting categories. Human awakenings complicated every category at once, because humanity could no longer pretend. Abnormal biology belonged exclusively to creatures outside its moral boundaries, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful. She continued, some of them may already be protecting us. Torres glanced at the equipment case. I remained very still, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before. Even then, the system suddenly marked a distant pressure beneath the building, not nearby movement, something farther away, deeper, reaching through my swarm network like a cold hand. Linked insects across Mercer reacted simultaneously. Watching Annie change made me protective and strangely relieved. She was becoming less biologically ordinary while remaining completely herself, an example I desperately needed, while I knew my instincts recognized the danger immediately. Thousands of alarm signals appeared in my awareness. I opened the case from inside and crawled onto the table. Half the room stood. 2 guards raised weapons before Torres shouted them down. I ignored everyone and scratched one word into a paper folder with my mandible. Below. Annie touched the table, eyes unfocusing as her new electromagnetic sense reached through building wiring. The system described transformations with clinical language, but nobody inside the lab experienced them clinically. Pain, fear, jokes, and friendship kept refusing to become data points, because every instinct understood the stakes immediately. He's right, she whispered. Something huge just pulsed through the subway grid. Then every underground camera feed on the wall flickered white, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing. For one frame, thousands of pale eggs covered an abandoned station beneath Line 9, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer, even though my human habits still needed correction. Abers sealed Line 9 before sunrise and officially blamed structural damage. By noon, social media had already produced 12 alien theories and one surprisingly detailed accusation involving Canadian dairy farmers. Torres led the first underground team. Annie went because her electromagnetic sense could detect biological electrical patterns through walls. I went because every insect beneath Mercer was screaming inside my link. The Queen's offer targeted every grief I carried, promising nobody would leave, betray, misunderstand, or die separately if I surrendered the very thing making them themselves, because arrogance kills efficiently at small scale. The abandoned platform smelled wrong before we reached it. Sweet rot mixed with wet limestone and a chemical signal designed to suppress ordinary insect alarm responses, because danger rarely respected good timing. My sovereign link resisted the effect. The roaches traveling with us did not. Several became calm enough to walk toward the scent voluntarily. I stopped them with command pulses, as usual, somehow. Rejecting her did not make me confident, it made me responsible for proving messy. Freedom could survive against an enemy designed around perfect obedience, and I remembered that every mistake still carried consequences. Hale collected residue from the wall, pheromone analog, he whispered. Something is broadcasting behavioral control across species. We descended through a maintenance door into a tunnel no longer shown on modern transit maps. The first egg cluster covered half a support column. Each translucent capsule was the size of a human fist and contained something folded around itself. Torres raised one gloved hand. Nobody touched anything. When we discovered thousands of translucent eggs fused into concrete, the crisis stopped being an underground ecological problem and became a test of whether humans and evolved creatures could trust one another under real pressure. Good policy. Farther down, clusters became sheets. Eggs fused across rails, concrete, cables, old advertisements, and the remains of animals dragged underground. The brood had been feeding quietly for days. Annie stopped beside a wall. There's current inside them, tiny pulses. Synchronized. I sensed it too, once she pointed it out. Thousands of developing nervous systems fired in coordinated intervals. Operation planning revealed how different our strengths were. Humans controlled machines and logistics, while my swarms knew routes that existed beneath the assumptions printed on their maps, and I could not ignore it. Not a colony, a network. One egg opened. A pale termite-like creature unfolded onto the rail, six-legged but armored, with cutting mouthparts far too large for its body, and I almost laughed. The first joint defenses felt awkward, dangerous, and inefficient, which made them almost the exact opposite of mother brood and therefore worth protecting, and I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately. The system labeled it brood drone, artificially directed evolution. That phrase froze me harder than the creature itself. Artificially directed. I asked the system who directed it. Access restricted. Of course. The drone attacked Hale. I intercepted mid-jump and snapped its thorax with one foreleg. More eggs began opening. Torres ordered withdrawal before curiosity became a body count, while another problem waited nearby. I kept thinking about the exterminators during evacuation preparations. Humans once filled our walls with poison, and now other humans were sealing streets to keep our colony alive, and the lesson stayed with me. We moved fast, but pale drones poured from cracks ahead, climbing walls in coordinated waves, and I remembered that fear never improved a bad plan, because experience had made optimism more careful. My swarm scouts countered instinctively. Native roaches, ants, and spiders hit the brood from side passages while the human team fired controlled bursts. While I knew strength never guaranteed the correct answer. The coming battle frightened me because home had expanded again, from family nest to sewer territory to an entire district full of people who would never know my name, and I almost laughed. The drones ignored pain until physically disabled. Their coordination remained perfect even when individuals lost limbs. Annie shouted, "They're receiving commands." She pointed deeper into the tunnel, because experience had become expensive. A psychic pressure touched my mind at the same moment. Not words at first. Hunger, ownership, intrusion. Then meaning condensed inside my sovereign link with terrible clarity. Little King, in that moment. Inside an abandoned subway tunnel, Mother Brood's network felt disturbingly peaceful, because fear disappears quickly when individuality is removed, along with every choice that could create fear, which made cooperation worth the trouble. The voice was not human, not system, not pheromone. Come deeper. I stopped retreating. Torres grabbed Annie's shoulder. Why did he stop? Annie looked at me, face pale, which felt painfully familiar. Because whatever's down there, just talk to him. Which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost, and that mattered later. We should have returned with explosives. Instead, I went deeper with a smaller team because terrible curiosity had become a defining feature of everyone I trusted, because the stakes were already personal. Torres reduced the group to herself, Annie, Hale, 2 tactical agents, and me. My swarm scouts traveled through adjacent cracks. The tunnel descended beneath official infrastructure into older brickwork, then rough stone. I kept thinking about the exterminators during evacuation preparations. Humans once filled our walls with poison, and now other humans were sealing streets to keep our colony alive, because leadership rarely arrives politely. Someone had built beneath the subway long before the subway existed. The brood covered everything below. Pale workers carried dead rats, pigeons, and pieces of larger animals toward a central chamber. None fought unless approached. The coming battle frightened me because home had expanded again, from family nest to sewer territory to an entire district full of people who would never know my name. And that mattered later. They were harvesting. We reached an opening overlooking what had once been a buried station or utility vault. The queen filled most of it, even though the silence afterward would remember this. Mother Brood resembled no single insect species. Her abdomen was termite-like, enormous and segmented, while armored forelimbs resembled a mantis, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before. That night, inside a buried station below Line 9, Mother Brood's network felt disturbingly peaceful, because fear disappears quickly when individuality is removed along with every choice that could create fear, while nobody above noticed. Dozens of smaller limbs connected her body to walls through fleshy root structures pulsing with red energy. Her head turned toward me before any human entered view. "Welcome, little king." The psychic voice arrived directly through my swarm link. I responded by raising mental barriers the system had formed during triple evolution. Her amusement felt like warm rot, and I almost laughed. The danger of a colossal pale insect queen was ideological as much as physical. Her solution genuinely prevented conflict by deleting the minds capable of disagreeing with one another, while trust remained unfinished. You bind many, yet keep them separate. Wasteful. The humans could not hear words, but Annie sensed electromagnetic changes and watched me carefully. Mother Brood lifted one forelimb. Nearby drones stopped simultaneously. I had built mental shield around coordination without complete control, so meeting a perfect hive forced me to examine how easily leadership could slide toward ownership, because confidence had nearly killed me before. See unity. Her network opened around me for one horrifying instant. Thousands of bodies shared one purpose. No fear of death because individuals possessed no independent value. No disputes, betrayal, confusion, or hesitation. Perfect coordination. Perfect slavery. I severed the contact. The queen's attention sharpened. "You carry foreign order, not rain-born." My entire body chilled. She could sense the system. I asked mentally, "What are you?" Annie could not hear the queen's psychic voice, yet she read my reactions accurately enough that I never faced those conversations entirely alone, and I remembered that the silence afterward would remember this. She answered with images rather than explanation. Subterranean eggs before red rain, dormant tissue buried beneath stone, a signal arriving from above, awakening ancient instructions, because confidence had nearly killed me before. Mother Brood had existed in some sleeping form before the storm. Red rain had merely turned the key. Hale whispered from behind cover, "She's incorporating mammalian tissue into the nest. Look at those vessels." Torres approached the Brood as a tactical threat, while Hale approached it as a scientific impossibility, and both perspectives became necessary once the tunnels started behaving like tissue, while disagreement remained completely real. The Queen's head snapped toward him. The tactical agents raised rifles. I sent one word through the psychic channel, "Wait." Mother Brood returned her attention to me, and the memory stayed sharp. The Queen's offer targeted every grief I carried, promising nobody would leave, betray, misunderstand, or die separately if I surrendered the very thing making them themselves, because every instinct understood the stakes immediately. "Join, bring your swarm, bring warm minds, no hunger, no fear, one purpose." Annie whispered, "What does she want?" I scratched on dusty concrete, "Everything," and my old human confidence stayed unusually quiet. The Queen's network pressed against my mental barrier again, gentle this time. She was not threatening me. She genuinely believed individuality was disease. That conviction frightened me more than hunger ever had. Mother Brood showed me her version of peace. Through psychic contact, I saw rats walking beside insects without attacking because neither possessed independent desire, even though the world kept punishing lazy categories. I saw humans moving through tunnels calmly, eyes empty, nervous systems connected by pale growths along their spines. No war, no fear, no loneliness, no choice, which I would remember much later. Annie could not hear the Queen's psychic voice, yet she read my reactions accurately enough that I never faced those conversations entirely alone, and I remembered that the world kept punishing lazy categories. The offer targeted every weakness I carried. I had spent this second life terrified of losing family, terrified of misunderstanding humans, terrified of being alone between species, which made caution feel intelligent. Mother Brood promised a world where nobody could leave because nobody remained separate enough to choose leaving. I almost admired the elegance. Then one worker dragged a human corpse past the chamber entrance. Torres approached the Brood as a tactical threat, while Hale approached it as a scientific impossibility, and both perspectives became necessary once the tunnels started behaving like tissue, because survival discouraged complacency. Still, the body wore a transit maintenance uniform. A pale larva emerged from beneath his collar. My answer became uncomplicated. No. The Queen's network tightened. "You prefer loss." I remembered old Lefty. The Queen's offer targeted every grief I carried, promising nobody would leave, betray, misunderstand, or die separately if I surrendered the very thing making them themselves, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. "Yes," I answered, "if the price of never losing them is making them stop being them." Mother Brood did not understand. Perhaps she could not. The fleshy roots along the walls contracted. Every drone in the chamber turned toward us. Torres saw the change. "We're done negotiating." The first agent threw a flash device. Light exploded across the chamber while we retreated. Rejecting her did not make me confident. It made me responsible for proving messy freedom could survive against an enemy designed around perfect obedience, which made my old assumptions feel embarrassingly small afterward. Drones swarmed immediately. I opened Sovereign Link at full range and summoned every scout waiting outside. Native insects poured into side tunnels, attacking brood joints and breaking pheromone relay structures. Mother brood pushed psychic pressure against me. My vision doubled. For several seconds, I felt her network trying to overwrite command signals with obedience. The system responded. Mental intrusion detected. Sovereign will adaptation available. When the Queen promised safety if I surrendered individuality, the crisis stopped being an underground ecological problem and became a test of whether humans and evolved creatures could trust one another under real pressure. I spent points instantly. The pressure changed from drowning to weight. Still terrible. Manageable. And I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful, even though the silence afterward would remember this. We reached the upper tunnel while brood soldiers followed. Annie discharged an electromagnetic pulse into exposed rails, stunning a cluster long enough for Torres to seal a blast door. In that moment, operation planning revealed how different our strengths were. Humans controlled machines and logistics, while my swarms knew routes that existed beneath the assumptions printed on their maps, which I would remember much later. The metal door buckled immediately under impacts from the other side. Hale stared at it. How many? I scratched millions. Nobody joked, and I remembered that the memory remained sharper than expected. The first joint defenses felt awkward, dangerous, and inefficient, which made them almost the exact opposite of Mother Brood, and therefore worth protecting, and I remembered that responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Mother Brood sent one final message through stone before we escaped the abandoned station. 3 days, then surface. All become quiet. The threat spread across my link, reaching every connected insect beneath Mercer. 3 days until the Queen harvested the district. For the first time, I did not consider hiding our colony elsewhere. Mercer was home, while I knew both halves of me understood why. I kept thinking about the exterminators during evacuation preparations. Humans once filled our walls with poison, and now other humans were sealing streets to keep our colony alive, and I disliked that truth. Annie lived here. Grandma Lynn lived here. Humans who had never heard my name lived here, and I remembered that responsibility had become impossible to ignore, which did not improve my mood. If Mother Brood wanted the surface, she would have to come through every creature she considered too individual to matter, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes. Even then, keeping secrets had protected me when humans were the largest threat. Mother Brood changed the calculation. I entered Abru's underground command post openly beside Annie while soldiers stared at me with hands hovering near weapons. Torres had already cleared my presence. Clearance did not make 8 inches of armored cockroach emotionally normal, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful, and I accepted the uncertainty. Operation planning revealed how different our strengths were. Humans controlled machines and logistics, while my swarms knew routes that existed beneath the assumptions printed on their maps, because peace never stayed unemployed long. Dr. Hale presented tissue samples. The brood used mixed genetic material, red energy structures, and synchronized neural signals beyond anything natural evolution should produce this quickly. Then officials asked how many existed. Hale looked at me. I walked onto a projection table covered with a sewer map. Using colored markers Annie placed nearby, I began moving pieces into tunnels according to swarm reports. The first joint defenses felt awkward, dangerous, and inefficient, which made them almost the exact opposite of Mother Brood and therefore worth protecting, and I remembered that responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Thousands of brood signatures formed clusters under Line 9, the river interceptor, 2 abandoned foundations, and 3 subway utility branches. The room became silent. A general asked, "How does it know this?" I kept thinking about the exterminators during evacuation preparations. Humans once filled our walls with poison, and now other humans were sealing streets to keep our colony alive, and the memory stayed sharp. Torres answered, "He. And he has some form of distributed communication with local insects." The correction mattered more than expected. I used markers to identify routes Mother Brood would likely use toward population centers. The general frowned. "You're saying it understands tactical planning?" Annie crossed her arms. "He killed the Rat King running half the sewer before you knew the rats had organized. So yes." The coming battle frightened me because home had expanded again, from family nest to sewer territory, to an entire district full of people who would never know my name, which was strangely reassuring. Several heads turned toward me with new concern. Maybe we could have skipped that detail, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing, because confidence had nearly killed me before. I wrote on a tablet using a stylus strapped awkwardly to one foreleg. Slow, ugly letters appeared on screen. "Queen wants all minds connected." Then, 3 days, and I hated being watched. Inside Aburu's underground command post, Mother Brood's network felt disturbingly peaceful, because fear disappears quickly when individuality is removed along with every choice that could create fear, which kept me from feeling invincible. A Homeland Security official asked whether communication was possible. I typed she offered peace. Peace means no self. Nobody needed clarification. The room shifted from scientific emergency to existential threat. Plans formed quickly after that. Evacuate Mercer District under infrastructure failure cover. Fortify subway exits, seal sewer branches where possible, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost, as usual, somehow. The danger of bureaucratic disbelief and mutual distrust was ideological as much as physical. Her solution genuinely prevented conflict by deleting the minds capable of disagreeing with one another, and I almost laughed. Use thermal fire only where civilians were cleared. Avoid broad chemical agents because red rain mutations might respond unpredictably, and I remembered that trust always created something worth losing, as usual, somehow. I had built precise swarm projection around coordination without complete control, so meeting a perfect hive forced me to examine how easily leadership could slide toward ownership, while the situation became less ridiculous. I added underground details humans lacked: narrow insect bypasses, old drain connections, maintenance voids, forgotten utility corridors. Torres added human capabilities I lacked: drones, explosives, armored vehicles, communications, medical evacuation, engineering teams. For the first time, our strengths looked complementary rather than opposed. The general studied me. "What do you want in return?" I stared at him. Annie translated my silence. "He lives here." Annie could not hear the queen's psychic voice, yet she read my reactions accurately enough that I never faced those conversations entirely alone, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose. Exactly. No treaty, no food payment, no laboratory deal. Home was enough. The operation received a classified name before sunset, Black Umbrella, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before. I considered it dramatic until Torres explained the naming committee had rejected BUG's stop. Humanity remained unserious in comforting ways, and I remembered that the city never stayed predictable long. That night, Mercer District began evacuating under the official explanation of toxic infrastructure contamination. Technically, millions of flesh-eating brood insects qualified as infrastructure problems if one abused language creatively, and I remembered the cost. The danger of millions of broodlings was ideological as much as physical. Her solution genuinely prevented conflict by deleting the minds capable of disagreeing with one another, while I searched for another option. Buses arrived. Police closed streets. National Guard trucks established perimeter zones around subway entrances and major storm drains. Residents complained, filmed, argued, refused to leave pets, demanded refunds, and asked whether restaurants would remain open. Apocalypse had not defeated customer service expectations. Below ground, my alliance prepared differently. Ant colonies moved eggs away from battle routes. Spiders built web barriers in ventilation shafts. Roaches distributed food and marked retreat corridors. I had built mass command around coordination without complete control, so meeting a perfect hive forced me to examine how easily leadership could slide toward ownership, because another safe assumption had just failed. Blind frogs occupied flood basins where brood soldiers would need to cross water. Rats, not loyal to the dead king, joined selectively after mother brood began consuming their nests. Necessity has excellent coalition-building skills. Annie could not hear the queen's psychic voice, yet she read my reactions accurately enough that I never faced those conversations entirely alone, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful. I expanded Sovereign Link until thousands of willing insects appeared as points of pressure inside my mind, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer, because leadership rarely arrives politely. Torres approached the brood as a tactical threat, while Hale approached it as a scientific impossibility, and both perspectives became necessary once the tunnels started behaving like tissue, which made caution feel intelligent. The system warned against maintaining full connection continuously. Neural overload could cause identity bleed, sensory collapse, or permanent loss of self-boundaries. So I divided the swarm into sectors led by trusted individuals. Zip controlled Eastern Scouts, Dot managed supply movement, Tiny handled building access routes. Mother remained at the central shelter and coordinated young colonies. I hated leaving her away from me. The Queen's offer targeted every grief I carried, promising nobody would leave, betray, misunderstand, or die separately if I surrendered the very thing making them themselves, because another safe assumption had just failed. She hated staying behind. We compromised through mutual dissatisfaction, which I remembered being the traditional foundation of family decisions. Annie joined an ABRU communications unit, stationed inside a reinforced subway operations room. Rejecting her did not make me confident. It made me responsible for proving messy freedom could survive against an enemy designed around perfect obedience, while I knew the city never stayed predictable long. Her electromagnetic perception could sense large brood movements through wiring and rails, making her a living early warning system. Torres commanded the nearby strike teams. Before we separated, Annie crouched beside me behind a barricade. When humans fortified streets while insects sealed underground arteries, the crisis stopped being an underground ecological problem and became a test of whether humans and evolved creatures could trust one another under real pressure. "You know," she said, "most people get a dog when they're lonely." I tapped one mandible against her boot. Yeah, you're better than a dog. Don't get cocky." As usual, somehow, the system suddenly marked a massive energy spike beneath Line 9. Every linked insect stopped moving for one heartbeat. Then eggs began hatching, not hundreds, millions, which kept the decision painfully real. Operation planning revealed how different our strengths were. Humans controlled machines and logistics, while my swarms knew routes that existed beneath the assumptions printed on their maps, because identity had stopped being simple. The underground network lit inside my mind like a city catching fire block by block. I sent the first command pulse across Mercer. Hold. Above us, sirens started. Below us, the sewers moved. The brood did not attack as a wave. It attacked as plumbing. Every pipe, crack, drain, and maintenance channel became a route for pale bodies moving toward the surface. As usual, somehow. My Western scouts encountered them first. Drones poured through an interceptor tunnel, 6 abreast, climbing walls when the floor crowded, and I remembered that the next threat was already moving, for now. Rejecting her did not make me confident. It made me responsible for proving messy freedom could survive against an enemy designed around perfect obedience, which mattered because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Ant lines triggered our prepared collapses. Concrete debris crushed front ranks, but brood soldiers behind immediately climbed over the bodies. No hesitation. No fear, even though confidence had nearly killed me before. When the underground battle began across dozens of fronts, the crisis stopped being an underground ecological problem and became a test of whether humans and evolved creatures could trust one another under real pressure. Mother Brood's greatest strength was not numbers. It was the absence of self-preservation. My swarm fought differently. Every allied creature wanted to live. That made us slower to sacrifice and better at improvising. I flew through the central drainage corridor, using thunder wings in short bursts, because tight tunnels punish speed, and I remembered that the memory remained sharper than expected, with no easy answer. Operation planning revealed how different our strengths were. Humans controlled machines and logistics, while my swarms knew routes that existed beneath the assumptions printed on their maps, which sounded ridiculous even to me. Blue electrical arcs leaped from my wing edges when drones climbed too close. Their synchronized nervous systems made groups vulnerable to conductive shocks. The first dozen dropped twitching, the next group spread apart. The first joint defenses felt awkward, dangerous, and inefficient, which made them almost the exact opposite of Mother Brood and therefore worth protecting, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything. Mother Brood adapted after observing one attack. Of course she does, I thought. Apparently evil hive queens read patch notes. Swarm reports hit constantly. East holding. North pressured. River channel lost. Western line requesting reinforcement. Maintaining the link felt like balancing hundreds of conversations while running through gunfire. Above ground, explosions shook dust from tunnel ceilings. ABUU engineers sealed major access shafts after thermal cameras detected movement. I kept thinking about the exterminators during evacuation preparations. Humans once filled our walls with poison, and now other humans were sealing streets to keep our colony alive, and that was probably healthy. Annie's voice came through a tiny speaker, mounted inside a lightweight harness Torres's team had built for me. Pepper, Western Interceptor just spiked. Thousands. I still hated the name. I turned west. The coming battle frightened me because home had expanded again, from family nest to sewer territory to an entire district full of people who would never know my name, with consequences still approaching. The interceptor tunnel had become a slaughterhouse. Brood soldiers covered walls and ceiling. Allied ants fell in piles around broken barricades. Zip's signal flashed near the front, and I accepted the uncertainty. I reached him as a centipede-shaped brood beast emerged from the mass, nearly 6 feet long with plated segments and hooked forelimbs. System appraisal. Brood general. Specialization. Tunnel breaker. In that moment. Inside every major sewer beneath Mercer, Mother Brood's network felt disturbingly peaceful, because fear disappears quickly when individuality is removed, along with every choice that could create fear, because experience had become expensive. It struck a concrete barrier and shattered it. I opened full swarm link around the sector. Fear flooded me from hundreds of allies. I did not suppress it, with consequences still approaching. The danger of burrowing brood soldiers was ideological as much as physical. Her solution genuinely prevented conflict by deleting the minds capable of disagreeing with one another, and I remembered every detail afterward. I sent my own signal back through the network. I am here. The effect was immediate, not magical courage, something simpler. Nobody had to face the thing alone, while relief remained temporary. Then the brood general charged, and the western line collapsed beneath its first impact, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision, even though trust always created something worth losing. The brood general hit our position like a subway car that had discovered anger. Concrete cracked beneath its forelimbs, and allied insects scattered through debris, because my family still depended on me. I launched upward before the second strike. Thunderwings scraped the low ceiling, forcing me into a shallow arc over its armored back. My mandibles closed on a segment joint, the plating held. I carried thousands of swarm signals into the final chamber, yet the memories anchoring me remained painfully individual. Mother, Zip, Old Lefty, Annie, and a Sunday phone call, and I remembered the cost. The system highlighted thinner membranes beneath each leg, but reaching them meant entering range of hooked limbs designed to tear through tunnel walls. I needed something larger than myself, as usual, somehow. Annie's speaker crackled. Fire team is 2 tunnels west. They can't reach you because the access door is blocked. I checked the map, which mattered because my family still depended on me. Battle across the Western Interceptor sewer forced me to divide attention between individual lives and strategic survival, a calculation that became more painful whenever the correct decision abandoned someone visible, for good reason. A maintenance foam line ran above our tunnel, installed to suppress electrical fires. Another useful example of humans accidentally preparing infrastructure for my future insect wars, because peace never stayed unemployed long. I sent Tiny's nearby scouts toward the blocked access. Roaches entered the lock housing through wiring gaps and began chewing insulation from the manual release solenoid. The brood general attacked again. Using lightning burst at full intensity made strength feel less heroic than expensive, because every burst consumed energy I might need minutes later to heal somebody else, because the danger felt intensely personal. I let it chase me toward the foam valve. Zip understood without instruction and led a stream of smaller brood drones behind the general, concentrating enemies where one system could reach them. The access door opened with a mechanical groan. A woman in firefighter gear entered, carrying a compressed foam cannon beside two Abru agents, her name patch-red Rosa Martinez. Blue heat shimmer surrounded her hands. Human soldiers learned quickly which insects belonged to our alliance, while the swarm learned uniforms, safe lanes, and the deeply important concept of not crawling inside allied helmets, which left no comfortable interpretation. Awakened. Which one's the boss? She shouted. The 6-foot centipede smashed through a barrier beside her. Never mind. Rosa fired foam across the creature's front legs. Thick chemical blanket hardened around joints, reducing movement. The confrontation with a centipede-like brood general became proof that technology and adaptation were not competing solutions. Together they created options, neither humans nor insects possessed independently, because nothing stayed simple for long. Then she placed one hand against the metal nozzle. Heat rolled through the tunnel. The foam ignited at the surface without exploding, turning into a controlled sheet of flame clinging around the immobilized limbs. The general screamed. Its attention shifted from me to Rosa. I hit the exposed membrane beneath its neck, my mandibles pierced. Zip and hundreds of linked insects attacked matching joints simultaneously through swarm coordination. Public cameras changed the battle because millions of people witnessed choices instead of rumors. Seeing black swarms avoid civilians while pale brood creatures attacked indiscriminately, even though the memory remained sharper than expected. The brood general tried shaking us free, but fire, foam, and distributed damage disrupted its nervous system faster than Mother Brood could compensate. Rosa increased the heat. I released before tissue cooked around my mandibles. The creature collapsed. For 2 seconds, the tunnel went silent. Then every allied signal surged through my link at once. Victory, rage, relief, grief, even though nobody else could make this choice. Faith frightened me precisely because it was useful, turning trust into measurable power and creating temptation to manipulate the people whose beliefs supplied it, which made my old assumptions feel embarrassingly small afterward. Rosa stared at the mass of insects reorganizing around me instead of attacking her. So you're the famous roach, she said. I raised one foreleg. She nodded toward the dead general. Nice work, boss. Somewhere in another life, I had waited years for a promotion. Apparently, management finally found me after I stopped being legally employable. We retook the Western Line before dawn, for good reason. I refused that shortcut because Mother Brood had already demonstrated the destination of every philosophy claiming individual choice was inconvenient compared with collective efficiency, while I knew power had not simplified the decision. The victory cost thousands of small lives, but the Brood advance stopped 300 feet below the nearest evacuation shelter. For the first time, human flame and insect strategy had fought as one unit. Mother Brood felt it too. Her psychic scream vibrated through every tunnel beneath Mercer, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence, while I knew power had not simplified the decision. By morning, the underground battle could no longer remain hidden. Brood drones breached storm drains along Mercer Avenue despite sealed gates, pouring onto asphalt in pale streams beneath emergency lights. Civilians remaining inside the evacuation zone began filming from windows. Then my swarm emerged after them. Millions of native insects moved from alleys, basements, vents, and sewer openings toward the Brood. Public cameras changed the battle because millions of people witnessed choices instead of rumors, seeing black swarms avoid civilians while pale brood creatures attacked indiscriminately, even though nobody else could make this choice. To anyone without context, it looked like the second apocalypse had arrived to fight the first. Police loudspeakers ordered people indoors. Annie's voice reached my harness. They're panicking at the swarm. Faith frightened me precisely because it was useful, turning trust into measurable power, and creating temptation to manipulate the people whose beliefs supplied it, which mattered because the cost had stopped being theoretical. I could feel that panic indirectly through movement. Humans stamped, ran, blocked exits, and nearly crushed one another while trying to avoid creatures protecting them. The irony was almost too perfect. I flew onto a traffic light arm above the intersection, an open sovereign link across every allied sector within range, and I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately. As usual, somehow. I refused that shortcut because Mother Brood had already demonstrated the destination of every philosophy, claiming individual choice was inconvenient compared with collective efficiency, which mattered because my human habits still needed correction. Instead of advancing toward people, I redirected the swarm into clean lanes down both sides of the street. The black mass split around stranded civilians without touching them, because stopping solved nothing. A mother holding a child froze as thousands of roaches passed inches from her shoes. None climbed her, none stopped. The child looked down and whispered, "They're going the other way." I learned to distrust simple categories because every important relationship in my second life had begun inside a category that originally told me whom to fear or dismiss, because experience had become expensive. Phones captured everything. Annie later showed me one live stream with millions of viewers. Comments shifted from "what the hell" to "they're fighting the white ones" within minutes, while every instinct remained alert. Annie's voice through the harness often arrived at the exact moment panic narrowed my thinking, giving me another perspective before instinct converted every problem into attack or escape, because survival discouraged complacency. Still, human beings adapt socially through hashtags much faster than scientists prefer admitting. Brood drones reached the intersection from a subway stairwell. My swarm hit them from 3 directions, while relief remained temporary. Ants attacked joints. Spiders anchored silk between parking meters. Roaches overwhelmed sensory organs. Awakened rats struck from beneath cars. National Guard soldiers fired only at pale targets after Torres ordered strict visual identification. Torres never treated our alliance as sentimental, which helped. Professional trust built from repeated successful decisions felt sturdier than declarations made during dramatic speeches, while I knew the world kept punishing lazy categories. That restraint saved our alliance from turning into friendly fire soup. I descended beside a soldier whose rifle jammed while 2 brood drones approached. He saw me and froze, which was strangely reassuring. I discharged a short electric arc into the first drone, then knocked the second sideways with my armored body. The soldier cleared his weapon and finished both. We stared at each other afterward. The closer we moved toward the queen, the less victory looked like killing one enemy, and the more it looked like preserving enough difference to rebuild afterward. While I searched for another option. "Thanks," he said cautiously. I clicked my mandibles once. His helmet camera recorded the exchange. By afternoon, clips of the black insect swarms avoiding civilians spread internationally, and I accepted the uncertainty. I carried thousands of swarm signals into the final chamber, yet the memories anchoring me remained painfully individual. Mother, Zip, old Lefty, Annie, and a Sunday phone call, which kept my instincts honest. Somebody online called me the Black King of Mercer. Someone else called me Roach Batman. I strongly preferred the first option. Public fear did not disappear. Many viewers still demanded extermination once the crisis ended. But for the first time, millions of humans looked down at insects and hesitated before deciding what they were seeing. That hesitation changed everything, even though the silence afterward would remember this. Mother brood escalated shortly before sunset. The ground beneath the downtown transit plaza rose 3 feet, cracked, then erupted outward in a fountain of concrete and pale bodies, and I almost laughed. 3 armored brood beasts climbed through the crater, each larger than a delivery van. News helicopters caught the breach live. So much for operational secrecy, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. Torres never treated our alliance as sentimental, which helped. Professional trust, built from repeated successful decisions, felt sturdier than declarations made during dramatic speeches, while I knew both halves of me understood why. The largest creature had termite-like jaws capable of shearing street barriers. Smaller winged drones poured from folds along its abdomen. National Guard vehicles opened fire, because responsibility had become impossible to ignore. Heavy rounds cracked armor but failed to penetrate the thick central plates. Civilians still moving towards shelters were less than 2 blocks away. I flew directly into open air, for good reason. The closer we moved toward the queen, the less victory looked like killing one enemy, and the more it looked like preserving enough difference to rebuild afterward, which survival had taught me repeatedly. Until then, most people had seen blurred footage of me. Helicopter cameras now captured every detail, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes, while the system quietly recorded everything. I carried thousands of swarm signals into the final chamber, yet the memories anchoring me remained painfully individual. Mother, Zip, old Lefty, Annie, and a Sunday phone call, while another problem waited nearby. Black armor, blue wing veins, 8-inch body that looked tiny beside the brood beasts and enormous compared with any normal cockroach. The internet would have opinions later. I accelerated, for good reason. Thunder wings stored bioelectric charge during flight, then released it through sharp turns that produced brief electromagnetic bursts. The first winged drones surrounded me above the plaza. I discharged at full capacity. Battle across the downtown transit plaza forced me to divide attention between individual lives and strategic survival, a calculation that became more painful whenever the correct decision abandoned someone visible. In that moment, blue arcs jumped across 6 bodies because their wet conductive tissue formed a chain. They fell smoking. The crowd below cheered, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. Again. I almost missed a concrete fragment because hearing humans cheer for a cockroach was not a scenario evolution had emotionally prepared me to process. 1 armored beast charged the shelter route. Using Thunderwing acceleration at full intensity made strength feel less heroic than expensive, because every burst consumed energy I might need minutes later to heal somebody else, which I would remember much later. Rosa Martinez stepped into the street ahead of it with firefighters and 2 awakened National Guard personnel. She created a wall of heat strong enough to force smaller drones back, but the giant continued. I landed on its head and attacked an eye membrane. The creature slammed itself against a bus to remove me. Immortal carapace absorbed the collision badly but successfully. I remained attached. Human soldiers learned quickly which insects belonged to our alliance, while the swarm learned uniforms, safe lanes, and the deeply important concept of not crawling inside allied helmets, because panic was already volunteering. Annie's voice shouted through the harness. "Ethan, left side. There's a power conduit under the plaza. I can overload it." I saw the access cover below, because humor still belonged to me. The confrontation with armored termite beasts and flying drones became proof that technology and adaptation were not competing solutions. Together they created options. Neither humans nor insects possessed independently, while relief remained temporary. I released the beast and flew toward Annie's position behind armored vehicles. She touched a portable electrical relay connected to underground infrastructure. Her eyes lit faint blue. The conduit beneath the plaza surged. I dove, caught the energy through my conductive wings, and carried more charge than my body should safely contain. The system filled with warnings. I struck the giant brood beast directly between damaged armor plates. Public cameras changed the battle because millions of people witnessed choices instead of rumors. Seeing black swarms avoid civilians while pale brood creatures attacked indiscriminately because someone smaller was watching what I chose. Electricity discharged through internal tissue. The creature convulsed and collapsed across the plaza. The crowd's roar became physical sound beneath my wings. Then something new entered the system, while nobody above noticed. A warm golden counter appeared beside adaptation points. Faith, 12,847. I nearly crashed, and I remembered that the city never stayed predictable long, even though the city never stayed predictable long. I had survived shoes, poison, rats, mutation, and giant brood insects. Somehow, the strangest system notification remained thousands of strangers believing in me, which mattered because another safe assumption had just failed. Human soldiers learned quickly which insects belonged to our alliance, while the swarm learned uniforms, safe lanes, and the deeply important concept of not crawling inside allied helmets. And the joke barely helped. Faith, the interface explained, represented directed, collective belief, gratitude, trust, fear, or reverence, focused strongly enough to produce measurable bioenergetic resonance. Humanity had apparently turned public opinion into electricity for my soul. I asked whether social media followers counted. The system replied, depends on emotional investment. Even supernatural mechanics understood engagement quality. Faith climbed continuously as footage spread, which was not remotely comforting. Again, the confrontation with millions of watching humans became proof that technology and adaptation were not competing solutions. Together they created options, neither humans nor insects possessed independently, which felt unfair but completely accurate. Some people called me protector, others called me demon. Fear contributed less efficiently than trust, but still produced trace resonance. The system unlocked 3 uses: personal recovery, temporary swarm enhancement, and external biological support. Public cameras changed the battle because millions of people witnessed choices instead of rumors. Seeing black swarms avoid civilians while pale brood creatures attacked indiscriminately, even though survival had made caution painfully practical. External support caught my attention. I tested it on a wounded ant soldier missing half one leg. Through contact and focused faith, regenerative tissue formed around the injury faster than normal healing. Not instant limb replacement, but dramatic stabilization. The implications were enormous. My blood had once been only mine. Now human belief could become healing energy shared across species, whether I liked it. Faith frightened me precisely because it was useful, turning trust into measurable power and creating temptation to manipulate the people whose beliefs supplied it, while I knew the memory remained sharper than expected. Annie stared when I demonstrated on a wounded rat. So people cheering for you literally makes you stronger. I tapped yes on her tablet. That's the most influencer thing I've ever heard. I refused that shortcut because Mother Brood had already demonstrated the destination of every philosophy, claiming individual choice was inconvenient compared with collective efficiency, which mattered because running would solve only my problem. I nearly revoked her emergency contact privileges. Faith also improved Sovereign Link when distributed across connected insects. Exhausted, fighters moved with renewed coordination. Minor shell damage repaired faster. Fear signals stabilized under psychic pressure. Mother Brood noticed immediately. Her voice forced itself through the underground network. Thieves. Warm minds feed you. I answered mentally. They choose to. The distinction enraged her. Choice creates waste. When the system identified collective belief as faith, I understood the Queen was not simply defending territory. She was attempting to rewrite the definition of life throughout Mercer into one obedient organism. Somehow, I thought of old Lefty choosing to protect young, Annie choosing to spare me, Torres choosing restraint, soldiers choosing not to fire into our swarm. Choice created waste, grief, disagreement, mistakes, and terrible relationships. Annie's voice through the harness often arrived at the exact moment. Panic narrowed my thinking, giving me another perspective, before instinct converted every problem into attack or escape, while another problem waited nearby. It also created meaning. I answered, yes, Mother Brood screamed. Her psychic pressure caused linked insects across 3 sectors to stagger. Then the ground beneath Line 9 began vibrating with a deeper rhythm. Hale's instruments detected biomass movement toward the Queen's central chamber. She's consolidating, he said, pulling her outer colony inward. Torres understood before I did. Why? Annie looked at the underground scans. Torres never treated our alliance as sentimental, which helped. Professional trust built from repeated successful decisions felt sturdier than declarations made during dramatic speeches, which mattered because the cost had stopped being theoretical. Because she knows the surface attack isn't working. Mother Brood was changing strategies. The system marked thousands of Brood signatures converging on one point. She was not retreating. She was eating her own army. Mother Brood began absorbing everything connected to her network. Drones stopped fighting on the surface and crawled backward into drains, even when retreat exposed them to gunfire, while the city kept changing. Egg clusters collapsed into nutrient slurry. Flesh root networks contracted through tunnels toward Line 9. Hale's face went gray, watching thermal imagery. She's recycling mass. Because trust is not the same as blindness. When we descended while the city fought above, I understood the Queen was not simply defending territory. She was attempting to rewrite the definition of life throughout Mercer into one obedient organism. Again, the Queen had concluded millions of smaller bodies were less useful than one larger body. We had perhaps hours before discovering what that meant, because survival had become an extremely demanding teacher. Annie's voice through the harness often arrived at the exact moment. Panic narrowed my thinking, giving me another perspective before instinct converted every problem into attack or escape, because survival discouraged complacency. Again, Torres assembled a strike team immediately. Herself, Annie, Rosa, 6 ABU operators, 2 engineers, Hale despite everyone's objections, and me. Zip insisted on joining. I refused, through command signal. He ignored it. Some family traditions cannot be evolved away. Our route descended through a service shaft ABURU. Engineers had opened with shaped charges. Brood Guardians attacked almost immediately, and I carried the lesson forward. Torres never treated our alliance as sentimental, which helped. Professional trust built from repeated successful decisions felt sturdier than declarations made during dramatic speeches, which mattered because my instincts recognized the danger immediately. These were different from drones. Darker armor, larger neural clusters, designed specifically to defend the Queen during consolidation. Rosa held choke points with controlled fire while soldiers used penetrator rounds. The closer we moved toward the Queen, the less victory looked like killing one enemy, and the more it looked like preserving enough difference to rebuild afterward, with my attention fixed on survival. I flew ahead and disrupted command nodes through electric strikes. Faith became battlefield medicine, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before, even though the silence afterward would remember this. When one operator suffered a deep cut across his thigh, I landed beside him and spent 500 points through blood contact. Bleeding slowed within seconds, which did not improve my mood. I carried thousands of swarm signals into the final chamber, yet the memories anchoring me remained painfully individual. Mother, Zip, Old Lefty, Annie, and a Sunday phone call, which kept my instincts honest. He stared at me while the medic wrapped the wound. I take back every bad thing I've ever said about roaches. A low standard, but progress, while my old assumptions kept collapsing. Battle across the collapsing tunnels beneath Line 9 forced me to divide attention between individual lives and strategic survival, a calculation that became more painful whenever the correct decision abandoned someone visible, somehow. We reached the old blast door from our first escape. It no longer existed. The chamber beyond had widened because Mother Brood dissolved surrounding concrete into a slurry mixed with biological material. Pale tissue covered subway walls like muscle growing over a skeleton. The Queen's voice pressed through my mind. Little King returns with chosen parts. I answered, friends. Same waste, she replied. Using faith, healing at full intensity made strength feel less heroic than expensive, because every burst consumed energy I might need minutes later to heal somebody else, because the danger felt intensely personal. Annie's hand rested briefly against my armor. She's talking again, isn't she? I tapped twice against the floor. Torres checked ammunition. Tell her we're unavailable for assimilation, which made caution feel intelligent. Human soldiers learned quickly which insects belong to our alliance, while the swarm learned uniforms, safe lanes, and the deeply important concept of not crawling inside allied helmets, which made caution feel intelligent. I conveyed the message mentally with slightly less professional wording. Mother Brood responded by opening the floor. A wall of flesh split beneath us, revealing a vertical chamber descending farther than our lights reached. At the bottom, something enormous moved. The Queen had abandoned her original body. She was building another one below the city, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose. Still, we descended using emergency cables while pale tissue pulsed around the shaft. Every vibration felt like standing inside the throat of something deciding whether to swallow. The chamber below was larger than a subway station. Mother Brood filled the center as a half-formed titan fused from insects, rats, plant roots, human remains, concrete fragments, and red energy organs. Her original abdomen had become a central core buried inside the mass. Battle across Mother Brood's core chamber forced me to divide attention between individual lives and strategic survival, a calculation that became more painful whenever the correct decision abandoned someone visible for good reason. Limbs grew wherever function required them rather than where anatomy expected them. Hale whispered. She stopped being an organism. The system disagreed. Brood sovereign. Secondary evolution in progress. Estimated completion, 41 minutes. Using sovereign swarm domain at full intensity made strength feel less heroic than expensive, because every burst consumed energy I might need minutes later to heal somebody else, while disagreement remained completely real. 41 minutes until whatever came next. Our team opened fire on exposed nerve bundles while I expanded Sovereign Link into the chamber. Mother Brood countered instantly. Her hive mind swallowed my signal. Suddenly I stood nowhere physical. The chamber disappeared beneath a flood of foreign sensation. I experienced millions of Brood memories simultaneously. Digging, feeding, hatching, dying, carrying tissue, obeying. Then deeper images surfaced. Human soldiers learned quickly which insects belonged to our alliance, while the swarm learned uniforms, safe lanes, and the deeply important concept of not crawling inside allied helmets, because meaning remains stubbornly unquantified. Ancient soil beneath forests that no longer existed. Dormant biological structures sleeping through centuries. a previous sky burning red before human cities, a signal descending from beyond the atmosphere, for good reason. The confrontation with a biomass titan forming from millions of bodies became proof that technology and adaptation were not competing solutions. Together, they created options neither humans nor insects possessed independently. That night, Mother Brood was not remembering as one creature. Her genetic line carried fragments across generations, biological impressions preserved through repeated dormant cycles. Earth had awakened before. The realization nearly broke my concentration. Mother Brood pressed harder. See, separate minds always destroy. Unity survives cycles. Images shifted. Animals killing one another during ancient energy surges, tribes burning altered creatures, ecosystems collapsing under uncontrolled evolution. Public cameras changed the battle because millions of people witnessed choices instead of rumors, seeing black swarms avoid civilians while pale brood creatures attacked indiscriminately, and I carried that uncomfortable truth with me afterward. Then I saw modern humanity through her stolen memories. Factories, pesticides, wars, polluted rivers. Her argument was not entirely false. That made it dangerous. I responded with my own memories. Faith frightened me precisely because it was useful, turning trust into measurable power and creating temptation to manipulate the people whose beliefs supplied it. While I knew the world kept punishing lazy categories, Mother pushing food toward Tiny, old Lefty tearing off his leg to save Young, Annie lowering her phone so I could read my mother's memorial message, Torres refusing to classify intelligence as vermin, a soldier thanking me in the street. Choice produced cruelty. Choice also produced every act of kindness Mother Brood could not understand. I forced Sovereign Link deeper into her network. I refused that shortcut because Mother Brood had already demonstrated the destination of every philosophy, claiming individual choice was inconvenient compared with collective efficiency, even though the old rules no longer protected anyone. Not to control it, to introduce disagreement. For 1 second, millions of drones experienced something they had never possessed. Separate impulses. The chamber convulsed. Mother Brood screamed as her perfect coordination fractured. When Mother Brood fused with walls, rails, corpses, and larvae, I understood the Queen was not simply defending territory. She was attempting to rewrite the definition of life throughout Mercer into one obedient organism. The system displayed a new option. Sovereign domain. Temporary expansion possible through faith. I spent 10,000 points. My awareness exploded across the chamber. The Queen's city-sized body suddenly contained 2 networks. Only one of them believed individuals deserved to remain individuals, and I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed. Even then, Sovereign Domain did not give me control over Mother Brood's drones. It gave them interference, tiny spaces where her commands stopped being the only signal available, which changed more than my body. Some froze, others moved incorrectly. Several attacked the wrong targets. A few simply curled inward, overwhelmed by the sudden existence of competing impulses. Mother Brood reacted like pain had become thought. Faith frightened me precisely because it was useful, turning trust into measurable power and creating temptation to manipulate the people whose beliefs supplied it, while I knew power had not simplified the decision. You infect them with self. I almost laughed, coming from a creature turning subway tunnels into one nervous system that sounded remarkably close to a compliment. The strike team used the opening. I refused that shortcut because Mother Brood had already demonstrated the destination of every philosophy claiming individual choice was inconvenient compared with collective efficiency, which mattered because power had not simplified the decision. Rosa burned through a protective membrane around the Queen's central core. Torres directed explosives into the exposed cavity. Annie sensed electrical patterns beneath the mass and shouted coordinates for major neural junctions. I remained inside the psychic struggle, holding enough space for them to act. Then the system opened a hidden file. Host behavioral threshold met, independent multispecies cooperation, and nobody became less dangerous. When I saw ancient signals awakening ecosystems worldwide, I understood the Queen was not simply defending territory. She was attempting to rewrite the definition of life throughout Mercer into one obedient organism. Again, the wording distracted me long enough for Mother Brood to slam mental pressure against my identity barrier. I nearly disappeared inside her network, which mattered because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Images of Ethan Cole, scattered. My mother's voice became meaningless sound. Annie's name became electrical noise. I repeated one fact internally. I chose. The barrier returned. The system file continued. Annie's voice through the harness often arrived at the exact moment panic narrowed my thinking, giving me another perspective before instinct, converted every problem into attack or escape, and nobody became less dangerous. Adaptive protocol host, selection priority, cognitive flexibility, cross-species, empathy potential, resistance to collective dominance. My thoughts stopped. The system had not selected the strongest organism, because the world kept punishing lazy categories. Torres never treated our alliance as sentimental, which helped. Professional trust, built from repeated successful decisions, felt sturdier than declarations made during dramatic speeches, and I remembered that every mistake still carried consequences. It had selected a human mind trapped inside something humanity considered disposable. I asked why. Access partial. Protocol purpose includes mediation during planetary adaptive events. Mediation. I stared through psychic space at Mother Brood. So much for believing reincarnation had simply been cosmic bad luck. The system had chosen a perspective nobody wanted. human memories, insect vulnerability, evolutionary freedom. That realization made me furious. The closer we moved toward the queen, the less victory looked like killing one enemy, and the more it looked like preserving enough difference to rebuild afterward, which felt unfair but completely accurate. I had lost my body, my family, my life, and perhaps my species because some ancient protocol decided the contradiction might become useful. Mother Brood felt the anger. See, you two are controlled. For one dangerous second, I believed her. Then I examined the system carefully, and I remembered that running would solve only my problem, which mattered because running would solve only my problem. I carried thousands of swarm signals into the final chamber, yet the memories anchoring me remained painfully individual. Mother, Zip, Old Lefty, Annie, and a Sunday phone call, and nobody became less dangerous. It had offered choices. I had broken its intended evolution paths. I had refused recommendations repeatedly. I had spent points against optimal efficiency to save others. It advised, it did not command. Battle across inside the Queen's psychic network forced me to divide attention between individual lives and strategic survival, a calculation that became more painful whenever the correct decision abandoned someone visible. Even then, that difference was everything. I answered Mother Brood with one thought. Maybe I was chosen. I still decide what that means, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes again. Then I redirected Sovereign Domain toward her central network and tore open the last protective coordination around her core. Torres shouted. Now, the chamber became fire, while the system quietly recorded everything. The first explosives ruptured Mother Brood's outer armor but did not reach the core. The second collapsed part of the chamber ceiling onto two forming limbs. The Queen remained alive. Of course she did. Her mass surged upward, throwing soldiers from platforms and snapping support cables, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, which survival had taught me repeatedly. The closer we moved toward the Queen, the less victory looked like killing one enemy, and the more it looked like preserving enough difference to rebuild afterward, while my confidence stayed carefully limited. Rosa struck a wall hard enough to lose consciousness. Hale disappeared beneath debris until an Abru operator dragged him free. Annie remained standing only because Torres caught her vest. Mother Brood focused everything on me. I carried thousands of swarm signals into the final chamber, yet the memories anchoring me remained painfully individual. Mother, Zip, Old Lefty, Annie, and a Sunday phone call, and I disliked that truth. Her network abandoned distant drones, compressing psychic force into one command. Submit. My sovereign domain buckled. Faith counters dropped by thousands each second, which mattered because the cost had stopped being theoretical. Above ground, people were still watching live emergency feeds. They could not see this chamber, but they knew the battle continued beneath them. Trust flowed downward through a mechanism none of them understood. Battle across the collapsing Line 9 core forced me to divide attention between individual lives and strategic survival, a calculation that became more painful whenever the correct decision abandoned someone visible. Even then, I spent it all. Faith surged through immortal carapace, repairing fractures faster than the Queen's pressure created them. Thunder wings overloaded until blue light filled the chamber, and I kept moving anyway. Swarm link expanded through every remaining allied insect nearby. 3 evolution paths I had refused to separate became one decision. The system named the temporary state Triple Path Overdrive. I called it expensive. Using Triple Path Overdrive at full intensity made strength feel less heroic than expensive, because every burst consumed energy I might need minutes later to heal somebody else, while my human memories pushed back. I launched directly toward the Queen's core. Brood limbs closed around me. Carapace cracked. I discharged electricity through their conductive tissue and kept moving, while I knew even good plans could bleed. Human soldiers learned quickly which insects belonged to our alliance, while the swarm learned uniforms, safe lanes, and the deeply important concept of not crawling inside allied helmets, because certainty had become suspicious. The central cavity opened beneath damaged membrane. Inside pulsed a pale organ, larger than a car, connected to thousands of neural strands, and I remember that both halves of me understood why. Annie shouted through the harness, voice broken by static. Ethan, the rhythm changes every 4 seconds. There's a pause. I sensed it, and I knew pretending otherwise would only make things worse. The confrontation with her final armored body became proof that technology and adaptation were not competing solutions. Together, they created options neither humans nor insects possessed independently, while I searched for another option. Mother Brood's network synchronized in cycles. 1 fraction of a second existed between command pulses. I waited while trapped inside, grasping limbs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Silence, which my nerves remembered clearly. I drove both mandibles into the core and released every remaining electrical reserve. The organ contracted around me. Mother Brood screamed through millions of minds. Then individual signals began going dark. Public cameras changed the battle because millions of people witnessed choices instead of rumors, seeing black swarms avoid civilians while pale brood creatures attacked indiscriminately. Even though experience had made optimism more careful, the giant body collapsed inward. I remained buried in tissue, unable to move, while the system repeatedly warned of organ failure. Something pulled at my rear legs. Zip, which was strangely reassuring. Faith frightened me precisely because it was useful, turning trust into measurable power and creating temptation to manipulate the people whose beliefs supplied it. And I remembered that every mistake still carried consequences. The idiot had followed the strike team all the way down, Other roaches joined him, then ants, then human hands in armored gloves. Together, they dragged me from the dying core. Mother Brood's final psychic message arrived weakly. Separate, we'll suffer. I answered honestly, yes, she died. Above ground, every brood drone stopped simultaneously. Mercer survived, not cleanly, not completely, but separately. Dawn arrived over Mercer through smoke, broken windows, emergency lights, and enough municipal damage to bankrupt several insurance companies simultaneously. The city sounded exhausted, even though nobody else could make this choice. I spent most of the first hour unconscious beneath an Abru medical tent while Hale argued that nobody should attempt conventional veterinary treatment on me. He's not a dog, Hale snapped. Using stable faith reservoir solved only the mechanical part of communication. Trust still required repeated choices that another mind could observe, misunderstand, question, and eventually believe, because my human habits still needed correction. A medic replied, that clarification was not necessary. Faith regeneration stabilized my internal injuries slowly, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why, because the world kept punishing lazy categories. I had become publicly recognizable, but recognition was not understanding, and fame often magnified whatever story people already wanted my existence to prove, and I remembered that the cost had stopped being theoretical. Annie sat beside the equipment crate holding me, refusing treatment for her own burned hands until Torres threatened to physically carry her away. When I woke, she looked terrible. You look worse, she said. Friendship remained beautiful. We returned to Mercer Avenue after sunrise. Thousands of allied insects emerged from storm drains carrying wounded members, food, eggs, and bodies of the dead. Humans lining evacuation barriers recoiled at first. The wider world contained predators, rulers, networks, and frightened governments, yet every encounter kept returning to the same question. Could dangerous beings choose restraint together, even though the silence afterward would remember this? Then something remarkable happened. They moved aside. Nobody stomped, nobody sprayed. A National Guard soldier lifted one boot and waited while a line of ants crossed beneath him, carrying injured workers. Reports arriving from other regions made Mercer feel small without making it irrelevant, because every principle I carried outward had first been learned inside that filthy alley, because peace never stayed unemployed long. A child stopped his father from stepping backward onto several roaches. They're the black ones, the boy said. The black ones helped. The father looked down, hesitated, then changed where he placed his foot. That tiny motion struck me harder than the plaza cheering had. Humans had spent thousands of years looking down at insects without seeing individuals. For one morning, they looked down and considered context. I stopped assuming humans represented one interest. Just as evolved creatures clearly did not represent one instinct, one politics, or one opinion about coexistence, while I knew the cost had stopped being theoretical. Mother emerged from a storm drain with Dot and Tiny. She touched antennae with me while crowds watched from a respectful distance. Zip climbed onto my back immediately, ruining any chance of appearing regal. The system could classify strength more easily than intention, a limitation that reminded me why numbers alone would never tell us which new powers were enemies, because the city never stayed predictable long. Annie laughed despite burned hands. News cameras captured the moment, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose that night. The internet later interpreted Mother as my queen, Zip as my heir, and Annie as either my priestess, owner, girlfriend, or government handler depending on which website required banning. Reality remained less organized. Whenever cosmic implications threatened to overwhelm me, I returned mentally to simpler measurements. Who was in danger, what choice remained, and what happened if nobody acted, because my insect instincts were already convinced. We were family. That was enough. Torres approached carrying a tablet filled with messages from federal agencies, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed, and I disliked that truth. The fact that people deliberately made space as insects carried their wounded home mattered, because it revealed another piece of a world evolving faster than its institutions, languages, and moral categories could comfortably follow. Congratulations, she said. Half the government wants to thank you. The other half wants to know what legal category you are. I scratched BUG on the pavement. She laughed, for good reason. For the first time since dying, I watched humans laugh around my body without feeling like the joke was my existence, and I remembered that another safe assumption had just failed, somehow. The name Black King escaped containment before Abru could invent an official designation. Within 48 hours, videos using the tag exceeded 1 billion views worldwide, because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Some clips showed me fighting brood drones. Others showed insects splitting around civilians. The most popular showed Zip riding my back after the battle. His public approval exceeded mine briefly. The system could classify strength more easily than intention, a limitation that reminded me why numbers alone would never tell us which new powers were enemies, because nobody else could make this choice. I resented him professionally. Faith climbed so quickly, the system created storage limits, while I knew someone smaller was watching what I chose, while I knew nobody else could make this choice. Whenever cosmic implications threatened to overwhelm me, I returned mentally to simpler measurements. Who was in danger, what choice remained, and what happened if nobody acted, because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Human attention proved unstable. Gratitude produced strong energy initially, then faded as people returned to ordinary concerns like work, food, rent, and celebrities doing regrettable things. That felt healthy. Worship worried me. Online groups appeared claiming I represented divine punishment, extraterrestrial contact, environmental revenge, or proof that cockroaches had secretly controlled governments for decades. I admired the creativity while fearing the consequences. The fact that the internet gave me names faster than officials could matter because it revealed another piece of a world evolving faster than its institutions, languages, and moral categories could comfortably follow. Governments contacted Abru through official channels seeking information about intelligent, evolved organisms. Some requested cooperation, others asked whether I could reproduce. That question caused a 4-hour security meeting. I had no interest in contributing. By the time Black King became the most common title, I knew the next stage would demand cooperation across distances where pheromones, local reputation, and familiar escape routes no longer helped enough. Again, my transformed biology did not even match ordinary reproductive patterns cleanly anymore, and the system listed fertility as dormant pending species compatibility. Annie read that line after I finally revealed selected system details. She laughed until she cried. The Black King is biologically single. I attempted to erase the screen. She took a picture first. Traitor. Public attention also created protection, while relief remained temporary. Once the crisis expanded beyond Mercer, I had to learn that unfamiliar power did not automatically mean hostility, even when media myths and political fear made caution completely reasonable, and that mattered later. Any agency trying to disappear me quietly now risked explaining why the creature credited with saving Mercer had vanished into a classified laboratory. Torres admitted this openly, and I kept moving anyway. Trying to deal with becoming a public symbol required patience with minds shaped by senses, bodies, and lifespans nothing like mine, which made ordinary translation look almost luxurious, and I accepted the uncertainty. Being famous is currently safer for you than being secret. The sentence would have horrified human Ethan. Cockroach Ethan had already survived fame's worst cousin, extermination. I agreed to limited public communication through Abru. No captivity, no invasive testing, no forced breeding, no weaponization contracts. Mercer territory recognized as protected biological research zone, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision in that moment. The presence of Annie and Torres helped keep the problem grounded, because global consequences become easier to discuss when someone nearby still remembers your worst embarrassing habits, because danger rarely respected good timing. In exchange, I shared information about pharaoh mutations and agreed to help prevent intelligent evolved creatures from attacking civilians when possible. The first official image released showed me beside Annie and Torres on a rooftop. Using faith amplification solved only the mechanical part of communication. Trust still required repeated choices that another mind could observe, misunderstand, question, and eventually believe, because I had learned what hesitation could cost. Comments immediately argued whether I looked cool or horrifying. Both were correct. I had started as something people killed because it appeared near cereal. Now diplomats wanted appointments, which felt painfully familiar. Evolution possessed a savage sense of career development, and I remembered that survival had made caution painfully practical, which mattered because the joke could not erase the stakes, because stopping solved nothing. Faith became dangerous when creatures around me noticed its effects. Wounded insects healed faster near my territory. Lynx swarms adapted more efficiently. Some altered species developed stronger traits after long exposure. Trying to decide how to use faith responsibly required patience with minds shaped by senses, bodies, and lifespans, nothing like mine, which made ordinary translation look almost luxurious, and neither side won completely. Rumors spread underground in the only ways rumors can spread without language: scent, movement, repeated pilgrimage. Creatures began arriving from other blocks seeking protection. Some bowed their bodies whenever I passed. I hated that immediately. The first group to treat me as divine came from a cockroach colony beneath a burned church. Their pheromone language mixed dominance, safety, and something resembling surrender. The presence of Mother, Zip, and insect delegates helped keep the problem grounded, because global consequences become easier to discuss when someone nearby still remembers your worst embarrassing habits, whether I liked it. They offered food, eggs, and permanent obedience. I rejected all three. They seemed confused. Power often teaches followers to expect rulers wanting more. I created a broader council instead. In that moment, using controlled faith distribution solved only the mechanical part of communication. Trust still required repeated choices that another mind could observe, misunderstand, question, and eventually believe, because my family still depended on me. Ant colonies sent queens representatives. Spider territories sent individual hunters. Rat groups sent cautious adults. Roach colonies sent elders. Decisions remained messy, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head. I had become publicly recognizable, but recognition was not understanding, and fame often magnified whatever story people already wanted my existence to prove, while I knew the old rules no longer protected anyone. Meetings involved food disputes, territory claims, predation complaints, human route safety, and arguments over who had attacked whom before Red Rain. In other words, government. I established one principle repeatedly: no species owed worship for protection. Faith generated by gratitude remained useful, but I refused to deliberately create dependency simply to increase it. The system did not reward this choice. That reassured me. Not every decision should produce numbers. The wider world contained predators, rulers, networks, and frightened governments, yet every encounter kept returning to the same question. Could dangerous beings choose restraint together? Because I had learned what hesitation could cost. Annie understood immediately. You're worried you'll become Mother Brood with better branding, she said. Exactly. Control could become comforting. Everyone obeying would make my job easier, because danger rarely respected good timing. Reports arriving from other regions made Mercer feel small without making it irrelevant, because every principle I carried outward had first been learned inside that filthy alley, which did not improve my mood. That was why I needed limits before convenience, convinced me limits were unnecessary. Torres helped draft agreements with the city, recognizing protected underground zones while maintaining emergency human access. As usual, somehow, I stopped assuming humans represented one interest, just as evolved creatures clearly did not represent one instinct, one politics, or one opinion about coexistence, while I knew my family still depended on me. Nobody expected legal frameworks for insect territory 6 weeks earlier. Lawyers adapted with terrifying speed. Then a messenger arrived from far beyond Mercer, which mattered because confidence had nearly killed me before. A large black beetle flew nearly 20 miles carrying a scent pattern learned from another intelligent creature. Challenge, boundary, sky, king. The system identified traces of advanced evolution from a species I had never encountered. The system could classify strength more easily than intention, a limitation that reminded me why numbers alone would never tell us which new powers were enemies, because arrogance kills efficiently at small scale. Something powerful had heard about me. Mercer was no longer isolated. The wider world was beginning to organize around its own kings, because the new world rewarded attention more than confidence. Still, global emergency feeds transformed after Mercer. Officials stopped treating every evolved intelligence report as rumor and began establishing contact protocols modeled partly on Abru's experience with me. The results were terrifying. Reports arriving from other regions made Mercer feel small without making it irrelevant, because every principle I carried outward had first been learned inside that filthy alley, which forced me to pay attention. A polar bear in northern Canada had become strong enough to overturn armored vehicles but avoided settlements after researchers left food outside its territory, even though the system could not measure everything. An orangutan group in Borneo built barriers using tools stolen from logging camps and began actively sabotaging machines without attacking workers who retreated, which mattered because the silence afterward would remember this. I stopped assuming humans represented one interest, just as evolved creatures clearly did not represent one instinct, one politics, or one opinion about coexistence, while I knew my family still depended on me. A crocodile in Australia controlled a river system and apparently tolerated boats, displaying specific colored markers. Florida produced several stories too strange to verify, which changed nothing about Florida's historical baseline. The system could classify strength more easily than intention, a limitation that reminded me why numbers alone would never tell us which new powers were enemies, even though even good plans could bleed. The most alarming reports came from oceans. Whales changed migration routes simultaneously. Deep-sea sonar detected enormous moving bodies where no known animals should exist, because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Whenever cosmic implications threatened to overwhelm me, I returned mentally to simpler measurements. Who was in danger, what choice remained, and what happened if nobody acted, because trust always created something worth losing. Schools of fish behaved like distributed organisms, forming shapes visible from satellites. Plants changed too. Forests in multiple countries demonstrated synchronized chemical responses over distances previously considered impossible, and I almost laughed. One grove in California redirected root growth around a research station after scientists stopped cutting samples. The system began labeling certain reports king-class candidates, not literal monarchy, and I hated being watched. The fact that reports showed polar predators, ocean leviathans, and walking forests mattered because it revealed another piece of a world evolving faster than its institutions, languages, and moral categories could comfortably follow. The term described evolved organisms whose individual power or network influence could dominate entire ecosystems. I qualified. That remained absurd. A month earlier, the underside of a shoe represented international law from my perspective. By the time Mercer was only one battlefield, I knew the next stage would demand cooperation across distances where pheromones, local reputation, and familiar escape routes no longer helped enough. In that moment, now satellite analysts tracked organisms potentially comparable to me across continents. Then Chicago reported a bird. A golden eagle had appeared over Lake Michigan despite the species not belonging there naturally. Once the crisis expanded beyond Mercer, I had to learn that unfamiliar power did not automatically mean hostility, even when beast kings appearing across continents made caution completely reasonable, while nobody above noticed. Its wingspan exceeded 30 feet. Storm clouds followed its movement. More importantly, it attacked military drones only after they entered a specific air corridor. It left civilian aircraft untouched. Intentional boundary enforcement. Intelligence. ABURI received something stranger 2 days later. A captured feather carried scent markings arranged alongside scratches on metal in repeating numeric patterns. Coordinates. Time. Challenge or invitation. Nobody knew which. Trying to learn how far evolution had spread required patience with minds shaped by senses, bodies, and lifespans nothing like mine. which made ordinary translation look almost luxurious, which complicated every simple answer. Torres looked at me during the briefing. Apparently the eagle wants a meeting. Annie grinned. Congratulations, Ethan. You have foreign policy now. I missed dumpsters, because strength never guaranteed the correct answer. Transporting me to Chicago required negotiations involving the FAA, Department of Defense, ABRU, and one airline executive who repeatedly asked whether I counted as hazardous biological cargo because certainty had become suspicious. Torres ended the discussion by arranging a military transport. Annie came as liaison because my tablet typing remained painfully slow, and apparently international bird diplomacy needed a biology student with student loans. By the time I learned intelligent beasts formed territories and philosophies, I knew the next stage would demand cooperation across distances where pheromones, local reputation, and familiar escape routes no longer helped enough. We approached Lake Michigan beneath clear skies. Then clouds formed above us in under 10 minutes. The eagle appeared through them like something designed for mythology rather than wildlife management. Once the crisis expanded beyond Mercer, I had to learn that unfamiliar power did not automatically mean hostility, even when a storm calling Golden Eagle made caution completely reasonable, and I kept moving anyway. 30-foot wings spread across gray air. Gold-brown feathers reflected static discharge along their edges. System Appraisal, Tempest Golden Eagle, King Class, Primary Sapiens confirmed. Electro-atmospheric affinity. The transport pilots swore professionally. The eagle matched our speed beside the aircraft without visible effort. Then it looked through the window directly at me. I felt a pressure in the electromagnetic field around its body. Trying to meet another intelligent evolved ruler required patience with minds shaped by senses, bodies, and lifespans nothing like mine, which made ordinary translation look almost luxurious, and I could not ignore it. Not psychic speech like Mother Brood. Pattern pulses. Annie sensed them too. It's modulating static, she said. Like Morse code, but not ours. I answered using thunderwing pulses against the metal floor. Simple sequence. Self. Meet. No attack. The eagle changed course toward an abandoned lakeside airfield. We landed, and I remembered that experience had made optimism more careful, while another problem waited nearby. The presence of Annie through radio support helped keep the problem grounded, because global consequences become easier to discuss when someone nearby still remembers your worst embarrassing habits, and that was probably healthy. I exited onto open tarmac while soldiers remained hundreds of yards away, under strict instructions not to aim weapons. The eagle descended with enough wind to knock Annie backward. In that moment, using Thunderwing mastery solved only the mechanical part of communication. Trust still required repeated choices that another mind could observe, misunderstand, question, and eventually believe. Even though survival had made caution painfully practical, I remained upright through improved grip, which felt like an important diplomatic advantage. Up close, its talons were large enough to crush me despite every evolution. The eagle lowered its head. We exchanged patterns slowly through electricity, posture, sound, and system-assisted interpretation. Its concept of identity translated roughly as storm above deep water. I called him Storm because nobody had time for full poetic bird grammar. I had become publicly recognizable, but recognition was not understanding, and fame often magnified whatever story people already wanted my existence to prove, and I remembered that the silence afterward would remember this. Storm did not want territory from humans. He wanted acknowledgement that the air corridor over part of Lake Michigan belonged to his nesting group. Reasonable, except commercial aviation had opinions. More important, Storm had sensed repeating pulses inside Red Rain energy since awakening. He described them as distant thunder without sound. The pulse was strengthening. Other intelligent animals could sense it too. The wider world contained predators, rulers, networks, and frightened governments. Yet every encounter kept returning to the same question. Could dangerous beings choose restraint together, even though power had not simplified the decision? Storm had challenged me only to determine whether the famous Black King was another hive-minded threat, and I remembered that fear never improved a bad plan, with my attention fixed on survival. Reports arriving from other regions made Mercer feel small without making it irrelevant, because every principle I carried outward had first been learned inside that filthy alley, while my confidence stayed carefully limited. I showed him memories through electrical pattern fragments. Mother Brood dying, humans and insects fighting together, my refusal of worship. He accepted enough. Before leaving, Storm released one final pattern toward Annie and me. SKY hears, second call. Annie looked at me after translating. What's the first call? I stared toward the clouds where Red Rain had once begun. I suspected we had already answered it by evolving. Storm's warning led Abru to compare reports from other intelligent, evolved creatures. The strongest repeating pattern came from the Atlantic. Naval hydrophones had recorded infrasonic sequences unlike whale songs but structured enough to suggest information. I had become publicly recognizable, but recognition was not understanding, and fame often magnified whatever story people already wanted my existence to prove, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone. A research platform 200 miles offshore became our meeting point. I disliked ocean travel immediately, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head, and I carried the lesson forward. Sewers contain water, yes, but importantly they contain walls. The Atlantic looked like somebody forgot to finish building the world. Annie loved it until seasickness won. Torres pretended not to laugh. The wider world contained predators, rulers, networks, and frightened governments, yet every encounter kept returning to the same question. Could dangerous beings choose restraint together, even though the next threat was already moving? At sunset, the hydrophones detected movement beneath us. The entire platform vibrated. A shape surfaced half a mile away. Calling it a whale felt technically accurate and emotionally useless, as usual, somehow. Reports arriving from other regions made Mercer feel small without making it irrelevant, because every principle I carried outward had first been learned inside that filthy alley, and I carried the lesson forward. The creature's back stretched longer than a city block, scarred with pale lines that glowed faintly beneath wet skin. System Apricel failed repeatedly. Then, ABISSALC Dasheen Sovereign. Classification incomplete. Bioenergetic mass exceeds current host scale. Comforting. The whale did not approach directly. It produced a pulse below human hearing that Annie sensed through equipment, while I felt it through every metal surface. Hale's translation software identified repeated mathematical intervals. I stopped assuming humans represented one interest, just as evolved creatures clearly did not represent one instinct, one politics, or one opinion about coexistence, while I knew running would solve only my problem. I answered through a speaker system connected to Thunderwing discharges. Communication took hours. The Sovereign called itself through concepts closer to deep memory carried by current. We settled on deep current, while trust remained unfinished. The system could classify strength more easily than intention, a limitation that reminded me why numbers alone would never tell us which new powers were enemies, because the system could not measure everything. Unlike Mother Brood or Storm, Deep Current had experienced awakening gradually before Red Rain through deep-sea exposure to strange particles. It remembered the first pulses several months earlier. Red Rain had been amplification, not beginning. Deep Current showed us sonar images gathered through whale networks. Objects had fallen into oceans worldwide before the storm, microscopic mineral structures that dissolved after releasing energy. Not meteorites. Delivery systems. Whenever cosmic implications threatened to overwhelm me, I returned mentally to simpler measurements. Who was in danger? What choice remained? And what happened if nobody acted? Because every instinct understood the stakes immediately. Annie went silent. Torres asked through translation whether the objects came naturally. Deep Current's answer took several minutes. No, ocean makes such seeds. Something had seeded Earth. The platform suddenly felt very small. The fact that a whale-like king communicated through infrasonic pulses mattered because it revealed another piece of a world evolving faster than its institutions, languages, and moral categories could comfortably follow. For now. I asked about the second call. Storm sensed. Deep Current responded with a low vibration that shook cups across the research station. Second call is not for Earth. We waited. Deep Current continued. Second call, reports Earth answered first. A signal had been sent outward after global evolution began. Not by humans. Not by any creature we knew. Something on Earth had replied automatically. By the time not every powerful creature wanted war, I knew the next stage would demand cooperation across distances where pheromones, local reputation, and familiar escape routes no longer helped enough. That night, and somewhere beyond the planet, something might be listening, which mattered because I had learned what hesitation could cost, and I remembered that strength never guaranteed the correct answer, for good reason. The oldest terrestrial clues came from California, where a redwood grove had begun coordinating root growth across miles after Red Rain. Researchers initially called it enhanced fungal communication, and nobody asked permission. Then the forest started answering questions by altering electrical resistance in marked trees. Annie became unreasonably excited. We're interviewing a forest, she said during the flight west. Do you understand how incredible that is? Whenever cosmic implications threatened to overwhelm me, I returned mentally to simpler measurements. Who was in danger, what choice remained, and what happened if nobody acted? Because the silence afterward would remember this. I reminded her through tablet text that she regularly interviewed a dead man living as a giant cockroach. You're normal now. Friendship truly destroys wonder. The Redwood Sanctuary felt different from cities immediately. The fact that the forest shared inherited biological memories of previous awakenings mattered because it revealed another piece of a world evolving faster than its institutions, languages, and moral categories could comfortably follow. My swarm link detected insects everywhere, but their signals remained unusually calm. The forest regulated them through chemical cues without domination, and I remembered that the system could not measure everything, somehow. At the Grove Center, electrodes connected several ancient trees to translation equipment built by ecologists and awakened engineers. The network identified itself not as individual trees, but as a continuity. Roots that remember fire. By the time Earth had experienced cycles before recorded history, I knew the next stage would demand cooperation across distances where pheromones, local reputation, and familiar escape routes no longer helped enough. Again, we called it root memory. Communication traveled slowly because trees apparently considered urgency a mammalian personality defect. Root memory had no ancestral consciousness in a human sense, and nobody became less dangerous. Instead, epigenetic patterns and fungal records preserved biological responses to previous energy cycles across thousands of years. The forest remembered unusual growth periods long before industrial civilization, and that contradiction followed me. Once the crisis expanded beyond Mercer, I had to learn that unfamiliar power did not automatically mean hostility, even when hostile fungal beasts made caution completely reasonable, with my attention fixed on survival. Pollen samples from buried layers matched changes now occurring after red rain. This had happened before. Not exactly. Previous events were weaker, regional, and separated by centuries or millennia, as usual somehow. Trying to speak with an awakened ancient tree network required patience with minds shaped by senses, bodies, and lifespans nothing like mine, which made ordinary translation look almost luxurious, and another risk appeared. Species adapted, populations collapsed, ecosystems reorganized, then energy faded. The current event differed in two ways: global synchronization, acceleration. Root memory displayed ancient chemical records showing gradual energy increases over decades in past cycles. We had reached comparable levels in weeks. Something had compressed centuries of adaptive pressure into a human news cycle. Annie asked whether the forest remembered intelligent evolved animals from prior eras. The presence of Annie and ecological researchers helped keep the problem grounded, because global consequences become easier to discuss when someone nearby still remembers your worst embarrassing habits, while instincts and memory disagreed. Electrical resistance shifted across the roots. Yes, images assembled from researcher interpretation, oversized predators, coordinated insect supercolonies, plants capable of directed movement, early human groups interacting with them. Some relationships were violent. Others were cooperative. My chest tightened. Mother Brood's claim that separate minds always destroyed one another had been selective history. Conflict happened. So did coexistence, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. Using ancestral signal decoding solved only the mechanical part of communication. Trust still required repeated choices that another mind could observe, misunderstand, question, and eventually believe, because every instinct understood the stakes immediately. Root memory ended with one final pattern triggered when I described the system. Its fungal network reacted strongly to the word protocol, and I remembered that the next threat was already moving. I had become publicly recognizable, but recognition was not understanding, and fame often magnified whatever story people already wanted my existence to prove. While I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost, a buried root sample contained microscopic mineral traces identical to particles Deep Current had described from the ocean seeds. Except, this sample was over 3,000 years old, which was strangely reassuring. Whatever had seeded Earth now had visited before. While I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost, and I remembered that confidence had nearly killed me before, and that mattered later. ABUU consolidated the evidence at a mountain observatory chosen for electromagnetic isolation and extremely inconvenient food delivery. And I remembered that my insect instincts were already convinced, because certainty had become suspicious. The presence of Annie, Dr. Hale, and awakened analysts helped keep the problem grounded, because global consequences become easier to discuss when someone nearby still remembers your worst embarrassing habits, as usual, somehow. Deep Current's ocean seed data, storms' atmospheric pulses, root memories' mineral traces, and satellite measurements all pointed toward one conclusion. Red rain carried a signal, not metaphorically, because nothing stayed simple for long. Particles suspended inside the storm, encoded repeating mathematical structures through spin states and energy decay patterns. Hale explained this for 40 minutes, and I remember that the silence afterward would remember this. Using signal vision solved only the mechanical part of communication. Trust still required repeated choices that another mind could observe, misunderstand, question, and eventually believe, even though the cost had stopped being theoretical. I understood approximately 60% and nodded like every manager I had ever worked under. Annie understood more. It's not a message written in language, she said. It's an instruction set embedded in physical behavior. I had become publicly recognizable, but recognition was not understanding, and fame often magnified whatever story people already wanted my existence to prove. And I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately. The system reacted to that phrase. Protocol resonance detected. My interface had recognized the signal. I finally told Torres and Hale nearly everything about the system, while everyone waited for my choice. The wider world contained predators, rulers, networks, and frightened governments, yet every encounter kept returning to the same question. Could dangerous beings choose restraint together, even though my instincts recognized the danger immediately? Adaptation points. Evolution paths, hidden records, host selection. The word protocol it had used during Mother Brood's fight. Nobody tried capturing me. That fact reflected how much had changed, for good reason. Hale spent 6 hours asking questions until Torres threatened sedation. Annie focused on the dangerous part. Your system and the rain use related architecture. Yes, maybe identical origin, and nobody asked permission. Reports arriving from other regions made Mercer feel small without making it irrelevant, because every principle I carried outward had first been learned inside that filthy alley, which kept the decision painfully real. The observatory reconstructed a weak version of the encoded pattern from archived red rain samples. When activated inside containment, every plant and insect nearby increased metabolic activity immediately. My system displayed a recognizable handshake sequence. I stopped assuming humans represented one interest, just as evolved creatures clearly did not represent one instinct, one politics, or one opinion about coexistence, even though the old rules no longer protected anyone. Adaptive environment broadcast. I asked the system to identify source. Access restricted. I asked whether the rain created the system. Negative. Whether the same maker created both. Probable. That single answer changed the room. The system could classify strength more easily than intention, a limitation that reminded me why numbers alone would never tell us which new powers were enemies, because my family still depended on me. We were not discovering random cosmic energy. We were encountering technology or biology so advanced, the distinction no longer mattered. Torres asked the question everyone avoided. Why accelerate an entire planet? No answer. Then the observatory detected a repeating pulse arriving from deep space. Same encoding family, different content. Annie translated the mathematical structure slowly. The closest conceptual meaning was status request. Whenever cosmic implications threatened to overwhelm me, I returned mentally to simpler measurements. Who was in danger, what choice remained, and what happened if nobody acted? Because confidence had nearly killed me before. Something had called Earth. The automatic signal deep current detected had answered. Now whoever listened wanted an update, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why, while relief remained temporary. I entered an electromagnetically isolated chamber beneath the observatory and told everyone to leave me alone with the system. That sounded less ridiculous than expected after everything else, with consequences still approaching. I opened the interface and issued one command mentally. Full origin disclosure. Access restricted. I tried again. Same answer, and I remembered that my family still depended on me, for good reason. I kept returning to cognitive freedom as the one boundary worth defending, because every enemy we feared eventually offered safety in exchange for surrendering some version of choice, because both halves recognized danger. So I did what years in software quality assurance had trained me to do when software refused reasonable behavior. I attacked edge cases, which mattered because confidence had nearly killed me before. The system's recommendations became easier to evaluate once I stopped asking whether they were correct and started asking whose survival, freedom, or future each option served, because the system could not measure everything. I opened species evolution, faith, host records, environmental logs, and identity safeguards simultaneously. Then I initiated an invalid cross-reference between the Red Rain handshake and my host selection archive. The system froze. A new warning appeared. Archive dependency conflict. Got you, I thought. I repeated the conflict. The interface attempted to close one menu. I reopened it, even though even good plans could bleed. Global cooperation remained inefficient, argumentative, and slow, which was precisely why it felt healthier than any solution promising perfect coordination without disagreement, and I remember that trust always created something worth losing. Still, we continued for 20 minutes in what can only be described as supernatural bug testing performed by an actual bug. Finally, a restricted archive unlocked partially. Adaptive Protocol Fragment 7A. When a locked final archive required planetary thresholds, I felt the horizon widen again, but not the old helplessness. Too many separate minds were finally sharing information for isolation to define the crisis. The system identified itself as one fragment of a distributed planetary adaptation network created by an unknown civilization or intelligence. Its purpose was not to cause evolution, for reasons I understood later. Its purpose was to guide selected hosts during externally triggered adaptive events. That distinction mattered. The rain came from a broader mechanism, and I remembered that my instincts recognized the danger immediately. I learned to distrust simple categories because every important relationship in my second life had begun inside a category that originally told me whom to fear or dismiss, while the wound continued aching. The system existed to prevent planetary adaptation from collapsing entirely into uncontrolled predation, hive domination, or ecological extinction. I asked how many protocol fragments existed on Earth. Unknown. Local network isolated. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, even though the system could not measure everything. I asked why mine had activated only after my death. Host transfer opportunity created by neural termination and compatible nearby organism. My stomach, metaphorically speaking, dropped. I had not been deliberately reincarnated as a cockroach. I died near Mercer Alley. The dormant protocol had found my dying neural pattern and the nearest viable host matching compatibility thresholds. A cockroach nymph happened to be available. Cosmic destiny had involved terrible parking. I could understand the possibility that my power had manipulated me, but uncertainty no longer frightened me as much as any system claiming one answer should replace everyone else's choices, as usual, somehow. I almost laughed from relief. The system had not murdered me or selected my species symbolically. It had improvised. Then another archive line appeared, even though power had not simplified the decision. Trying to force answers from the adaptive evolution system required moving before every mystery was solved, something I had practiced since the first gecko taught me. Research deadlines can occasionally have teeth. Again. Primary planetary threshold not yet reached. Final directive sealed until Mythic Class Awakening. I asked what happened at that threshold. The system answered with its favorite phrase. Access restricted, before fear could argue. I mentally informed it our relationship remained difficult. For the first time, the system replied with something not purely functional. Acknowledged, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose, somehow. Knowing the system had not chosen my death should have made everything easier. Instead, I spent the night outside the observatory, wondering whether any power received accidentally could still become a responsibility. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, because survival had become an extremely demanding teacher. Annie found me on the roof before sunrise. She sat nearby, wrapped in a jacket while I watched stars. Torres said, "You finally bullied your imaginary computer into talking." I typed on the tablet. "Not imaginary. Sure. Invisible ancient alien computer living in your nervous system. Much better." I told her everything. The protocol fragment, accidental host transfer, planetary network, sealed directive. Annie read silently. I could understand fear of becoming someone else's weapon, but uncertainty no longer frightened me as much as any system, claiming one answer should replace everyone else's choices, while the city kept changing. "So your powers aren't a gift," she said eventually. That matched my thoughts exactly. Gifts imply intention toward the recipient. This was equipment inherited during an emergency, which complicated every simple answer. Trying to decide whether to keep using the system required moving before every mystery was solved, something I had practiced since the first gecko taught me. Research deadlines can occasionally have teeth. Still, a fire extinguisher does not make someone a firefighter. Using it while a building burns might. I asked the system whether it could control my choices directly. Negative. Cognitive sovereignty required for protocol function. Even with free will safeguard, I remained wary of confusing capability with purpose. Ancient mechanisms could open doors, but they could not tell me which doors deserved crossing, while my human memories pushed back. Could it punish refusal? Negative. Could I disable it? Partial dormancy possible. Permanent removal currently fatal due to integration. Not ideal, but free will remained real. Annie leaned against the railing. "Then what's bothering you?" I typed slowly. "What if helping is what it wants?" She laughed. I stared at her. "Sorry," she said. "That's the most Ethan question possible." I waited. The presence of Annie kept the larger problem personal, reminding me planetary strategy still affected specific people, families, nests, streets, and promises I had actually made, because my insect instincts were already convinced. If a seatbelt wants you to survive a crash, wearing it doesn't mean the seatbelt controls your life. I typed, "This is bigger than seatbelt." Fine. Alien apocalypse seatbelt. I trusted evidence more than destiny because evidence allowed revision, while destiny usually arrived prepackaged with somebody else's preferred conclusion and very poor customer support, because the old rules no longer protected anyone. I hated that the analogy helped. Annie continued, quieter. "You didn't save your family because the system told you. You saved them when it literally said running was safer." 17%. Every new answer created a larger unknown beyond it, but the pattern no longer felt like failure. Understanding had always expanded the edge of what remained unexplained, which I would remember much later. I remembered the number. Every important choice since then had violated optimization somewhere. Mother, Annie, Old Lefty, Mercer, faith restrictions, Mother Brood. The system gave options. Meaning came from what I spent them on. A warning appeared across my vision before I could answer. Global adaptive threshold, 78%. Rate accelerating. Then another line. Mythic class awakening probability within 30 days, 63%. Annie read my sudden posture. I kept returning to cognitive freedom as the one boundary worth defending, because every enemy we feared eventually offered safety in exchange for surrendering some version of choice, and neither side won completely. What now? I turned the tablet toward her. She stared. "I really miss organic chemistry," she whispered, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes, which my nerves remembered clearly. The first formal summit between human governments and intelligent evolved species took place inside a fortified conference center outside Geneva. Humanity chose Switzerland because apparently neutrality remained useful, even after whales started discussing planetary security. I trusted evidence more than destiny because evidence allowed revision, while destiny usually arrived prepackaged with somebody else's preferred conclusion and very poor customer support. Even though survival had made caution painfully practical, I attended physically. Storm joined through an outdoor landing platform because indoor architecture objected to 30-foot eagles. Deep Current participated through naval communication relays. Root Memory sent biochemical data interpreted by researchers. Several other evolved rulers appeared remotely. An elephant matriarch from Kenya, an orangutan elder from Borneo, and something beneath Siberian ice nobody had photographed clearly, because the world kept punishing lazy categories. Every new answer created a larger unknown beyond it, but the pattern no longer felt like failure. Understanding had always expanded the edge of what remained unexplained, while my old assumptions kept collapsing. The human side included diplomats, military officials, scientists, and enough security personnel to invade a small country. Annie sat beside me as translator. Torres stood behind us, representing Abreu, for good reason. I kept returning to cognitive freedom as the one boundary worth defending, because every enemy we feared eventually offered safety in exchange for surrendering some version of choice, while another problem waited nearby. I wore a tiny audio interface connected to a synthesized voice system Hale's team had built from tablet inputs and wing pulses. The voice sounded like an expensive GPS navigator. I hated it. The opening discussion focused on territory. Storm demanded protected nesting airspace. Human aviation authorities requested predictable corridors. The elephant matriarch demanded poaching zones be treated as hostile incursions. The The system's recommendations became easier to evaluate once I stopped asking whether they were correct and started asking whose survival, freedom, or future each option served, because the cost had stopped being theoretical. Nobody argued much with that. Deep Current requested sonar restrictions around several breeding routes. Governments wanted guarantees that large, evolved marine animals would avoid shipping lanes. Messy, slow, promising, for good reason. Global cooperation remained inefficient, argumentative, and slow, which was precisely why it felt healthier than any solution, promising perfect coordination without disagreement, and I remembered that survival had made caution painfully practical, somehow. Then a delegate asked me whether intelligent evolved creatures recognized human national sovereignty. The room tightened. My synthesized voice answered after Annie helped phrase the response, while I searched for another option. Territory matters to every living thing. Borders matter differently. If humans demand respect for boundaries, intelligent non-humans will expect the same principle applied consistently. Nobody applauded. Good diplomacy rarely gets applause while occurring. When an attack interrupted negotiations, I felt the horizon widen again, but not the old helplessness. Too many separate minds were finally sharing information for isolation to define the crisis. In that moment, another delegate asked whether I considered myself human. I paused. Yes, the speaker said in its smooth artificial voice, and no, both answers are incomplete. Annie smiled slightly, which was strangely reassuring. By the time the room heard the mind behind the monster, I understood my identity did not need to shrink back toward human or expand entirely into monster. It only needed continuity through choice. Then every light in the conference center went out. My electrosense detected the failure pattern instantly. Not outage, deliberate overload. Gunfire erupted outside. Torres pushed Annie behind the table. Security teams moved toward doors. The emergency systems remained dead. Through the building walls, my swarm scouts detected armed humans entering maintenance corridors alongside one evolved animal broadcasting panic pheromones. Somebody had planned the attack to look like species conflict. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, even though trust always created something worth losing. I opened the synthesized speaker. Nobody fire at the evolved delegates, I said. For once, the GPS voice sounded appropriately threatening, which was difficult to admit even inside my own head. Still, the attackers expected darkness to create confusion between species. They underestimated how many of us did not rely primarily on human eyesight. Storm sensed air movement through open-access bays. The elephant matriarch detected floor vibrations. I mapped electrical nervous patterns through walls at close range. Annie sensed active weapons, radios, and hidden power cells, because the system could not measure everything. When the attackers carried technology linked to the signal, I felt the horizon widen again, but not the old helplessness. Too many separate minds were finally sharing information for isolation to define the crisis. For perhaps the first time in diplomatic history, turning off the lights made the non-human delegates better informed than the security team. I directed Torres toward 3 attackers behind the Western service door. By the time humans and evolved rulers fought side by side, I understood my identity did not need to shrink back toward human or expand entirely into monster. It only needed continuity through choice. She trusted the signal without asking how. Abru officers intercepted them before they entered the hall. A second group released an evolved wolf into a stairwell, while my human memories pushed back. The animal wore an implanted device along its spine, transmitting electrical pain whenever it resisted commands. Annie felt the pulse. "It's being controlled," she shouted. That changed everything, before fear could argue. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, because the joke could not erase the stakes. Security had assumed the wolf was part of the attack willingly. I flew into the stairwell before shooters engaged it. The wolf snapped at me under panic and pain. In that moment, I could understand armed human radicals and a manipulated beast, but uncertainty no longer frightened me, as much as any system claiming one answer should replace everyone else's choices, because stopping solved nothing. I landed behind its neck where jaws could not reach, and used electrosense to locate the implant wiring. One careful electrical discharge burned the control circuit without reaching the spinal cord. The wolf collapsed, shaking. Its aggression vanished almost immediately. Torres stared at the disabled implant. Someone wants this to look like an evolved species assassination attempt. Exactly, while my old assumptions kept collapsing. Trying to stop extremists from framing evolved creatures required moving before every mystery was solved, something I had practiced since the first gecko taught me. Research deadlines can occasionally have teeth. For now, the attackers carried weapons built from conventional parts combined with red energy mineral structures, same material family as the ocean seeds and ancient root traces. But these devices were manufactured recently. Even with forensic pheromone tracking, I remained wary of confusing capability with purpose. Ancient mechanisms could open doors, but they could not tell me which doors deserved crossing, which my nerves remembered clearly. By humans, we captured 4 attackers alive. None belonged officially to any government represented at the summit. Their communications referenced an organization called Continuity Front. The name sounded harmless enough for a bank. Their messages were not. They believed uncontrolled evolution would destroy human dominance and wanted preemptive war before intelligent species formed alliances. Worse, someone had supplied them with technology capable of interacting with red rain energy. The presence of Torres and Annie kept the larger problem personal, reminding me planetary strategy still affected specific people, families, nests, streets, and promises I had actually made, because both halves recognized danger. Hale examined the devices after power returned. They didn't invent this from scratch, he said. Torres nodded. Somebody taught them. The summit resumed the next morning instead of collapsing. In that moment, I trusted evidence more than destiny because evidence allowed revision, while destiny usually arrived prepackaged with somebody else's preferred conclusion and very poor customer support, which was another lesson I never requested from death. That decision mattered more than any agreement signed afterward. Humans and evolved rulers had been attacked specifically to make them blame one another. They chose not to cooperate with the script. Our first global treaty remained limited. Mutual communication channels, civilian protection principles, territorial consultation, and joint investigation of artificial red energy technology. Small steps. Mother Brood would have called them inefficient. I called them ours. We returned home after Geneva because even kings, diplomats, and reincarnated insects eventually become tired of secure conference rooms and terrible coffee. Mercer Alley looked smaller than I remembered. In that moment, even with stable sovereign form, I remained wary of confusing capability with purpose. Ancient mechanisms could open doors, but they could not tell me which doors deserved crossing, and the memory stayed sharp. The dumpsters remained dented. Sal's diner still leaked grease. The laundromat sign still flickered like it was being paid by the seizure. Normality survived in stubborn fragments, while another problem waited nearby. My underground territory had expanded, yet Mother refused any chamber except the one near our old wall route. Zip had become larger through ambient evolution and continued behaving like speed alone constituted a personality. The presence of Annie, Mother, Zip, and my divided responsibilities kept the larger problem personal, reminding me planetary strategy still affected specific people, families, nests, streets, and promises I had actually made still. Dot managed supply exchanges among 3 colonies. Tiny entered buildings so efficiently that Abru occasionally used his scouts to locate hidden feral insects before operations. My family had changed without waiting for me. I trusted evidence more than destiny because evidence allowed revision, while destiny usually arrived prepackaged with somebody else's preferred conclusion and very poor customer support, even though responsibility had become impossible to ignore. That felt good. For months, every crisis had convinced me everyone depended on my presence. Returning showed me they had learned, adapted, and built systems capable of surviving when I left. Leadership was working when absence stopped becoming catastrophe. Annie returned to university under a federal research arrangement that probably involved more paperwork than several wars. Grandma Lynn finally learned the truth about me. Every new answer created a larger unknown beyond it, but the pattern no longer felt like failure. Understanding had always expanded the edge of what remained unexplained, which sounded ridiculous even to me. Her reaction deserved archival preservation. She listened while Annie explained reincarnation, evolution, Mercer, the system, and my role in saving the district. Then Grandma looked at me on the kitchen table for 30 seconds. I kept returning to cognitive freedom as the one boundary worth defending, because every enemy we feared eventually offered safety in exchange for surrendering some version of choice, because panic was already volunteering. So this is the one you kept stopping me from killing? Annie nodded. Grandma pointed at me. He still stays out of my pantry. Diplomatic relations established, and I kept moving anyway. I spent my first quiet week since Red Rain flying over the city at night. Humans below moved through restaurants, trains, apartments, arguments, dates, jobs, and ordinary problems with no easy answer. The system's recommendations became easier to evaluate once I stopped asking whether they were correct and started asking whose survival, freedom, or future each option served, because the silence afterward would remember this. I had once belonged entirely to that world. Now I belonged to the rooftops, walls, sewers, insect signals, and strange negotiations surrounding a changing planet. I expected grief over that division. Global cooperation remained inefficient, argumentative, and slow, which was precisely why it felt healthier than any solution, promising perfect coordination without disagreement, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose again. Instead, I felt ownership of both. Then the system interrupted the rare peaceful mood. Global adaptive threshold, 94%. Mythic class awakening imminent. Location probability, Central Asian mountain region. Satellite alerts reached ABRU minutes later. Storm systems were forming around a mountain range under perfectly clear regional weather forecasts. Annie joined me on the roof with her phone. Please tell me that's just climate change being dramatic. When the system detected a mythic awakening overseas, I felt the horizon widen again, but not the old helplessness. Too many separate minds were finally sharing information for isolation to define the crisis. The system displayed a silhouette beneath the mountains larger than anything I had ever appraised. I turned the screen toward her. She sighed. I knew peace felt suspicious, which was strangely reassuring. Satellites recorded the mountain moving before anyone understood what the phrase meant. A ridgeline shifted 300 feet over 6 minutes without seismic patterns consistent with landslide or tectonic activity. The system's recommendations became easier to evaluate once I stopped asking whether they were correct and started asking whose survival, freedom, or future each option served, because confidence had nearly killed me before. Then something beneath it inhaled. Snow exploded from the slopes. Clouds formed in a spiral visible from orbit. The system forced an emergency interface across my vision. Planetary, adaptive threshold reached. Global cooperation remained inefficient, argumentative, and slow, which was precisely why it felt healthier than any solution, promising perfect coordination without disagreement, while I knew the joke could not erase the stakes. Somehow. Mythic Class Awakening confirmed. Final Directive Archive unsealed. I barely noticed because the satellite feed showed a serpentine body rising through stone. Scales, larger than cars, reflected lightning beneath the storm. The creature's full length remained underground. Analysts estimated several hundred feet visible. Storm sent an atmospheric warning from Chicago before we contacted him. Deep current produced distress pulses across the Atlantic. When the system unlocked a new evolutionary ceiling, I felt the horizon widen again, but not the old helplessness. Too many separate minds were finally sharing information for isolation to define the crisis. Root Memory's electrical network entered synchronized alarm. Every King-class organism sensed the awakening. The system finally completed appraisal. Mythic entity, sky-buried serpent, evolutionary origin unknown. Energy capacity exceeds King-class by multiple orders. By the time every existing power scale became obsolete, I understood my identity did not need to shrink back toward human or expand entirely into monster. It only needed continuity through choice. Again. Then the final directive opened. Planetary Adaptive Protocol Objective. Preserve maximum cognitive diversity through Ascension Threshold. Ascension Threshold. I requested definition. The system answered immediately, now that restrictions had lifted. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, even though power had not simplified the decision. Planets exposed to adaptive seeding enter competitive development phase. Surviving biospheres may achieve interplanetary contact or collapse. I read the statement twice. Earth had not been infected accidentally. It had entered a process. I could understand a colossal serpentine silhouette beneath storms. But uncertainty no longer frightened me as much as any system claiming one answer should replace everyone else's choices, because both halves recognized danger. A test, competition, recruitment program, experiment language could not resolve intent yet. The second call was a status exchange within that system. Other planets might be experiencing the same thing. Annie read the translated system output over my shoulder. So the universe has battle royale ecology. I hated the accuracy. Another line appeared. Protocol Fragment 7, a recommendation. Form planetary cooperative network before external contact window. Trying to watch the first mythic-class creature awaken required moving before every mystery was solved, something I had practiced since the first gecko taught me research deadlines can occasionally have teeth. For now, recommendation, not command. The distinction still mattered. The sky-buried serpent lifted its head above the mountains. Lightning spread across hundreds of miles, which mattered because someone smaller was watching what I chose. Even with mythic threat appraisal, I remained wary of confusing capability with purpose. Ancient mechanisms could open doors, but they could not tell me which doors deserved crossing, with my attention fixed on survival. Then the creature opened eyes, bright as furnace doors, and released a call detected on seismic instruments worldwide. The age of city-level survival had ended. Whatever came next would involve the whole planet. Before leaving Mercer for the International Response Center, I returned alone to the crack where my second life began. The opening looked impossibly small now, because my family still depended on me. I could understand fear of losing my last human pieces, but uncertainty no longer frightened me as much as any system claiming one answer should replace everyone else's choices, with consequences still approaching. My current body could not enter without compressing armor and folding wings until movement became embarrassing. I did it anyway. Inside, dust still clung to brick, while the situation became less ridiculous. Old food scents had vanished beneath newer colonies, but memory reconstructed everything. The first juvenile touching antennae with mine. Mother moving food toward hatchlings. Old Lefty guarding the entrance on 5 legs. Trying to anchor myself before leaving for the wider war required moving before every mystery was solved. Something I had practiced since the first gecko taught me research deadlines can occasionally have teeth. The place where I had insisted these creatures were not family. I found one fragment of old gecko skin preserved in a dry corner, overlooked when we moved supplies. I laughed internally. Even with memory anchor perfected, I remained wary of confusing capability with purpose. Ancient mechanisms could open doors, but they could not tell me which doors deserved crossing, because meaning remained stubbornly unquantified. A trophy from the era when defeating a lizard felt like challenging a god. Now, a mythic serpent disturbed weather across countries. Scale had changed. The reasons had not, for good reason. The presence of Annie and Mother kept the larger problem personal, reminding me planetary strategy still affected specific people, families, nests, streets, and promises I had actually made, and I disliked that truth. I had worried evolution would erase Ethan Cole. That fear now seemed slightly backwards. Ethan alone would have run from 17%. The cockroach body taught me how much life happens beneath attention. Mother taught me family without language. Old Lefty taught me courage without survival. Annie taught me humans could look down without choosing violence. Torres taught me institutions could change when individuals inside them insisted. I trusted evidence more than destiny because evidence allowed revision, while destiny usually arrived prepackaged with somebody else's preferred conclusion and very poor customer support, even though the silence afterward would remember this. Mother Brood taught me unity without choice was only a larger cage. The system taught me power could offer direction without providing meaning. Every version of me remained present because none had survived alone. Every new answer created a larger unknown beyond it, but the pattern no longer felt like failure. Understanding had always expanded the edge of what remained unexplained, because nothing stayed simple for long. I opened my identity status. The interface no longer listed former human consciousness as an anomaly. Host identity, Ethan Cole. Species, sovereign adaptive roach, triple path variant. No contradiction marker, for good reason. I kept returning to cognitive freedom as the one boundary worth defending, because every enemy we feared eventually offered safety in exchange for surrendering some version of choice, which left no comfortable interpretation. I touched the wall where I had first climbed toward Mercer Alley. I'm still Ethan, I thought. Then I looked at my armored legs and smiled in the only way my mouthparts allowed. I'm also still the roach. Accepting both felt less dramatic than choosing between them. Maybe identity was not a courtroom verdict. Maybe it was simply the collection of promises you kept while changing. The system's recommendations became easier to evaluate once I stopped asking whether they were correct and started asking whose survival, freedom, or future each option served, because trust always created something worth losing. Mother's old pheromone signal surfaced in memory. Return. I had. Now it was time to leave again, and I remembered that power had not simplified the decision, and the lesson stayed with me. The morning I left Mercer, people already filled the streets, despite emergency broadcasts about the mythic awakening. Some were evacuating. Some were filming. While I knew my human habits still needed correction, some simply wanted to see me depart because humanity turns historic terror into public gathering whenever parking permits allow it. Abru vehicles waited beside the avenue, and I refused to waste it. Every new answer created a larger unknown beyond it. But the pattern no longer felt like failure. Understanding had always expanded the edge of what remained unexplained, because even good plans could bleed. Torres stood near one transport wearing body armor and holding 3 phones. Annie carried a tablet, field equipment, and enough coffee to qualify as chemical support. Zip sat on a street barrier beside me. He had insisted on joining the planetary mission. I had refused. Mother had supported me. Zip went around both of us by climbing into Annie's equipment bag. We discovered him 5 minutes before departure. I kept returning to cognitive freedom as the one boundary worth defending, because every enemy we feared eventually offered safety in exchange for surrendering some version of choice, and that was probably healthy. Family democracy remained healthy. The crowd noticed us on the barrier. A ripple of nervous movement passed through the nearest people when I unfolded thunder wings. Fear had not vanished from human instinct. The system's recommendations became easier to evaluate once I stopped asking whether they were correct and started asking whose survival, freedom, or future each option served, which made the next breath feel earned. It probably never should. Trust does not require pretending teeth are harmless. A little girl near the front pointed at Zip. Is that his baby? I almost flew away from embarrassment. Annie laughed loudly enough to betray me publicly. News drones hovered above Mercer Avenue, broadcasting internationally, while I knew I had learned what hesitation could cost, which changed more than my body. Global cooperation remained inefficient, argumentative, and slow, which was precisely why it felt healthier than any solution, promising perfect coordination without disagreement, which mattered because the old rules no longer protected anyone. Still, the same world that once ignored everything beneath its shoes now watched an insect prepare to represent Earth beside humans, beasts, forests, and ocean mines, because the world kept punishing lazy categories. I thought about the first cook who tried crushing me behind Sal's diner. He was in the crowd. I recognized his heat pattern and voice. He raised one hand awkwardly when our eyes met. When a signal answered from beyond the atmosphere, I felt the horizon widen again, but not the old helplessness. Too many separate minds were finally sharing information for isolation to define the crisis. I raised a foreleg back. No apology needed. Neither of us had understood the other then. Understanding had cost both worlds more blood than I wished. The transport engine started. Storm sent an atmospheric signal from thousands of miles away. Deep current answered through ocean relays. Root memory joined through the global research network. Human governments opened emergency channels. In that moment, I learned to distrust simple categories because every important relationship in my second life had begun inside a category that originally told me whom to fear or dismiss, and the lesson stayed with me. The system displayed planetary connections forming across species. Not one hive, not one ruler. A network of separate minds choosing cooperation because the alternative had become unacceptable, because leadership rarely arrives politely. I kept returning to the same practical truth. Power mattered only when it created another choice before fear, hunger, or stronger bodies removed every alternative, even though my family still depended on me. Above the atmosphere, instruments detected another encoded pulse approaching Earth. This one was stronger than the status request. The system translated only the structural meaning. Contact window opening, and another risk appeared. For months, my world had expanded from crack to alley, alley to sewer, sewer to city, city to planet. Now the next boundary waited above the sky. I launched from the barrier. I could understand the unknown source of the awakening, but uncertainty no longer frightened me as much as any system, claiming one answer should replace everyone else's choices, because panic was already volunteering. Thunder wings caught morning air and lifted me above Mercer Avenue. Nobody reached for a shoe. Thousands of faces tilted upward instead, and I remembered that both halves of me understood why. I had begun this life as the lowest creature in my own human imagination. Now, for the first time, the whole world looked up at a cockroach, while instincts and memory disagreed.